uh, Apollonian drum. I initially intended to make this video for you, and I still do. But I think that eventually, at some moment, at least some of my videos will become successful. Because, I repeat what I say in a lot of my videos. 4 years ago, in August 2018, I experienced myself as being God, basically. But who am I? What am I? And what is God? Are three very complex questions. And one of my problems, maybe my most difficult problem, is that by identifying with God, I identified with the root of all evil and of all suffering, which brings about all sorts of theological, philosophical questions. Why is there suffering and negativity and evil in the world? Is God omnipotent but doesn't want to do good, or is he wants to do good but he can't? The best solution, here I will laugh, well I can maybe, the best solution that I found is that if I am really God, and at some level I am, the best thing that I can do, I'm in a mood to laugh, it will not last, I don't know, but maybe, if I am really God, here I am, I share my address in most, if not all of my most recent videos, which means that I am not just me as an empirical individual, because my vision of God is the totality of being, namely the world that confronts me. God is not just the subject nor the object, but the relationship between the two. That's how I envision things. God is the totality of being becoming conscious of itself. That's my formal definition. But basically, there are many things that I do not understand because I experience myself empirically, namely me as an individual, as being stupid and ignorant. So I will not retell the story, I've said this in many videos, but basically, I envision that maybe this will be the first video that you will watch, so you will not have watched all the videos that I made for you, plus all the other videos, so I have to repeat everything, but I won't because it would be such a waste of time, so I go to the point. If I am the cause of all human suffering, and I know in a way that I am, I don't know, I mean, metaphysically I know why, but I don't know why it happens the way it does, but basically the best thing that I can do, it's not very pleasant, but is to be here and to all the humans who have a problem with whatever goes wrong in their life, they can complain about me, and here I am. I live right now in France, I give my address in the description, and I have a body, I experience pain, I experience suffering, so I can be hurt. I'm not very excited about the idea of being hurt, although there are aspects maybe a little bit kind of twisted, but overall I do not really, I'm not looking forward to experiencing the pain of the negative, as I would say, but on a transcendental level, it's fair, in the sense that if I am the cause of all suffering, the idea that I am here, living as a human, and that I can be hurt, it's fair. I might not enjoy it, and I might really have problem with, on a transcendental level, it's fair. It's fair. That's what I could say, basically. But, yeah. So why have I been making videos for you? I know what I intend to say, but I am nonetheless improvising. I will not publish the video as it is. I will edit, but I will not modify except for the parts which are really useless, but basically I speak what I think, so I kind of improvise, although I know what I intend to do. It's not completely random. I know myself, me as an empirical individual, but reality as well, to be a process, in a sense that if I had to express this in ordinary intelligible language, I know that I become smarter every day. I really become smarter every day, which I repeat this very often. The more smart I become, the more stupid I feel in a way, because I look back on all the things that I've said or thought or didn't say or didn't think or didn't do, and I say I should have done things different. So I become smarter every day, but in a way I kind of suffer, because I look back and I say, but yeah, this is my problem. I mean, it's partly the problem of others as well. But basically, what I understood over the past few days, here is the illustration. This is how I envision my psyche. As of now, we are the 16th of September. Here where I am, it's 12:45 a.m. and it's 12:45. Yeah. I hope that we see, but I will comment. This is how I represent myself, my own psyche, which is my mental, emotional, and kind of spiritual way. If I had to draw a picture, this is the yin and yang. It can be applied to many things. I made videos about this, but here, if I had to try to express to others and to myself what I think about my psyche, this is how I would represent myself, and I will comment. And it might change, but at this moment in time, this is what I have understood. I am partly, that's what I think, some sort of a radical white leftist. So white is important in a sense that this would be, here I first read and then I comment. So here the left wing would be radical white leftist. What you Americans, here I speak to Americans. Well, by the way, I will make a short comment. I've understood a few weeks ago, I already knew this, but basically it's becoming more and more clear that basically when someone speaks on the internet, he or she speaks to everyone else. So here I am talking to you, Apollonian German, but actually I'm talking to everyone. People who understand or do not understand, people who speak English or do not, but mostly, empirically, I'm talking mostly to you and mostly to an English-speaking audience, American audience at this moment in time. Namely, the first people who will watch this video, they are overwhelmingly English-speaking natives, and mostly, I guess, Americans or Canadians or whatever. But it's not really important. I talk to everyone, but I talk to you, Apollonian John, because you are the most intelligent person outside of myself, when I am not completely dumb, in the entire world. So one of the things that I understood is basically I could speak directly to Joe Biden, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Monsieur Macron, or anyone else, or any random person, any random peasant in Cambodia. If he had an internet connection and if he could speak English, I could speak to him. But I don't know many things about any random peasant in Cambodia, but whatever. But basically, I can speak, and anyone can speak directly to anyone else. And I'm the only one, as of now, who understands this. But why would Mr. Biden or Putin or Xi Jinping or anyone else watch my videos? I make, as of now, I have 319 subscribers. I make broadly between 40 and 90 views. I mean, a few videos I made a little bit more, but my recent videos, the trend is between 40 and 90 views. And I'm talking to you, Apollonian John, because you are the smartest, and I will prove that to you, outside of myself, that the smartest in the entire world. If you take the time, or when you take the time to watch the whole video, you will understand, you will say, whoa, actually I'm very smart. I forgot how smart I was. And when you talk about him, you say, okay, he is really smart as well. Which is kind of problematic because sometimes, an excess of intelligence can turn you or me into an idiot. But basically, whatever. I continue my I wouldn't say psychoanalytical, but psychological or psychic, whatever, analysis. This is how, at this moment in time, how I think of myself as an individual. But it helps explain how the world functions. That's why it's important. So I have this tendency to be a radical white leftist, which has developed over time. When I began my intellectual development in 2013 with people like Zizek, so I was a radical white leftist in the sense of economics and politics. Communist, anarchist, ecologist. So I had no white guilt, no white shame, no white remorse. I was just a radical. I didn't even think of myself as being white. I thought of myself as being radical in a sense of communist, anarchist, in a good sense, not in a complete delirious. I read intelligent authors like I made the list, but basically I was kind of Rousseau and Zizek. I simplify. I made videos to talk about this, but basically I was a radical white leftist without knowing that I was white. Then, starting in 2016, what I call my awakening, I started to take the red pill, which led me to the right-wing path. And I discovered on this path that I was white, and eventually that I was European, I didn't know, and that I was eventually German, whether or not I have a lot of German blood, or whether or not I am a German citizen, or whether or not I know myself metaphysically, but also culturally, and even partly anthropologically, and even almost geographically. I do not look like a typical German, probably, but I know myself to be German, for good or for bad. We'll talk about this later, but basically. So, I have come to identify over the past 6 years with a right-wing German. And here, if I had to illustrate in ordinary language, the opposition, as I think of it now, would be no. First, I will comment. So yeah, basically. But then, the more I developed intellectually, the more I started to study the leftist in the sense of liberal leftist, not communist, anarchist, ecologist, but really the guilty white people that we found mostly in America, but also in Western Europe. They just try to imitate Americans, but actually they are part of the same family, so, I mean, anthropologically, so whatever. But basically these properties, white guilt, white remorse, white shame, virtue signaling in the sense of helping others, etc. This is not typically white, but Western white. For partly anthropological reasons, and partly historical reasons, but it kind of doesn't work in others. It only works on Western whites who are predominantly Germanic anthropologically, so here it's complicated. That's why I make videos about the importance of the categories, because to think properly about oneself, about the world, means to predicate, to use the proper categories. That's why white and Western and Germanic and Anglo-Saxon and German, these are different categories in the realm of anthropology. And it's not just anthropology, it's also cultural, metaphysical, spiritual. That's why I insist upon the importance of the categories, because, yeah. So, the more I developed, because I ended up identifying with God at some moment, I felt responsibility for all the problems, all the suffering, all the evils, all the wrongs, all the injustices, all the problems of the world. That's why I started to feel a lot of, starting in 2018, but then it kind of intensified with the month, white guilt, white shame, white remorse. Not just for the usual colonization, slavery, Holocaust, etc., etc. But basically for everything, and since I identify myself with the cause of all suffering and all evil and all problems, and I identify myself as being white and Western and even partly German on an anthropological level, I kind of I feel guilty in a way. That's my leftist psyche, that what I call the mother archetype, because we all have masculinity and femininity. On an empirical level, I'm a male. On a metaphysical level, I try to be a male. Also, in my pure mind, I am masculine. But then I also have, at some high level, I also have kind of a feminine aspect. So here, then again, the importance of the categories. There is the biological male, the anthropological male, the cultural male, the metaphysical, and the spiritual. And at some level, female, male, they kind of coincide at some level. But it's a dialectical interaction between the two. But here, read Evola and Hegel. That's what I've been doing for the past 4 years, basically. I should have read a lot more of Evola, basically, but whatever. So, if I had to translate this into ordinary language, that's how I think of myself at a very high level. I have kind of a father archetype, which is right-wing German. If I had to be honest, I would say it's far-right German. The father archetype, as I think of it, I am a right-wing German. But I'm not just that. I have a counterbalance. I have a good aspect within me, which would be kind of leftist. Here I want discipline, order, strength, virtue, seriousness, the seriousness of the negative, as I would say. And I tend to suffer from a little bit of arrogance, maybe excesses of arrogance. So, but I know that I suffer from this. So I try to limit myself, to not become too arrogant as a German, because arrogance, here's my Christian self, I know that arrogance is a sin. But then there's a distinction between pride and arrogance. And I would like sometimes just to be proud, to be a German. I would like to be proud not only of German culture, but of the Germanic culture and eventually white culture. If I'm honest, I just would like to be able to appreciate the legacy of white people who are mostly Germanic, which includes the Anglo-Saxons and mostly German, but basically that's one of my problems, because pride, it's also partly a sin, but then it has to be counterbalanced with humility, so you would have arrogance, which goes with guilt, shame and remorse, and you would have pride, which goes with humility, and I try to find a proper balance, but basically, so yeah, here what is written, here I'm honest, I have very low expectations from non-Germans. I mean, at a very high level, if I'm honest, I have very low expectations from non-Germans. And here the categories are important, because in my mind, it's not completely ludicrous. There are white people. White means, it's the ordinary language for European Caucasoid, which is a determination of anthropology. It can be genetically quantified. If we set the proper measure, who is white, who is non-white, from a strictly genetic standpoint, we can say who is white, who is non-white. So this is one category. And then within the white continuum of anthropological categorization, there are various subspecies, Nordic, Mediterranean, Dinaric, Alpine, whatever. Yeah, so there are whites, which are European Caucasoid in the language of anthropology. It's strictly anthropological subjektiver Geist. I will talk later, but I've already talked, but I will talk about subjektiver Geist. Yeah. Then there are the Germanic, not the Germans, the Germanic, which are what is called Nordic people mostly. This includes Scandinavians, Northern Germans mostly, partly Baltic people. There are Germanic people in Russia, in France as well, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Anglo-Saxons are a Germanic people, but they are not German, but they are Germanic. These are Nordics. And then there are the Germans. Here it's complicated because there are the Germanic Germans and the non-Germanic Germans. So Germanic would be anthropological, cultural, and spiritual, and German would be partly anthropological, but also cultural and spiritual, so here it's kind of confused. Yeah, that's difficult, but basically. Yeah, so I tend to have very low expectations from non-Germans and very high standards for Germans. That's the kind of soft side of my psyche. Like, I have very low, if even no expectations at all, but then here's the more demanding, maybe I have very high expectations for Germans, which actually, because I identify as a German, I have very high expectations for myself, and I can only be disappointed by myself in a way, which is one of my problems. But yeah, so here are some books. Why it's so hard for white people to talk about racism. I mean, it's not that hard, it's just that when we start talking about racism, sometimes we get a little bit excessive. Here I speak as a white person. How to recognize your privilege, etc., and combat racism. So the first author, Robin DiAngelo, she's a white American, and the others, they are non-whites. Superior, the Return of Race Science, debunks racism's core lie. She's a British citizen. So basically, over the past few months and years, because of my God experience, I have tried to balance my feeling of guilt by switching towards the left. Not the communist left, but towards the liberal left that is mostly predominant in the US, namely self-hating whites. So this would be only this person in this case. And here the counterbalance would be a controversial right-wing books. I have most of controversial right-wing books. So I try to balance the two aspects, but basically I feel guilty and kind of sometimes shameful, and I experience remorse, but not because of the reasons why most, I mean, it's partly that, but it's simply because I know myself to be the root of all suffering, and it makes me suffer. So I kind of try to counterbalance by feeling guilty about a lot, basically. But over the past few days, when I tried to communicate with you, on your live stream, and I had an interaction with some of your viewers of your channel. And this made me realize that actually I had traveled so far, so fast, that my videos and what I talk about is completely unintelligible because it's way too complicated, in a sense that I know Apollonian German, here I'm talking to you, you are the most intelligent masculine other in the world, from my perspective. But even your level, I do not doubt your potential intelligence. I just realized that your current level of intelligence, 16th of September, is very low, although it's very high, but it's also very low in comparison to some of my my most complex, maybe sometimes a little bit too complex, but my most brilliant ideas, or at least my most intellectual. Here I try to. Some of my ideas, they are intellectually, they are so complex that even you, at this one, you struggle to understand them. And in the sense, if I blame you, and in a way I partly find frustration, but I'm being dishonest, but here it's complicated. But basically, here I will quote a little bit of Hegel. Not Hegel, but Hegel in the Hermetic tradition. Hegel's phenomenology is a rite of initiation and an alchemical transmutation. In alchemy, making gold involves breaking base metals down into their primal elements and then raising them up to the perfected metal form of gold. At the same time, the alchemist was expected to purify himself, or the process would not work, etc., etc. So basically, I overestimated other people's intelligence. And I completely underestimated my own intelligence because I experienced myself as being kind of dumb and ignorant. And in a way, I won't pretend that I am not, because there are many topics on which I am ignorant. But here it will be a little bit complicated, but basically, I become smarter every day. I incorporate every negative. Here, negative doesn't mean necessarily bad. It can be bad, because what is bad is negative, but what is negative is not necessarily bad. Simply, every contradiction that I encounter, every experience that I have in the empirical world, or by talking to people, I incorporate this into my worldview, and I try to adjust and to take into perspective. So recently, I just had sort of a reality check, as they call this. I know about, I know, because I lost myself in the realm of pure abstraction, so I have to, I know. But basically, I lost myself in the mind of Hegel, one might say, for 2.5 years. I didn't lose myself, but I lived in the mind of Hegel. And sometimes I tend to underestimate the value of what I call Anglo-Saxon empiricism. This is maybe my arrogant German side. When I identify me as a German metaphysician, I tend to to trash talk a little bit the Anglo-Saxon, saying, "Your empiricism, it's not worth my metaphysics." But then I remember, well, my metaphysics partly include the fact that it has to exteriorize itself, and so here I will say what I think. Maybe I can say thank God for what I call Anglo-Saxon common sense, or no, it's Anglo-Saxon empiricism, but this is an example of what I call American common sense. Like when I tend to lose myself too much in my pure abstractions, one way of restoring balance and restoring common sense is to read American authors, and here American mean white American. I mean, I don't know, I'm not saying that American always means white American, but the way I understand this, when I say American common sense, I think about white Americans like Charles Murray, Ron Paul, the libertarians, the common sense, typical Americans, not ordinary in the sense of distribution of wealth, but ordinary in the sense of the archetypal American, namely the libertarian, white Anglo-Saxon living in America. So I reread parts of this book, and it kind of made me reconsider reality in the sense that here I will try to be honest, without putting on an act. I mean, in a way I do, but without trying to be honest. I just here it's very difficult. I mean, it could be worse, but I will say what I think. I know myself to be kind of dangerous in a way because I have a culture basically. I'm not educated in the sense I have no formal training. I never went to university etc. But I possess culture, which makes me kind of partly intelligent. It's not enough. There also has to be a practical intelligence, as the Anglo-Saxons would call this. Maybe I lack this, but I expect, basically. I know about European culture, and even American culture, in Western culture, and I have realized over the past few months that actually I know a lot more than most people in terms of culture. And here we will talk about achievements in terms of sciences, arts, etc., etc., because this is what I think, in a sense that this book, I will insert at some moment a clip that I just recorded. This book summarizes the achievements in the arts and the sciences of human beings in the official storyline, namely over the past 3,000 years broadly, since 800 BCE up until the 2000s basically. And there is a number that 97% of human accomplishments in arts, sciences, etc., etc., physics, mathematics, chemistry, biology, philosophy, music, literature, painting, etc., etc., 97% are the product of Europe and North America, which means basically white people, but it's not just white people, it's mostly Western people, which are predominantly Germanic and derived from Germans in a way. So 97% of human accomplishments throughout history are the products of either Europeans or Northern American, which are European, which historically have been predominantly European derived peoples. Historically, Americans have been white mostly. I mean, Americans of America as a determination of objektiver Geist, not as a determination of geology. That's why the real Americans, in the sense of geology and the natural determination, these are the native Indians, but in the terms of the realm of institutions, the real Americans, from a here I have to use the proper category, from a historical and empirical perspective, these have been white Americans just for reasons of quantitative proportions, namely since the United States of America have been instituted as a country up until today, the vast majority of Americans have been, I mean, the numbers have declined over the past 50 years, but the vast majority of Americans have been white, and the vast majority of white Americans have been Anglo-Saxons, which means Germanic. And the same goes for Canada. So basically, I will try to be honest. I've thought about this. I will not. I mean, I will repeat what I've thought for myself. But basically, there are various levels of guilt and of a sense of failure. I will be honest. Before reading briefly what some of your viewers think, I know that your viewers, they are partly right-wing, white nationalists, etc. But basically, I thought of myself, what should I think about America about the United States of America. And here I will just talk briefly, then I will insert I will insert the view about human accomplishments. I will insert this now. It's been 35 minutes. Okay, so here it lasts about 12 minutes, I think. And yeah, so let's make a little bit of editing. Okay, I will use these clips that I will insert in my videos, just to put some context, to bring about some context and to put things into perspective. So I will edit, but it's just to illustrate. So this is a book by Charles Marne which summarizes the accomplishments of humans over the centuries, officially, the pursuit of excellence in the arts and sciences. And I will just show a few graphs just to illustrate. So here we have the distribution of the significant figures across time and place. So significant figures of human accomplishment in science, arts, etc., etc. In blue, this is the year 1600. In blue, these are European accomplishments. In black, the rest of the West, populated by back then and still today mostly overwhelming by Europeans, and in gray here, everywhere else. This is just a graph which shows human accomplishments. So Europe in blue, Western countries in black, and in gray here we have everywhere else. Okay, here it is the European influence if we only take into account artistic achievements. In blue, this is Europe, here is 1600. The rest of the Western world, it's in black, and in gray everywhere else. So this is the artistic achievements of Europe and European people living in other Western countries. Okay, here these are the significant figures in the scientific inventories across time and place. Then again, 1600 in blue, these are Europeans, Europe, black, the rest of the Western world, mostly, if not overwhelmingly populated by European peoples, and in gray, everywhere else. These are the scientific achievements of mankind. And here it is said that 97% of accomplishment in the scientific inventories occurred in Europe and North America. This is Europe, North America, the ancient Western world, which means mostly ancient Greece and the Greek-influenced territories, the Hellenistic territories, and Rome, but there's also probably parts of Egypt, etc., but mostly Greek, ancient Greece, and Rome. And by Egypt, I mean Alexandria, which was a Greek city. It was a cosmopolitan city, but influenced mostly by Greek thought, Greek thinkers, scientists, etc. So Europe, North America, the ancient Western world. Here we have the Arab world, East Asia, South Asia, Antipodes, South America, Sub-Saharan Africa. This is the scientific, these are the scientific achievements of Europe and North America, just to put things into context. Okay, so here it's a comparison of the scientists identified by the Dictionary of Scientific Biography. and those identified by the rest of the sources. So here again, Europe, North America, ancient Western world, other parts of the world. Here are the names of significant achievers, thinkers, philosophers, scientists, mathematicians, etc., physicists, etc., before the year 1400, the Renaissance, or the beginning of the modern era. So here is a tremendous development of human accomplishments, beginning in the year 1400. Here it's 1600, etc. But a lot of names here are Chinese or Indian, but also Greek or Roman or Arab. But yeah, this is what happened before, one could say before the Protestant Reformation or the Italian Renaissance, depending, I simplify, but yeah, basically 97% almost, it's not exactly, but more than 90% of these achievements are European, basically. The totality is 97%, but yeah. Here are the significant achievements among women in the whole of human history up to the moment of the publication of this book. So there are 88 very influential women, which represent 2.2% of total significant figures. And these are not just European women or Western women. There are Chinese, Indian, Arabic, Japanese, etc., etc. Although the overwhelming majority of female achievements in the sciences or the arts are made by Western European women, basically. But yeah, it's 2.2%. So it's not to say that women are underachievers or are unable to equalize men, etc. in terms of intelligence. It's simply that they are so different that women are not expected, and they shouldn't be expected to perform in the sciences or philosophy or art or music or literature. This is not what women are supposed to do. It's not because of some historical oppression. I mean, there have been oppressive, it cannot be denied, but simply to expect women to achieve in the sciences, philosophy, or other forms of artistic expression, they can, and they do, but it's simply not what should be expected from women. It's simply a traditionalist common sense, one might say. And yeah, so it's not to say, oh, men are better. They are simply different, and men are expected to perform in the sciences, philosophy, and eventually literature, art, and music. Women can, to a certain extent, which is a quantitative proportion, excel and perform in mostly art, literature, and philosophy. And there have been examples of great female physicists or biologists or mathematicians, but it's so quantitatively insignificant that, yeah, it's just to put things into context. Yeah, women, here are women Nobel Prize winners. 4% in the first half of the 20th century, 3% in the second half. Here, to illustrate the ratio of actual to expected Jewish Nobel Prize winners in literature and the sciences during the two halves of the 20th century. In the first half, it's 6-1 overachievements in comparison to their quantitative proportion. I mean, and in the second half, it's 12-1. Here, the purpose is not saying, oh, they have been cheating or whatever. No, it's simply that they really are intelligent. It cannot be denied. The intelligence and the ability to achieve, to perform in the sciences, in the cognitively demanding, tasks and fields of human accomplishment, it simply cannot be denied that they are overwhelmingly represented because there are many reasons, but they are very smart and they work very hard and they are simply intellectually brilliant. It cannot be denied. And here is a graphic representation of the achievements of Europe on the European continent. We have Britain, France, Germany, Italy, and then all the other countries: Austro-Hungary, Russia, the Netherlands, Spain, Belgium, Switzerland, Sweden, etc., etc. So here is the European achievement, knowing that Britain historically has been populated by Anglo-Saxons, which are a Germanic people. They are the cousins of the Germans. France, an important proportion of the historical French country, in the historical perspective, has been inhabited by either Celts, which are partly tied to the Germans, or even Franks and descendants of Franks, or Norman, or other Germanic tribes, which are Germanic peoples, and even partly German in some parts of France. So Britain is a Germanic, historically has been a Germanic country. France as well, partly. Germany, well, and Italy, the northern part of Italy has been populated by Germanic tribes as well. This is where the Renaissance springs from. So these are the four most influential European countries in terms of artistic, scientific achievements. And here is the European core. This means that the overwhelming, if it is simplified and put in a graph for the purpose of illustration, this is where the greatest creative, artistic, scientific achievements have occurred historically, in a historical perspective, within Europe. So this is just to illustrate. And here I will not show the whole because we do not see very well. Well, we do not see. Okay, maybe the editing has occurred. Now I can continue to speak. I will be honest. Because there are different levels of failure depending on where you talk from, what are you talking about, and what do you mean, what do you know, etc. So here I talk just to you and to a few other persons that I will discuss later. Apollonianger. I know that a part of you thinks that America has gone wrong over the past 50 years, basically. And I do not think of yourself as an American. This is why the categories are important, in the sense that you are empirically American in the realm of citizenship and culturally partly, but I think of you as kind of a German, or Germanic at least, but actually German, or Germanic and German. Not an American. You are also American, but it's kind of contingent. But what is contingent is partly necessary. That's the philosophy, the logical determination. But basically, if I had to categorize you, I wouldn't say you're an American. You are, but it's kind of not your substantial self in a way. That's why the categories are important. So, if I talk to you, I mean, I know that eventually everyone can watch this, but basically, if you and I say America is a failure. If we say this, we have to set a standard for failure and success. But I know that you and I, we have a little bit of historical and cultural references. And here I will say what I think. America is partly a failure in comparison. Let us bring in some standards. In comparison with England, and with England I include Scotland. Like only an Englishman or a Scot could say, I mean a German as well, but an Englishman or a Scot could say, looking down on Americans, on white Americans, saying, your country, it's kind of a failure, because the Anglo-Saxons, and when I mean here Anglo-Saxon, I mean the English and the Scottish, they have standards to compare with, like Newton, Darwin, Maxwell, Faraday, Dalton, Shakespeare, Coleridge, Wordsworth, John Milton, Pope, and even, I mean, to this day it's kind of a little bit decadent in comparison with the past, but basically the English, in terms of achievements, whether scientific, artistic, literary, military, cultural, civilizational, the English, and here I include the Scots, Adam Smith, James Watt, whatever, they have standards. In this sense, here I speak in kind of a playful mood, but actually it's very serious. Like an Englishman who knows about his country, or a Scot, he's allowed on a metaphysical level, when I say no, he's allowed to say, okay, America, in comparison with what England and Scotland have achieved in the history of mankind in terms of creativity, America is kind of, it's not on the level of England, in a way. An Englishman and a Scot, a real, namely who is, here it's Hegelian, an Englishman or a Scotman who really is adequate to his own concept, he can look down on white Americans and say, you're pretty good, but you're not on the level of England or Scotland. America, here's how one could summarize America in a few minutes. You bring in a little bit of Anglo-Saxon people, slavery, partly elimination of the native Indians, but the Anglo-Saxon which went to America in broadly 2 centuries, they transformed a barren wasteland or an empty continent in terms of institution and stuff. They transformed this. That's the historical perspective. A few Anglo-Saxons, they transformed the Northern American continent into the greatest world superpower in 2 centuries, basically. I simplify. I read somewhere, which is probably true, that America in the 19th century is the greatest, in the official story, and the greatest outburst of creativity in terms of scientific innovations that the world had ever seen since the days of Athens in the 5th century BCE, broadly. So America, which has been since 1917 the world's officially the world's superpower in terms of economics, technology, partly culture, soft power, military, diplomacy, and even culture in a sense of literary. It's in the 1920s and 30s with authors like Steinbeck, Fitzgerald, and then Hemingway, etc., etc. So America has been the dominant superpower for more than a century, and it already was on the rise in the 19th century, etc. So the standards of America, I would say it's the gold standard. It's the if I'm honest, in terms of power, strength, there can be weakness within strength, but military, economic, etc. It's just the greatest country on Earth. So when people criticize America, one has to ask themselves the question, where do you talk from? And here, the Anglo-Saxons of England and Scotland, they are allowed, in my view, to criticize America in terms of achievements because they have standards to compare with. Like a real Anglo-Saxon, you can say, okay, America, you control the world, etc., that's good, but we, the English, we did this a few centuries ago with boats made of wood, and we controlled the world before you did, and you are just one of our colonies. We let you go because we could afford that, but your economy, you owe the economy to Adam Smith, James Watt, the British thinkers. You owe your technology and your science to Newton, and before that, Francis Bacon, and empiricism, John Locke, etc. Your revolution, it was our ideas. The idea of the English. So the English, the real English, who are adequate to their own concept, they can look down on Americans and say, you are great, America, but you are not quite on the level of England in terms of historical achievements. Like if you compare the creativity in terms of poetry, literature, the arts of the English with the creativity of America in the same topic, the English, they are in a different league. Yeah. So in this sense, here I will introduce a little bit of comedy. Let us laugh. When people say, white Americans have no culture, here I may annoy a little bit. That's part of the plan. Was antagonizing a part of white Americans. Was it part of the plan? Of course. What's the next step of your master plan? We'll see. Taking over the CIA. We'll talk about this a little bit later. But basically, here's my Hegelian self. When some people say white Americans have no culture, who is talking? Because there are various levels. Here it's very Hegelian. Like there are people who really believe that white Americans have no culture, and in this sense they are kind of stupid. And maybe one of the purposes of my channel and my videos and my idea of cultural Hegelianism as an idea was simply to use mostly, not only, but mostly modern American pop culture, modern pop culture, which is mostly American and which is still mostly white. The singers, Eminem, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, I mean, potentially all of them, but it's mostly American pop culture, not only, but mostly, and American pop culture happens to be mostly white, mostly. There are singers, black singers, rappers, etc., 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 and Hispanic, etc., etc., but it's mostly white. So my idea to spread my divine view, in a way, when I'm inspired, was to use white American modern pop culture to spread complex philosophical and mystical thoughts with the broadest mass possible. So yeah, modern pop culture, it's part of culture. Movies, music, etc., etc. But then there is what, on a higher level, people call culture, namely classical or really high literature, classical music, in a way partly philosophy, science, etc., etc. And in this sense, a few names of, I might say, high culture, in terms of, here it would be more of an aristocratic view, although the people that I'm going to list, they were not aristocrats, but it would be more of a really high level. Henry David Thoreau, Emerson, Edgar Allan Poe, Melville, one could say Jack London, Steinbeck, Hemingway, etc., etc. This is high white American literature. Then we can talk about also Philip K. Dick. Although it's science fiction, it's still a very good writer, and he talks about God in his book. He had a divine experience, but we'll talk about this later. So basically, this is very briefly put American culture in terms of literature, and then there is the scientific culture, all the great physicists, chemist, biologist, anthropologist, psychologist. I will not list all of them. I made a list, but just Richard Feynman, the modern physicist. There is Lawrence Krauss, Neil deGrasse Tyson, John Hagelin, the most sociobiologist, Wilson, Edward O. Wilson. He was an American, but then there are mostly Anglo-Saxon, like Rushton, he was a Canadian, Richard Lynn is English, etc. But the great sociobiologists, the great innovators. I will not list, I made all of these, but the Bill Gates, the great entrepreneurs, either they are white Americans or they are like Elon Musk, South African, etc. Those who designed the internet, the development of technology, all the most of the brains in the Silicon Valley, they are mostly white Americans. I will not list all the political thinkers like Nozick. Then in the libertarians, there are mostly Jewish Americans. I will not list because I made a list, and I will show the list. Insert somewhere. Maybe here now. How long is it? 48 minutes. Here I will insert my own documents. Yeah. But basically, in terms of culture here, if we take the meaning of culture in terms of the development of the sciences, most of the greatest physicists, biologists, chemists, partly anthropologists, psychologists, etc., they are either Americans, mostly white Americans, or English-speaking people who have to go to America because they grant them the freedom and the opportunity to develop their talent, etc. So these are the standards of America in terms of achievements. Then there are the military leaders of the Secession War, Eisenhower during the Second World War, etc., etc. Those who conquered the wilderness in the 19th century. So Americans, they have standards. They send man on the moon. They developed airplanes, advances in medicine. I will not make the entire creative history of America. Basically, if this is culture, white Americans have a culture. But then, those who say Americans have no culture, like I say, let us bring back the English, the Anglo-Saxon. The Anglo-Saxon, they are allowed, if they are really Anglo-Saxons, if they incorporate within themselves the spiritual substance of their spirit, the Anglo-Saxons, they are allowed to say, yeah, American culture, it's okay, but in comparison with England, we have higher standards, which is true. Newton, it's in a different league than Feynman, for instance. Newton is on a different level. Darwin, he sets the standards for all biologists, in a historical perspective, for all biologists to come. The English philosophers, there's a lot to say about them, and here I include the Scott, Francis Bacon, John Locke, David Hume, Mill Bentham, etc., etc., even Spencer, even Francis Galton, who is more of a biologist, kind of eugenicist, etc. He's not really a philosopher, but he's partly mixed. But the English, in terms of philosophers, scientists, military leaders, politicians, statesmen, thinkers, they are on a different level. So here is the comical aspect. It's not always funny, but here it's a little bit of comedy. Maybe the English will like this. I am praising the English. Enjoy while you can, because later we'll talk about the Germans. But basically, an Englishman who really knows what he's talking about, he can look down on Americans and say, you have no culture. Because in America, there are no Shakespeare, no Coleridge, no Wordsworth, no Byron, Pope, Milton, etc. The English, they have this. The Americans, they don't. So An Englishman who knows about his culture, he can look down on white American and say, you have no culture. But the people who look on America and say, you have white people have no culture, either they are completely dumb, and they can put the blame on me, etc., but either they are completely dumb or they are dishonest, but it's not really serious. That's why I had some sort of a reality check a few days ago by reading this book, just to set the standards, and then we'll talk about Germany. The Germans, those who are really Germans spiritually, they are allowed to look down on the English and the Americans and say, okay, your culture, that's good, that's pretty good, but German standards, Hegel, Nietzsche, Kant is already a little bit decadent. It's not on the level of Hegel. I've read a lot about Hegel. Yeah, Hegel, Nietzsche, Kant, then Leibniz, Fichte, Schelling, Meister Eckhart, Jakob Böhm, etc., Heidegger. Then, in the realm of politics, let us avoid controversial topics, but basically there are great German politicians, or not so great, depending on the perspective. Then, in terms of literature, Goethe, Schiller, Hölderlin, Novalis. There can be debates between the great achievements of the English and the great achievements of the German, but Goethe, he was not just a great writer, he was a scientist, he was a man of letters, he was partly had a responsibility in politics, he mastered law, knowledge of legislation, etc. Goethe, he was a total man in a way. And then those that I've listed. And then in the realm of music, Mozart, Beethoven, Bach, Wagner, Brahms, that's on a different level. So in terms of achievements, creative achievements, artistic achievements, historical achievements, in terms of science, etc., the Germans, when they are serious, they can look down on the English and on the Americans, and even on the French, and on everyone else. So, basically, I will say what I think. Maybe here I will stop the video and I will introduce the Hyperboreans and their allied to talk about what I am trying to communicate. So yeah, I'll make a pause. Okay, it's almost 9 p.m. On Sunday. I had a technical problem when uploading the video, so I have to restart, and I use this as an opportunity to insert what I planned to insert at some moment, namely my view of the intellectual and spiritual life of the United States of America and the Anglo-Saxon offshoots. This is how I envision, from my perspective. We'll see this. I show the broad picture. It's kind of a right versus left divide, although it's not strictly speaking necessarily political. It's just to show the broad picture of how I envision things from my perspective. Let us begin with the left. Here are some newspapers, TV shows. These are not strictly speaking political. For instance, as we'll see, the philosophers, the physicists, etc. It is not political. It's just that I had to classify
but this is how I envision things. I will not comment thoroughly. It's just my perspective, and it's others outside of myself who live within the US or within Anglo-Saxon countries. They just have to see the perspective in order to understand what I understand, and eventually correct me or confirm my view. So here are newspapers, members of the US government, philosophers. They are not left-wingers here. Really, they are here because I had to balance left versus right, but they are not necessarily leftist. Very important. These are people that I can give determinations, except the newspapers, but I can provide determinations, explain who or what they are, their relationship broadly to others in the realm of politics, or their fundamental determinations, briefly at least. In black, these are dead people, and in yellow here, these are people who are really spiritual. We will see here, for instance, these people, they are really intelligent and or spiritual, or both. I do not necessarily understand how it happened, but they are spiritual, and they are rather left-leaning, although at this level of intellect, the political divide between left and right is not really relevant. Here are, I drew this in maybe 2 minutes, important movie figures, but all actors, movie directors could be included. It's really just to show the perspective. Important physicists that I'm aware of in the US or in Anglo-Saxon offshoot colonies. Important biologists. Paul Stamets, I think she's a native Indian. I owe the discovery to Caroline. Terence McKenna. Here are people who are sometimes accused of manipulating the data, but in Hegelian perspective, this is what enables other sociobiologists that we'll talk about later to uncover the truth, and the process enables eventually the truth to emerge. Here are some politicians no longer in office. Martin Luther King, of course, is not, strictly speaking, a politician, and he would stand as a spirit precisely in the middle of the American spirit because of his transcendent perspective. But here he's on the left, and he's not really, strictly speaking, a politician. Ronald Reagan is not on the left either, but in comparison with the right, he would be a leftist. But it's because he focused, in my perspective, focused solely or most entirely on economics, and yeah. Here are important, intelligent, leftist intellectuals. They are Marxists, and they are rather smart in their holistic vision. I discovered, I have updated a few names that I've discovered recently, so it's maybe as long as I can work peacefully, I will update. That's what I usually do, at least a few hours per day. I update and upgrade my documents. Here are intelligent critique of the monetary system, Keynesian leftist economists who work mostly for these mainstream newspapers. Marxist intellectuals, David Graeber, left-wing anarchist, communist, Mrs. Yellen, director of the Fed. Here are some important entrepreneurs. Here they are on the left, but it doesn't mean that they are politically leftist, but they would be rather on the left, but it's just that I had to balance. Here are historical inventors and entrepreneurs, important American. I found these names in the book by Michael Hart. Michael Hart is among the white nationalists. We'll talk about this later. So this is, in a way, it's partly a political divide, but not always. It's not very rigorous, precisely because I haven't had the opportunity to focus all my intellectual development on studying thoroughly, because I've been studying Hegel, or what I call the Central Intelligence Agency, the structure of the encyclopedia. So this is just a classification of the life, of the intellectual and spiritual life of our modern day or dead, mostly American, but here are Canadians, etc., etc. Here are important anti-racists who here is, again, he's standing kind of in the middle, like the spirit of Martin Luther King, when I say, because he has kind of understood the process of reciprocal self-determination, the mirror aspect, so he's kind of intelligent. But he understands the perspective of the alt-right, precisely. It's complicated, but his talk is interesting. It gives an interesting perspective. White people fighting and dying to defend the interest of non-whites. A black nationalist, Malcolm X, whose counterbalance on the white perspective at broadly the same time would be Rockwell. So basically, to simplify, the view that I've had is Malcolm X on the left, Lincoln Rockwell on the right, and broadly at the same time Martin Luther King in the middle, who was neither racist nor anti-racist, but the opposites determined reciprocally one another. He was revolting mostly against white domination, and Rockwell against the elites, one might say, against what he identified as a Jewish threat, which brought forth a rise of consciousness in the white psyche, because he was the first advocate of white nationalism as such. So there was the radical black nationalists, radical white nationalists, broadly in the same era, and in the middle there was an Afro-American who transcended spiritually through a Protestant view. Feminist LGBTs, they are well known. She's very smart. She's kind of a leftist feminist, but who refers to a traditionalist outlook. She makes reference to religious references to talk about femininity and feminine sexuality, etc. Here's a modern YouTuber. The counterpart is the MGTOW community. Ecologists, anarcho-primitivists, a white anarchist, anarcho-primitivist terrorist, Kaczynski. Here, so here they are on the left because it's not of their political views, it's too balanced, but they are scientists actually. So important American psychologist historically. He was a Jewish author of science fiction who wrote books about humor. Great Jewish humor. Psychologist, a linguist, a YouTuber who has important psychological insights from Canada. A leftist political scientist who is becoming well known because he criticized the negative impact of multiculturalism. He wrote a book about the radical right. So he's the mirror counterpart of these people, alt-right, white nationalists, etc., etc. Psychological manipulation, very effective. Sometimes that's a good job in the realm of the psychology of the masses. a kind of left-wing critique of the educational system. New Age people, he wrote a book about God, which is important. So there are 3 Americans in the official chronology who had kind of experiences of God. There's Neil Walsh in the New Age movement. There is Philip K. Dick with the exegesis, and William Pierce with cosmotheism. There are 3 of in the official historical perspective. In the second half of the 20th century, there are 3 Americans, but then they are not Americans. They are accidentally Americans, and they are also white. That's connected to what I said, but who had an experience of God in the official chronology. That's why I will not develop here, but that's why they are so important. So here, a theologian is also here, Philip K. Dick. Rob Dreher, Thomas Orr, these are modern theologians, Christian theologians who are pretty smart. Usually, most of the people who are here in the intellectual sphere, not necessarily here, but they are kind of smart. It cannot be denied. The rise of modern pagans, they have no ethnic consciousness, or at least they don't talk about this, but they are European women. She's a little more, Scarlett, you are a little bit more intelligent, but you do not talk about ethnic consciousness either. Here are people who talk about kind of a folkloric view of paganism, but it's partly interesting. Nonetheless, Vincent Petticci, Tarot Maps. People with a cosmic consciousness, so they are spiritual without having gone through what is called the red pill path, namely the phenomenology of spirit as such, but they are very spiritual for their different reasons. She's probably European. I've talked today about Matthew, but in the chronology of the video that I intend to publish, it will be later in the video, so here I'm kind of confused, but David Thomas, very inspired by a process that I do not understand, but he's very spiritual, very important. So there are spiritual people on the left and on the right. And historically, so that's why the United States are so important. Here, Alan Watts, he was very spiritual in the official chronology. Mr. Richard Buck wrote a book about cosmic consciousness that Philip K. Dick, I could put him in yellow as well, but I didn't because he's dead. That's complicated. But he could be put in yellow as well. But no, precisely because these are current people. Here are a list of a few movie stars or movie artists, just to illustrate very briefly. I drew this in 2 minutes, I think. American, mostly white culture in the realm of the movie industry, in the realm of sport. Here it's American culture, not white, except the managers. Here is the definition of entertainment culture, not in the sense really artistic, it's just entertainment. Here are YouTube channels which promote universal knowledge, although they are not yet aware, but universal knowledge is made available, and there are very interesting videos on these channels. And here, in the realm of music, the 2 greatest artists in the realm of pop music, kind of I wouldn't know how to qualify this, kind of a genius, but it's really weird, but it's kind of genius. I cannot deny this because it's kind of dark but brilliant as well. It's difficult to qualify, but it's brilliant. These are the favorite singers of Stella. which have enabled me to understand a lot. So that would be the kind of the hierarchy within pop culture. It's not, I mean, these two I'm sure probably in third position as an individual, and these two also because of Stella, and then some great white Americans, Katy Perry in pop culture, Taylor, Avril Lavigne from Canada, etc., etc. Classical American pop culture, white bands, the best probably in this order. I mean, in my intellectual development, the most important, probably these two. The best, maybe it's Nirvana, but these two are really important. Eastern Europeans who become superstar from Albania, from superstar in the US. Yeah. Afro-Americans, Kanye West, 50 Cent. Here the order, it can be changed, but Kanye West is probably the most American, the most over-the-top, larger-than-life, and really American. Kanye West is not an Afro-American. I mean, he is, but in my classification, he really is an American. Like there are various types of American, but if we had to, there is the common sense Anglo-Saxon American, that would be Charles Murray and Ron Paul in my perspective. There is the larger-than-life, over-the-top American. And these two people, they are simply the inheritors, the modern version of these people, basically. Donald Trump and Kanye West, probably it's obvious for Americans, but they are kind of the same in the sense. I mean, in the sense that they both qualify as over-the-top, larger-than-life Americans. And in a way, Ayn Rand would fit this category as well, although she's Jewish, but she is only possible in America. So Ayn Rand, Trump, even Rothbard, Kanye West, these are the over-the-top kind of Americans. One could say that most Americans are over the top, but no, precisely they are to the ground, common. Well, Rockwell was partly, yeah, but there are various types of American, but what I've been trying to communicate in the videos that I recorded now 2 days ago, and which I intend to register, is basically the category American is different from the category white, European, or other ethnicities, but there are various types of Americans, and this is the importance of the category. Ron Paul and Charles Murray, they are white, of course, and it explains a lot of their psyche, but they are white Americans. So is Donald Trump, but he is an over-the-top American. They are common sense, capitalist, white American empiricism, as I call this. Here I simplified. And Kanye West, he is kind of, it transcends the Afro-American aspect by being an over-the-top American. That's how I would envision. It's not very rigorous, but he really is a, yeah, it's kind of America in a sense of a show business, over-the-top, larger than life. Yeah, it's kind of, sometimes it's a little bit excessive, etc., but it's part of the American mindset. So that's why for me it's clear, but for instance, these people, they are also American, but their substantial self, here this would be a romanticism, panpsychism, so it's partly European without the religious consciousness. Here it's European, here it's cosmic consciousness. That's why I don't know if it's clear, because at this point I've said this, I've thought about it. I don't know who will watch this video, when, what will they understand, but basically the United States of America, it's the intellectual, spiritual center of the world. As of now, and on a historical perspective, it has been very important, but this is the life of spirit, basically. The life of spirit, these people in yellow, there are not any other country with so much spiritual people with a reason for being so. Namely, it can be explained. Here it's kind of their intelligence. Here it's really a spiritual experience. Intelligence and discovery of self through the phenomenology, as I would say, although there lack some elements. Here, I don't understand how it happened. Here it's partly intelligence, partly Indian mysticism, and the people on the right, I understand a lot more. But basically, yeah. I will not make this video too long because it's already too long, but it's already very long. But what was I saying? Yes, so here are very important artists, like I said, like for sportsmen or movie people, I made this in maybe 2 minutes. I don't know if it's a hierarchy, but Kanye West, he's really over the top. He's really great. It cannot be denied. I don't know enough empirically about Prodigy. Hegelian dialectics, it's really spiritual. It's on a different level spiritually, but in terms of pure music, yeah, Kanye, yeah, great female Afro-Americans, Hispanics, others. I don't know. She's partly Italian, also Northern African, as far as I know. So yeah, this would be the view. Namely, these are all the Americans that I can list without while being able to give determinations and to situate them broadly in the historical perspective or in the context of modern political life, etc., etc. If I am given the opportunity, I could list every American eventually, but I won't do this because my purpose is to share the view of the totality becoming conscious of itself, and to let people eventually conceptualize themselves, although I will do my part yeah, but, and here is the right. So the phenomenology of Geist, as I call this, begins partly chronologically but also logically by revolting against the media. So it's the alternative media, Republicans on Fox News. These are people who intervene on Fox News, senators. So these are kind of a mixture of alt-right, conservatives, and Republicans. Yeah, here are really strong Republicans. Maybe their ideas are stronger than the political embodiment of their ideas by Trump, but there are the limitations. But basically, these are hard Republicans leaning towards defending white identity. That's why they are here. They are on the right, but in the modern context, George Washington and Jefferson would be on the right, but in the historical perspective, it would be balanced. And the American Revolution was kind of, here the categories are important, it was kind of a leftist revolution because the left of the 18th century in the European context, and the American colonies were colonies of a European power, namely the British Crown, they were leftist, like I've already said this, the radical left in the French Revolution, today they would be on the far right. So here they are in the same classification, but it's really because I had to balance. But basically, it demands a full intellectual development, full intellectual analysis. The purpose of the video in which I intend to implement this is precisely to show a vision of the totality. But yeah, it can be debated. But he was a Republican. He's a Republican, but the context, the historical context, in the historical perspective, changes constantly. So I'm well aware that right and left changes depending on the context, but in the modern context they would be accused of being far-right politicians, although they are just the embodiment of the American creed, namely. Yeah. So yeah, the alt-right, these are examples of YouTubers who are an embodiment of the zeitgeist. So here on the right, it's people who become spiritual by going through the phenomenology, one might say. The alt-right begins with people like Shapiro, etc., etc. And alt-right is just a name. It's just to embody the spirit first of Americans and or Canadians, basically Westerners, and eventually whites, and eventually Europeans, and eventually world spirits with the mediation of pagans. But at this moment, in this logical moment, it's kind of a revolt against the excesses of the media, the left, the leftist ideology, etc. The revolt begins by criticizing sexual tendencies, the media, etc., etc. He talks about white issues, but why the alt-right usually they don't, and when they are not satisfied intellectually, they switch towards the alt-right. These are just names. It's just to categorize a logical and spiritual process. Conservatives. Here they could be put in the same basket as Republicans, but Republicans is specific in America. Here, if Peterson was an American, he would be a Republican. And if these two persons were Canadians, they would be like Jordan Peterson, maybe. He has more charm than Pat Buchanan, but yeah. Traditionalist American that I have discovered thanks to Stella. Libertarians, here I could list them all, but the Mises Institute, basically, these are the typical Anglo-Saxon white American. Common sense sometimes is needed, and these people, they have common sense. Depending on the circumstances, it might be dull, bland, dry, and boring, and sometimes counterproductive, but actually sometimes it's just good to have common sense back to reality. It cannot be denied. That's precisely what the video that I've been doing talks about. But they are also, here they are really, in my view, they are respectable, and hopefully they are respected in America, I don't know. But they are struggling against these people, these people mostly. Precisely, these people and the radical elements, here they are kind of in a conceptual unity. But here they are respectable, and here they are on the threshold of not being respectable. This is happening. This has been happening over the past few years, and it is happening still as of now. Namely, they are. I know how they think. They would like to be white nationalists, but these people are not respectable in the public opinion. So they are borderline between libertarianism and white identity, and the link between the two is Chase Richards, who has crossed the threshold because he's younger, so he doesn't have the same moral how do you call this, restraints as maybe older people. White, Right and Libertarian is the book which try to solve the contradiction and makes the connection between white nationalism and libertarianism by trying to unite anthropologically white people with an economic and political worldview, and that's an attempt to solve the contradiction. Here are Jewish white nationalists, intelligent and honest, it cannot be denied, but it's problematic because they are kind of rejected. They are partly admired, partly rejected, etc., etc. A respectable gentleman with kind of dangerous ideas. Most Americans, they are gentlemen. They look very good. They look good. They dress well. They speak well. But their ideas are very radical. So yeah, that's. Probably a typical American feature. So here is in the realm of, we have a little bit of left-wing, sometimes, not him, but sometimes manipulative anthropology. And here on the right, it's race realism, socio-biological realism, gender realism. So it enables to see clearly. He talks about the decline of intelligence in America, so does he. About race realism, so does he, and he about sociobiology. The Anglo-Saxon world, Canada, Australia, the US, is unique. It's spirit can only thrive and become conscious of itself through the liberty. That's a moment in the development of spirit. These people, they defend liberty for the sake of making money and private property, but there is an economic liberty and there is a religious and intellectual liberty which enables the development of knowledge and eventually the reconstruction of the mind of God, basically. That's why eventually at some moment everyone will have to respect the United States, because it's very complicated, but without the United States there would be no God, but without God there would be no United States either. They reciprocally determine one another. That's why maybe at some moment the Americans, well, maybe they will be interested in me. That's complicated. Trying to teach Hermetic German speculative philosophy to these people, that's complicated, and I can imagine what they will think. Trying to teach him common sense economics, it's as difficult as his perspective. Maybe if it's maybe they will say this, but here, as of now, in a chronological perspective, I've had a very confused day, but basically whatever I say and whatever anyone said, the Americans, they deserve respect. There are lots of problems, but the United States of America, when you look at whatever your political view or religious or cultural, the names produced by the United States, it's not on the level of England. We'll talk about England later, but the reason why people might have problems with America is because they are so full of themselves at all levels. They are so rich. I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about the wealth of knowledge. It's so larger than life, so over the top that I don't know what to say at this moment. We'll talk about England later, but basically America is one of a kind. Yeah. There are no two countries like America. Thank God, because one America is enough. Enough problems, enough... Seriously, here, I've had a very difficult afternoon on a cognitive level, but here, I will be honest, people will judge me. The United States of America, it's weird, but I'm too confused to think, but basically the greatness in comparison with pretty much everything else cannot be. There are problems with greatness because it brings about disruption of all sorts, but I mean, here I don't know who I am talking to, but look just at the names on both sides. The country is maximum 250 years old as a country. Just the names. Then we'll see the names of England and Germany, but yeah. Whatever. I mean, there's everything in America. Maybe that's the problem with America. There's everything in America. That's why it's such a Hegelian country. There is literally everything. That's why eventually everyone has to... Let us begin with the bad part. Everyone has to hate America, at least a little bit. And most Americans, not every American hates America. They hate America because it's not Republican enough, because it's not libertarian enough, because it's no longer white enough, because it has become decadent and degenerate, etc., etc. On the left, they hate America because it's not, it's too much racist or too much inequality. Everyone hates America, but eventually, that's the good aspect. Eventually, everyone will have to love America, because here I'm talking as seriously as I can, because it's really serious. At some moment, you just have to respect Here, I don't know who is talking, but basically, America deserves respect. Not everything, because there are things which are kind of problematic, but basically they are the counterbalance of everything. That's why it's the most Hegelian country. And here they are on the left, but they could be on the right. The artistic, etc., they are kind of the left, because, yeah, but there is everything in America, basically. That's the problem. That's also the solution. I'm in a mood here. Maybe I'll. Oh no, I will not regret saying what I think. America, maybe it's the kind of country that one has to love perfectly, and perfect love means one has to love everything. Yeah. I have no problem with loving a lot of things on the left here, but eventually in everything, well, there are problems, but maybe America is the idea of perfect love in a Hegelian sense made manifest as a country, like on an empirical level. Then there's Germany, etc., Europe, etc., but yeah, perfect love means eventually one has to love everything about America, which is kind of problematic, because depending on the mood shift, yeah, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I explain. So here the non-racist anti-Semites. There are Jewish anti-Semites, Catholic anti-Semites, economic anti-Semites. There are, of course, I've already said this, but I'm in a process of not knowing who is gonna watch my video, when, what will they understand. There are Jewish white nationalists, Jewish anti-Semites, white Jewish nationalists, so whites who advocate Jewish nationalism, a lot of people in the government, obviously. It's so complex. I haven't talked, in this video I haven't talked much about the Jew, but they are as white as it can get in terms of insanity. Yeah. Yeah. So here, yeah, white nationalists, they are kind of, this is the respectable view, and these are their references, which are still respectable within the frame of white nationalism. It's really radical, but still being respectable. And here are the neo-Nazis, who are, of course, not respected. Not always respectable, but not respected by anyone else, because they are the dangerous people that everyone does not want to be associated with in the realm of politics. That's why they try to bring a barrier between them and and they, and here they try to erect a barrier between them and them, but it flows between one and two. There's a tendency to switch toward white nationalism in these people because they see that the system is kind of broken, etc. So that's how the life of spirit moves, with trying to solve the contradiction. Yeah, here's an American like Kanye West in a different way, and Martin Luther King, it is contingently Afro-American, between contingently African and contingently American. He's Protestant. That's how I envision him. Maybe I'm deluding myself, but I think he's really a Protestant through the spirit. And he is typically American. That's what I've been talking about in the introduction. When this appears, it will be made intelligible, but Ron Paul, Charles Murray, partly Jeff Deist, and Thomas Sowell, they are typical Americans in a sense of libertarians, the Constitution, the economy, and I'm sure, here's a bet, but I'm sure that they get on very well with one another. Either they have spoken to one another or not, but they are the same spirit in a way. But there are conflicts within spirit in a sense that someone like Charles Murray, he's attached to white America, and so is Jeff Deist, and so was or is Thomas Sowell attached to African America. But that's the problem. They cannot be blamed because they are trying to solve the contradictions. They are in a sense they are the good guys. In case it's not clear, they are good in the sense of they try to transcend the problem by advocating policies which are universal and good for everyone when they are shared. But the problem is that it brings about inequality. So the left complains, and then they complain against whites. So the whites react and they become radicalized. So it's not a very rigorous analysis what I'm making, but I'm just saying that the typical American, as I envision him, maybe I'm deluding myself, but it's Ron Paul, Charles Murray, Jeff Deist, Washington and Jefferson, and eventually Sowell. And then there are here's the good classical typical American. Then there are the excesses of in terms of over the top. That would be Donald Trump and Kanye West. But Donald Trump, he's leaning towards white nationalism, although he does not really. So there are the political Americans, the economic Americans. Here's the over-the-top American, not Mises, but Rothbard. They are over-the-top Americans, but there's the Jewish brand of Americanism. So they are. America, look what you makes me do. Yeah. If I could slow down peacefully the tempo, I would study America for a very long time, because it's fascinating. Here I'm talking I'm in a mood just to talk as an observer. It's fascinating, but the dark things or twisted things can be fascinating as well. But America is a fascinating country. This is the kind of mood when I say whatever you want. At least it's not boring. At least America is not boring. I think that every American can agree. Our country, there's a lot to say, but at least it's not boring. I think that every American can say, well, life in America has not been boring. Yeah. There are countries, for good or for bad, where people are getting bored. In America, there's a life in the fullest sense. Intellectually, life is partly a struggle, partly a gift. Sometimes it's difficult, but America is not boring. Maybe at this point, maybe the Americans, they will talk to me at some, and they will say, well, at least you're not boring. Yeah. So here are people who investigate about the deep state. So they unveil the secrets of the schemers here, mostly. And those who control them through the monetary system, etc., etc. So they undress the schemers. Here is classical American literature and classical American culture. So let us talk about white American cultures. Here is modern white American culture, which is genius in the realm of. Here is genius in the realm of pop culture. It's really good. It's really good. In the realm of pop culture, yeah. Here, I'm not sure we can speak of a collective genius, but this is really great. Great as well in the realm of pop culture. So here's just white American pop culture. I made this list in maybe 2 minutes. I don't remember exactly. Here is the same in the movie. You have the Italians, the Irish, the over-the-top Americans, the Italian who are anti-white, the twisted, in the good sense, the romantic, dark and twisted psyche, which is typically European. I did not plan to make a commentary, but basically because I had a problem with the upload of the video, I will comment briefly in order. When the video is posted, at least it will be intelligible partly, because here I'm improvising. But basically, David Lynch, he's an American, but what is being expressed through his movie is partly the European romantic psyche. The same goes with Nolan in a way. I'm not knowledgeable enough, but basically they are all partly European because America is derived from Europe, from the Anglo-Saxons. But David Lynch, Twin Peaks, it's the twisted Europe in the good sense. Like the mystery, the darkness, but which is balanced by some sort of fascination in a good sense. It's genius. Sometimes, here I'm in a mood to be honest, but even if I were dishonest, I still would have to be honest. Sometimes genius has to be acknowledged. That's why there are some problems with some songs of these two people, but whatever I say, they are geniuses in pop culture. The genius cannot be denied. Eminem made countless songs where he says basically I know the songs. Genius has to be acknowledged, and David Lynch is a genius in the movie industry, and then so is Nolan, and so what can I say here? I don't know. Basically, America is a country which produces on a mass scale creativity, and there can be here I will stand in the middle and will not show anyone unintentionally, or I will show I will stand in the middle. Sometimes genius can produce garbage, let us be honest, but America is a country of geniuses. It's not quite on the level of England in the highest field, but it's the modern equivalent of a creative process, creativity in science. Of course, it's less creative in the sense that it's more rigorous and less artistic, but when it's well done, science is a form of art, in a sense of it's the expression of the artist. In this sense, what I think, because I'm looking at Hegel like here, the science of logic is kind of a work of art in a sense. It's a philosophical cathedral. That's true of Kant as well, but Here I will express a thought. If I have to be the bad guy or the negative or whatever, just for the sake of watching people unite, I will enjoy it. Because basically, I am the bad guy, but I want to see people be happy. Maybe I will, people when they hear this, they will say, oh, you are kind of lying. But at some, maybe I'm lying partly, but at some level, I just want the Americans to be happy of America, and others to just to respect America. Although I myself have problems with America, but eventually, here I don't know who speaks, but God knows it's the truth. At some level, genius has to be respected. That's the American mentality. That Kanye West, he understands this. Donald Trump is not a genius, but Kanye West, it's an American genius in the realm of pop music. There are problems because he's kind of arrogant, but precisely America is a country where being an American means being arrogant, and people will hate you for that. They will love you for that. They will not acknowledge, but secretly they will enjoy it. Look, I'm in a mood to be honest, and maybe I'm losing it completely, but I just would like someone to understand the importance of the category. If people are too stupid, here I trash talk a little bit. If people are too stupid to understand the purely abstract aspect of the categories, at least that someone can understand that when I say Kanye West is an American, like Donald Trump is an American, I am using the category American in a mixture of anthropological and psychological, and it's not very clear to me. That's why maybe I need the Americans just to help them understand that. But basically, for me, it's clear without me being able to clarify. So personally, it's not very clear, because here Kant would probably say, if it was really clear in your mind, you would be able to clarify. So yeah, I admit there are worse things in America to confess. But yeah, but if what I'm trying to express. Of course, at some level, the categories, these are pure abstractions. But for me, in my view, Trump and Kanye West, they are typically American. And they are American beyond race, on certain level, on a certain aspect. Of course, Trump is the one who brings back the racial question indirectly in America, so that's kind of not really correct to say. But the Trump of make America great again, let's not talk about race, let's just blame the Hispanics and the left. I understand Donald Trump. Yeah. Yeah, so Donald Trump and Kanye West, they have to be classified together as a certain type of archetypal Americans which transcend race, like Ron Paul, Charles Murray, and at some point partly Jeff Deist have to be classified with Thomas Sowell in another type of archetypal American which also transcends race, with Ayn Rand. Ayn Rand would be with Kanye West and Donald Trump, and so would be Murray Rothbard. Yeah. I will be honest. America is fascinating. Sometimes one can be fascinated by dubious aspects. I'm not talking about these people. I will stand in the middle. No, seriously. There are words here. I will try to be Nietzschean. If I can't live up to the Nietzschean ideal, basically, I didn't plan to make a video about America because I wanted it to be structured, and that's one of the things that I suffer from. But here I'm in a mood because anyway, the uploading of the video will take many hours, so I have to, whatever. I will say what I think without planning, without structure. But basically, Nietzsche in the realm of America this would be Donald Trump, this would be Kanye West, this would be Ayn Rand, this would be Murray Rothbard. This is the spirit of Nietzsche living through them at some level. But then there is the American Nietzsche, and then there's the German Nietzsche. That's different. That's here my arrogant German self who comes into play. But basically, if Nietzsche could come back to life, he would be living inside Donald Trump. Mr. Trump, if you have Nietzsche within you, I understand your suffering. Another Nietzschean, partly. Elon Musk. He's typically American, although he's South American, but he's white. But yeah. Yeah. Here I will use Eminem. Maybe sometimes I'm just crazy in love. Crazy in love. There is there is madness and insanity, but there is love. It's very Nietzschean. Yeah, so I was commenting. So yeah, the alt-right, they are more radical than the alt-light. They try to unite and transcend. This is the person, the figure of consciousness which consciously unites both aspects. The alt-right, they are kind of unconsciously or more or less consciously white nationalist libertarians. So that's a moment in the unfolding of the development of consciousness. Here my problem is that I don't know who or when people will watch this. Do I have to explain that knowledge becomes universal? Because it's so self-evident for me, but the more I try to interact with people, the more I realize that I suffer from many problems. But basically, I have traveled way too fast, way too far. That's why. Here it's very Hegelian. I'm not in the mood to make a joke. Basically, the more I interact with people and fail to communicate because of the complexity of my ideas, the more I think I am dumb, so I cannot be God. But in another way, I think, actually, maybe I am so smart while being partly dumb because of my empirical limitation. But in a way, I think, sometimes I think to myself, but maybe I am really partly God. I mean, I know that I am partly, but maybe it's more than just 30%, because there are things that I understand which are so self-evident because I've lived in the mind of Hegel for many years, that the idea, here I will be honest with myself as an empirically limited person, the idea that I could have anything interesting to say really to anyone up until a couple of months ago, but then when I realized that I had interesting things to say, it transformed into the opposite. Now I realized that actually, if people could listen to me, maybe they would find what I have to say interesting. But can I bring about the condition where people will be able to peacefully listen to what I have to say? Because it means that the process would have to slow down. Is it possible? I don't know. Probably I will no longer be there. So, look, I have to sacrifice myself eventually, so I speak as long as I can. If people want me to talk, I already made this joke. Do I have to retell my old jokes? Let us bring in Tarantino. Look, I am forced to speak the entire truth. Basically, I'm forced to, at some level, maybe I will have to confess all the sins of all humans, because there's only one person who is guilty. That's the good thing about me. That's the idea that I've been trying to share. Actually, I'm the good guy because I'm the bad guy, because everyone can put the blame on me. Akon made a song. Yeah. I wanted to make a great lecture. I wanted it to be structured. I wanted to plan, and now I'm forced to completely improvise and whatever. What was I saying? Yeah. The good thing about being evil is that everyone will blame me, so that everyone will be innocent. That's the magic trick. Let's make guilt and sin disappear. Ta-da! At some moment it will be gone. If I want to remove all the sins, not only of Americans but of all humans, if I take that off, it will be painful. I know this by heart. I just have to remember. If I take that off, will you die? It will be extremely painful. You're a big guy. Yeah. Let's hope so. Look, when people learn the truth about Christianity, which my message consisting that Christianity is not just Christianity, it's all religions. It's paganism and Christianity, which include all other religions eventually. When eventually Americans will have to know the truth about Christianity. Some people, they will just laugh at me. And this is the kind of laughter that I can accept and even enjoy, maybe. Maybe not always, but yeah. But basically, here I'm starting to lose it a little bit completely, but not completely, but what I want to say, if Americans, here I mean Americans who are Americans, not Americans who are beyond America, like people in yellow. But they are partly American, but they are also beyond America. That's here to be honest, that's one of the really, God is so complex. In a way, I will be honest, I have to be punished for my lack of honesty, but also for my honesty. God is so intellectually complex that in a way he is exciting for the people who are interested. It's just between me and God. Yeah. Yeah, so the complexity, I try to simplify, but basically, maybe I'm deluding myself, but eventually, what people ought to do in order to understand God, the real God, they should be able to. Here's that where Zizek is not an American, but he lives in America as a mind, one might say. He inspires all these people. They are just copies of Zizek. He's a friend of Zizek, but he's not as good as Zizek. Maybe he's not as bad as Zizek, but yeah, whatever. But if people could just sit peacefully at some moment, if I don't know if it's possible, I don't know, but if all the problems are solved, and just reflect back on the history and the life of their country and of their own life, if they can have the peace and the tranquility at some moment, maybe that would be a gift from God, I don't know. Here I will make a joke that maybe select few will understand. I don't know. A curse would be, the same thing could be a curse. We are forced to study our history again. Oh no. Yeah. So here, they are respond to cultural Marxism. They are the dialectical respond. And when I was stupid, I thought that, hey, Hegel is on the right side, because I thought that I was a right winger and that Hegel was on our side as I spoke. But actually Hegel switches from left to right with the purpose, I think, maybe I'm deluding myself, but no, I think actually I'm standing in the middle eventually. And the pendulum swim between left and right is very simple, but actually it brings about a tremendous amount of complexity. And Ava Marx, my head and my heart. That's why actually every American who is broadly known about what leftists call the absence of white culture, they just will understand Hegel without having had to read the complexity. They would just understand if I express myself in intelligible language, which I intend to do after this video still, but maybe they will understand. They will say, okay, actually it's quite simple. Here I think about Dawkins and the theologian who say God is simple, he's just being, it's very simple. Yeah. I understand Dawkins, and I understand the theologians, and I understand the reciprocal interaction between Dawkins and the theologians. Maybe that's why at some level I might be smart. Yeah. So here's the alt-right, a more radical version of the process of spirit, which is a reaction against the excesses of the left, anti-racist excesses, excesses of the identity politics of non-whites, against the excesses of feminism, but they are all united against the excesses, the potential excesses of the right, because it can be pretty negative. But also, out of real negativity, there emerged cosmic consciousness, which is shared by these people and this person. No, I will just speak the truth, because eventually people will have to know at some moment that cosmotheism was predicted by William Pierce, and it is becoming partly wirklich through people like Ashlyn. Krauss, he has cosmic consciousness, and so does Neil Tyson, but they are not aware that they are aware. He is, they are not. So he is a cosmotheist, and so is she, so is he, partly, and so is he, in different ways, but they are all cosmotheists in a way. That's what William Pierce predicted, because he understood he had a culture, a European culture, and an Anglo-Saxon intelligence, and yeah. There are the negative aspect about Pierce, yeah, but his intellectual legacy cannot be adopted. Yeah. And basically, what I have tried at some moment is to bring about where basically at least some Afro-American could reach this level of consciousness, or in a different perspective, this level of consciousness, and acknowledge that the level of consciousness reached by this person in his religious writings, they are the same at some level, but those who know that they are the same and those who provide the explanation, that's what I've understood recently, they are on the right, basically. That's how I could explain what I've been going through over the past few weeks. That's the story that I tell myself to try to explain what I think, which is complex, but yeah. So here's high white American culture. Yeah. And these people, they are, of course, they are Americans, but where's Emerson? It's not very serious. Yeah. 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 London, Poe, Melville, Thoreau, Emerson, they are American, they are white, but they are also European. I don't know how to fully express this, but the soul or the spirit, I don't know enough about some of the others, but they are European white American in the sense that it's the European spirit expressing itself in America. Hemingway and Steinbeck, they are also partly European, but they are more Americanized. Maybe it's with time passing they become a little bit fossilized, but here there is an aspect of only Europeans can, yeah, and he can understand this. That's maybe the level of consciousness that he's at. Or you, Matthew, I don't know who I'm talking to, but basically you can understand that. Because you are that. It's a little bit of Hegelian humor. You can understand what I'm trying, maybe I'm failing to communicate. Basically there's a soul or a spirit which expresses itself. So these are typical Americans, but these are typical Americans as well, which are united with them in a way, and Donald Trump is a typical American in another way, united with Kanye West and with LeBron and all the over-the-top Americans. But yeah, he is also a typical over-the-top American. Only America can produce people like Alex Jones and yeah, yeah, that's yeah. So yeah, the alt-right. They are not Europeans. They are white. They are here with the white and Anglo-Saxon mostly, and here it's just white. That's why it's kind of bland and kind of dubious, but it's a moment in the process. Some of them are a little bit more than white, partly a little bit European, and in the process of understanding Europe partly. But these people here, it's my arrogant European self, they are just white. Really, it's not, they are not responsible, but they are just white. And here I understand the left, who kind of dislikes the alt-right, because being just white is kind of sad. It's really even they are determined like everyone else, but it's a negative moment. And here I understand the left, because not for the same reason, because they reject race realism, which they call racism, and they are racist here. But yeah, but the alt-right, and here Caroline understands this very well without understanding that she understands. It's one of the problems. Most of the people here, at least at some moment in their development, they were just white, and being just white is really it's kind of really sad and negative. And yeah, I understood this. So yeah, so in a way I understand why people kind of hate them, because yeah, but yeah. yeah, but that's complex. Here are myctos. Here it's the Anglo-Saxon mind in the realm of men and women relationship. Like it's pure mixture of insane. Where is Gary Baker? Gary Baker would be a leftist. He really is not really a libertarian. He's really kind of an insane Anglo-Saxon. Anglo-Saxon ideas gone mad. It gives Gary Baker. German ideas gone mad. If I wanted to make a good joke, I would say it gives America. That's a compliment. Yeah, but here really the dry and boring Anglo-Saxon mind, really these are autistic Anglo-Saxons. They don't know what to do with their intelligence. So they become libertarians really I don't know enough empirically, but basically here it's really kind of a waste of intelligence. Whereas in these people, in a sense, Mises, it's on a higher level, but it's also kind of autistic. But Rothbard is more subtle than Mises, and so is Rond. But Mises is way higher than all the others. But yeah, he's still boring in a way, in comparison with Rothbard and Rond. And by boring here, I mean just the Verstand, the Verständigkeit, yeah. And in the realm of men and women relationship, it's really not necessarily these people, but maybe partly it's really a Anglo-Saxon intelligence here in the negative sense. Anglo-Saxon intelligence is still very high intelligence. It cannot be denied, but it's kind of well, kind of negative, yeah. But it brings knowledge, but yeah, I understand Hegel at this moment. Yeah. So. Yeah. The preppers. Here's the American ethos of independence. The deep state unveiling the conspiracy. These people, intellectually, they are the best because they go through all the steps, whereas some might be higher. That's what I expressed in the video. Some might be higher on certain aspects, but actually they are not really, because they reach a high level of consciousness without being able to explain why or how. I mean, he could, because he is a great student of philosophy, but I don't fully understand. Maybe they don't fully understand. Whereas these people, it's valid for him. I don't fully understand either. But these people, the reason why they are so smart and the best intellectually is because they go through the process, and they would be. I mean, especially the males. Female intelligence, it's different. That's a private joke. Because they are intelligent enough to be able to give an account, maybe when they see the full picture. It's just American life. There's the entire life of the entire world, but here America is the richest in terms of spiritual and intellectual life. When they see the full picture, maybe they will understand faster than the other. That's one of the purpose of the video that I intend to publish. I owe this to, well, yeah. The reason why Apollonian drum, because eventually the video is made for you at some, yeah, the reason why you don't understand me, and I cannot blame anyone but myself eventually, is because the kind of idea that I've had, well, way too complex, maybe for myself, so therefore for others as well, at least at some moment in the process. So yeah, so that's the view of the intellectual life of the US as I've been able to gather the US and the offshoots of England and Scotland, as I envision this. So in the first column here and the part in the second, it's political mostly. I mean, not always. Like these people, they would not. necessarily be on the left. Depends, here it's complex. The entrepreneurs, they would not all be on the left, of course, but it's really too simple. It's really the path of the negative in the term of epistemology. This is my view of American life, basically, and if it can help people who see this, see the picture. I've already posted this, but now with the context of the video, maybe it will be clearer. Yeah. And I will just make a pause. I will just show briefly, without commenting much, because it would be too long otherwise. Yeah, the same, of course, that's what I mean when I talk about geniuses. In this sense, England is by England I mean Scotland as well, which is kind of problematic, I know, but well, he's influential. It cannot be denied, but yeah. Yeah, the level of that's what I mean when I say the English who know about their culture, they are allowed to say here I will here is really a kind of yeah, but of course English poetry in comparison with high American culture, here it's very high, but in comparison with English poetry it's on a different level. But the English, in terms of I don't know who can compete with the English. Maybe the French, maybe the ancient Greek, maybe the best Germans, but here the competition in terms of creativity and genius and genius, there are no other words, it's almost unparalleled. The structure is kind of the same. I know a lot less empirically about the life of the English, the modern, I mean. Yeah. She is partly inspired because she understands aspects of cultural Hegelianism, one might say. Here is the right wing. Then again, England, even if we compare with the history of England, England has been living through an age of decadence over the past decades, but they still produce great intellectuals, really great. That's what I've tried to express. Even a decadent England is way higher than pretty much everyone else except a few countries. That's why the standards I don't know what to say. Here's the same alt-light. This would be the alt-right. These are just names to express a movement in a process of spirit. These two are the most intelligent. Yeah. He was a German in his mind. I don't want to live among the English, I want to live among the Germans. Basically, what modern science owes, Hobbes, I'm not sure, but Bacon, the first Bacon, Occam, Francis Bacon, Locke, David Hume for Scotland. These people, the consequences in the historical perspective of their work this is Adam Smith and James Watt. The work here, the chronology is kind of different, but the work of the doctors and the medical staff, etc. The Newton here it's not chronological. I mean here it's not chronological. Here it's classified by nationality, and here's a Scot because Maxwell would come after Faraday, but it's not chronological. But the connection, I simplify in I will just take 30 seconds. Bacon, Occam, Bacon again. It gives Newton. I simplify. John Locke, who is opposed to Leibniz, promoted by Voltaire. It gives the century of enlightenment in France, which brings about the French Revolution, etc. Newton plus Newton plus just Newton actually. It gives Adam Smith and James Watt, which brings about population explosion and explosion of the standards of living with the hardships of 19th century England, but eventually a tremendous growth of prosperity with inequalities, but and also the romantic revolt against the industrialization, etc. But basically the modern world of the past 2 centuries is born in England, and England is born in Germany. But here I will just make a brief comment, but for me this is really that's why maybe I'm partly stupid and intelligent at the same time, I don't know, but for me that's so self-evident that here it's I don't know eventually when people watch this what they would understand, but for me it's kind of a joke what I've just been saying, in the sense it's not serious, but in a way I unconsciously think, maybe I'm deluding myself, that every Englishman who has completed high school, he should know that, right? And when I say this, usually it's not the case. So I know I've understood over the past few weeks or maybe a couple of months that basically the average Englishman who has an IQ of 100, we know this because of the work of not these people but even before, 100, the standards of IQ is derived from the typical Englishman. Do they know the history? Do they know that the connection here? I express this completely random, not completely randomly in terms of expression, but do they understand the historical process? Are they aware of what the world owes to the English other than colonization and slavery? Are they aware from the historical perspective? Maybe they're not, and I fail to communicate. But here the trap then is it's not the purpose is not to restore a misplaced sense of English pride. The purpose is to restore just a sense of self-worth. I'm well aware, I'm not stupid, like every Englishman is not responsible for these people, but the reverse is true. These people are responsible for every Englishman. That's a compliment. That's how I mean this as of now, but yeah. But also, if I have to be negative, that's where all the problems with Anglo-Saxon empiricism they come from. That's why the Anglo-Saxons are so a little bit dull and boring, because they are trapped in the mind of their philosophers. Yeah. I can anticipate. I can anticipate. I understand what I think now, because what I blame here as some sort of a aristocratic epistemological joke for the English, for the select few. You are just trapped in the mind of your philosopher. That's why you are. That's your limitation. They can say the same thing about me. That's why, maybe that's why I need them. I don't really need them, but it's out of love. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the view of England, and I would stop there. 1 hour and 30 minutes. I see how it will fit into the video. I'm gonna have problem uploading, etc. But I will improvise. But yeah.
Okay. It's been broadly a little bit more than 1 hour since I started recording, and I just made a pause, but here I would like to talk about the question of race. What I think as of now, because I realized this, like I said, maybe a couple of days ago, it became clear in my mind, and it's connected to the Anglo-Saxons, etc., because I am in a process, I think, and I try to be honest, and really reading American common sense. When I say American common sense, I think about Ron Paul and Charles Murray. These are the two names. What is the typical American common sense? Charles Murray, Ron Paul. Many people who they are American, they think about business, but they are virtuous and honest, and for me this is what I think about. I may delude myself completely, because this is part of the process. Like, I've built like a fantasy world. Like, I have my own view of Germany, France, England, America, the rest of the world. I have built a view in my mind which partly is completely disconnected from reality, that's Ansicht, Sein für anders, but partly maybe it can help bring clarity for the others, seeing how I see, because here I will not speak as here I speak as the negative from a philosophical standpoint. There's a lot to say about the moral aspect of negativity, which we call evil, but there is the philosophical aspect of negativity. Here we defend the negative from an epistemological perspective. It makes me feel a little bit better, I have to be honest. The negative is the distanciation from a strictly epistemological standpoint. It's the distanciation which enables to see the broad picture. So in this perspective, I am kind of an experiment. It's not always pleasant, but I have a view of others. That's why here I will try to be honest. That's why eventually I might have interesting things to say, because I see the world from a different perspective, because I am separated from whatever. Here it's only for Hegelians who understand whatever, basically. What I think about race, by the example of Afro-Americans, I will try to be honest. And if I'm not honest, God will correct me, but I cannot be completely honest because I'm the negative, but also I can be honest precisely because I'm the negative. Here's a joke for me and Hegel, a secret partnership maybe. So yeah, I understood also, while we are at it, I understood a few days ago that basically I thought that I had to play a role to be the bad guy, but actually I don't. In order to be evil, I just have I mean, there are really things that, whatever, but on an epistemological level, in order to be evil, I just have to speak the truth. And this is how I experienced suffering and kind of real negativity for myself, that which people call hell, on an intellectual level, when I just, here I speak for myself or for those interested, the first time that I really experienced negativity, I didn't think of myself as being evil. I mean, I didn't think of myself as being good either, but simply I went on a path, and by just intellectually uncovering the structure of reality, there was a moment when I was confronted by negativity. So it's just an intellectual, at first it was just an intellectual process. Then I experienced, for moral reasons, for a failure to make the right decisions. But the first time that I really experienced negativity, it was just the path of an intellectual process, which is kind of at the same. On the one hand, it's kind of reassuring in a sense that a part of me says I was not really completely evil, but on the other hand, I think, okay, if what I am kind of depressed about is myself, I am really depressing, which is one of the contradictions that I have, or whatever. So yeah, I realized a few days ago that basically most of the evil in the world to perpetrate this kind of, I just have to speak what I think, and people will be hurt. But by hurting others, I am hurting myself, because what I blame onto others, it's a part of me that I blame. So basically, by criticizing others, I punish myself. But I want to get rid of evil, which kind of problematic because it means kind of getting rid of myself, or my natural self, or whatever. But basically, if I say what I think, people will be offended. In the sense, I don't have to play a role. But I don't like this because it hurts me. But I have to do things that I don't like for the sake of whatever. Here's what I thought a few days ago, what I realized. If we talk about Afro-Americans, just Afro-Americans, not all black people, just Afro-Americans. If I was a hypocrite, and I am partly, and maybe completely, I will let people judge me, but if I was a hypocrite, I would speak like an leftist. I would say, America is such a great country because if you are black... I mean, leftists do not say this, but some people... Maybe these are not leftists, maybe these are more conservative. That's how the typical white conservative would think if he tries to bullshit blacks in the question of race. They say, America is such a great country, you can become a superstar in basketball, you can become whatever. If I had to be honest, it's good that America is a country which can produce people like LeBron and Jordan and Magic Johnson and Kobe Bryant. That's okay. And there are, on a strictly quantitative standard, there are more whites who admire, in America, more whites who admire LeBron and Jordan and Kobe, etc., than blacks. But in quantitative proportion, I guess that for a lot of Afro-Americans, these are some sort of heroes. Not all of them, but some sort of... For most, or a huge proportion of Afro-Americans, the superstars of basketball or whatever sport, they are, maybe they're heroes. And in a way, there's nothing wrong with that at some level, but here's what I think. If I adopt the other perspective, namely if I talked to a white person, if someone said to me, being white is great, look at your heroes in the realm of sport, Lionel Messi, Roger Federer, I understand how to make my videos successful. Maybe I just have to talk about the daily news, but with a Hegelian perspective. White people, they are so great. They have Lionel Messi, who is probably the greatest. I'm not going to talk about football here, but maybe the greatest, most talented. One of the two or three, I don't know. Maybe he's the best. I don't know. But Messi, Federer, Michael Schumacher, even Djokovic, even Nadal. Even Nadal. I mean, no, I will not give my opinion because I prefer Nadal. I don't know anything about tennis, but here my opinion is wrong. But basically, I prefer Nadal. But if I say kind of Roger Federer is more white than Nadal, but here I will not talk about. I will not introduce a race, or maybe if I do, this will bring controversy and people will watch my videos. But basically, some of the greatest tennismen, or the greatest tennismen, they are white. Maybe the greatest football player, Messi, or if it's not Messi, it's Ronaldo. He's also partly white and partly not. But otherwise there is Cruyff or Van Basten or whoever. The greatest football managers, Mourinho, Guardiola, Ancelotti, whoever, Klopp, whoever, they are white. Ferguson, etc. Schumacher, in the rugby, Johnny Wilkinson, the guys of the All Black, John, I don't even know their name, but some of the great rugby players, they are white in New Zealand or wherever. But basically, if you said to a white person, a grown adult, your heroes, they are so great, they are sportsmen, football players, etc. As a teenager, that's okay. As a child and as a teenager, that's okay. But if I had to be honest, if someone said to me, if you play the race card, you say the white race is great because they produce entertainers in the realm of tennis and football, I would take this as an insult, partly. If all we do is just produce tennis and football, I would take this as a personal insult. Here I'm being honest. Then, second level, about Afro-Americans. One could say, and here is kind of partly leftist, and partly right-wingers as well. So the people who say, America is great because if you're black, you can become a basketball player. Actually, I said they are, actually no, they are more white conservative who are kind of bullshitting. Like they say basically, you can become a basketball player because you can't become a CEO. This is what the white conservative. Maybe at some moment, Americans will kind of hate me, and they will love me as well. They will love the fact that they hate me, or they will hate the fact that they love me. I don't even have to. I thought I would have to. Maybe I could insert a little bit of a controversy, like guess who's back. I thought about this. Without me. Whatever. Well, I can use every or most of Eminem's song. But basically, let's talk about Eminem. Let us go on a higher level. And here it's important to understand the philosophy of Hegel, namely, sport would be kind of culture, which is Sittlichkeit, which is objective spirit, whereas music is on a higher level in terms of spirituality. It's on a different level. It's absolute spirit, in a way. So, a musician is higher than a sportsman. So to say America is a country where blacks can become great artists, here it's on a different level. Kanye West, 50 Cent, Jay-Z, Nas, Prodigy, Rihanna, Beyoncé, Nicki Minaj, and Barry White. I made the list: Barry White, Ray Charles, etc. Here it's on a different level. Because these people, if I had to classify, the sportsmen, they are good at throwing balls, running fast, etc. They have a lot of technical skills, spatial intelligence, coordination. Okay, no problem. They are great. But this is just ball games. Music, it's different. Of course, it's singing, having rhythm, etc. But there are the lyrics. There is the creative aspect. It's on a different level. A great musician, even if it's pop culture, he's above sportsmen. But then, here's what I think. America is a country where Afro-Americans, they can become great musical artists, which is true, but the best in America in terms of pop culture, it's Eminem. He's on a different level. But then, here I will be honest again, which is kind of, it hurts me, and maybe to hurt others, but it hurts me. But basically, if I was told, if I had to think as a white person, I was told, what your race, the best that your race can provide is entertainment in the pop culture, I would be kind of offended. I mean, it's great, and one of the main ideas of cultural Hegelianism is to spread religious and philosophical truths through the mediation of mostly pop culture, but here we have to introduce a little bit of hierarchy, in a sense that pop culture can be great, but it's just pop culture. It's not classical music. And here comes the German musician, Wagner, Beethoven, Mozart, etc., etc. It's on a different level. And it's not that only whites, it's only Germans have produced Wagner, Beethoven, Mozart, Brahms, etc., etc., Bach, etc. Only the Germans. So yeah, and then we have a third level, and maybe that's the most important. There are, on the question of Afro-Americans, but it's actually the question of race in general. America is a country where some Afro-Americans, or some actually people of all colors precisely, but here I talk about blacks, they can become lawyers. Lawyer is objective spirit, so it's kind of a regression. Maybe being a great musician, maybe it requires more talent and creativity than being a great lawyer, but in a sense, being a great lawyer is more important. I mean, one could say no, but actually it's more important than being a great musician. It's better to have a society with great lawyers and no musician than just musician and everything goes wrong with the law. So basically, yeah. Although absolute spirit is higher than objective spirit, here, a lawyer is kind of more important, let's be serious. But actually, music can appease a lot of suffering, so here it's complicated. But basically, America is a country where blacks and people of all colors, but they can become lawyers, doctors, physicists, engineers, etc. And here, I will talk seriously. I mean, I have been talking seriously, but here it's really important. Someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's an Afro-American astrophysicist. I haven't read all of his books or even completely, but he's an Afro-American and he's an astrophysicist. So the United States of America, here I talk seriously, as serious as is a country where black people can become astrophysicists. It's one of the first, I mean, potentially in any African country, but the conditions, they are mostly, if not only present, in America. It becomes more and more widespread in Western Europe because of immigration, etc. In some African countries, which are more or less functioning from an economic standpoint, but usually, an Afro-American or an African astrophysicist with a widespread, worldwide, potentially influence, who knows what he's talking about. I mean, partly because the astrophysicists sometimes they get a little bit mistaken, but whatever. But this is really, this is achievement. In the realm of religion, Martin Luther King, it's a very complex figure, because here I will say about Martin Luther King what I said earlier in the video about Apollonian Jump. Martin Luther King, he is Afro-American, which means African anthropologically, partly African anthropologically, and American from a point of view of citizenship, but actually it's kind of contingent, knowing that what is contingent is partly necessary, but basically the substantial self of Martin Luther King, as I envision this, is Protestant. I mean, I don't know I haven't read his biography yet, but basically if I had to categorize, I would say, yeah, he's Afro-American, which means African and American, but he's kind of transcends, in a sense, that Protestantism, which historically is a German view of Christianity, Germanic, Nordic view, he kind of adopted partly the Protestant spirit. And I know, because I've listened to Zizek, that Martin Luther King, of course he defended the rights and the interests of blacks, etc., but he also defended the economic interests of whites. I know this, I have listened to Zizek. So Martin Luther King is difficult to classify. And to say that Martin Luther King is just an African or just an American, it's kind of a reduction that it is not proper. It's very difficult to talk, because empirically I don't know a lot, but I get broadly the idea, namely that for me Martin Luther King, he's more than just African, more than just American, although these determinations are very important. They may be fundamental, and this is the reason why he exists, but he could not exist in another place than America. But he cannot be said to be just African or just, here it's not very clear, but for me, if I had to classify, I would say Protestant. Protestantism is a historically German Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King, but Martin Luther, the German monk and theologian, and historically developed by mostly Germanic and Anglo-Saxon people. But eventually it has been adopted by others and by Martin Luther King. And then let us talk about someone like Thomas Sowell. He is an Afro-American libertarian, and the spirit of America as a nation is Protestant and libertarian. Historically, it has been Protestant and libertarian. And a spirit of freedom, in the good sense. And here we have the three figures. Neil Tyson DeGrasse would be the best that freedom in a purely intellectual realm has to offer, namely the ability to investigate, to search the scientific view. And in this sense, he would be an example. There are many others, but one I can think of, I don't know, becoming an astrophysicist, it requires the ability to, there are more controversial topics, but the ability to investigate, to inquire, to make research, experiments, to question, to doubt, to reconsider, etc. So this is kind of the best in terms of intellectual achievement that freedom has to offer. Then there is the spirit of independence in the religious realm, which is Protestantism, which would be embodied by Martin Luther King, and then the spirit of freedom and liberty in the realm of objektiver Geist, which is law, economics, sociology. And here, Thomas Sowell, he is a libertarian, he's accidentally Afro-American, what I say, and it's important for him and for many people. Basically, he's a libertarian, in the sense that here's where objektiver Geist kind of transcends some aspect of absolute Geist, namely, a libertarian, he's a living principle in a way. Like, he's a universalist for the good sense. He wants liberty for all, he wants property rights for all, he wants the right to inquire, to speak, to question, and to live one's own life how one sees fit, to a certain extent, by limiting one's own freedom, because freedom implies, I've read Hegel, self-limitation in a way. So yeah. And here's how we talk about another very famous, because I understood this a few days ago, about Barack Obama. I will say what I think. As of now, it might change, but this is my actualization, how I understand it. Barack Obama. He is loved by the radical white leftist archetype, in a way, because he removes partly white guilt for slavery. He is kind of the redeemer of white guilt, because that's how white people think. We are kind of liberated from all the horrors of slavery, because now America has become a country where blacks can become presidents. That's the leftist view. they love him because he's black. On the right wing, here we say the racist right. In America and anywhere else, white racists who dislike Obama, they dislike Obama, or they even hate him sometimes, because he's black. So here the yin and yang would have those who love him, in the psyche of white people, those who love him because he's black, and those who hate him because he's black. I simplify. And a few months ago, I thought about white Anglo-Saxon Americans. Here I will be honest. This is what I think as of now. Yeah, people like Ron Paul, the Mises Institute, Charles Murray, Jeff Deist, etc. What I still envision to be kind of the typical Americans. I will take my books about Americans. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have a lot of books, but basically, this is a book by Ron Paul, by Di Lorenzo, Ron Paul, John Whitehead, foreword by Ron Paul, and I could pick the book. But basically, when I think about the typical, here I will be honest as well. I have to be punished eventually for everything, basically. But if I had to choose, I would rather be punished for my honesty than punished for lying. Although I'm kind of forced to lie. Basically. A few months ago, I had a very negative, in kind of a playful way of negativity. There are different types of the Anglo-Saxon, what I call the typical Anglo-Saxon white American. Namely, all they care about is business. They are way too down to earth. They have no culture. Yeah, this is what I thought about the typical white Anglo-Saxon libertarian who only cares about business. The kind of people that the reason why I started this video is because common sense, American wisdom, kind of brought a little bit of reason to me in a good sense. So yeah, what I thought was about the question of Obama. I thought these white libertarians who criticize Obama for his economic policies or his geopolitical decisions or his healthcare system, whatever, they completely miss the point. Obama, he's here to redeem the left. That's what I thought. And I still partly do, because Obama has enabled millions of white people to relieve the suffering, the moral suffering of being responsible for slavery, discrimination, segregation, etc. But now I understand things differently. I don't know which is true, but actually that's what I think. The Anglo-Saxon economist, let's call it Mises Institute, Jeff Deist, I do not talk about them personally, but this is the kind of embodiment of what I think when I think about typical white Americans, classical Americans, maybe those who only care about business. They were very critical of Barack Obama. I think they were not the libertarians, but mostly the Republicans. But they kind of coincide, although they are different. But basically, conservative, free market Republicans who criticize Obama. I kind of made fun of them in a playful way, but made fun of it. But now I see a different perspective. Maybe the typical common sense Anglo-Saxon Charles Murray, Jeff Deist, the Republicans, they are not in the same basket. They are different. I know the distinctions, basically. But here I think about Di Lorenzo, is on a different level than a typical average conservative free market American. But basically, yeah. But white Americans who criticized Obama from the perspective of objective guys, namely those who said, I haven't read the books, I haven't watched the video, but I can only imagine because I know this is what happened. Basically, they accused Obama of being a mediocre, even a bad president, because his economic policies kind of brought economic degradation to the country. His healthcare system was partly broken. He waged war in the Middle East. He sent bombs on innocents in the Middle East. He probably made countless errors economically, in terms of politics, geopolitics. He was, if we had to judge him as a president, independently, precisely this is important, independently of race, Barack Obama would be one of the worst presidents that the United States have ever produced. And it seems like, he really hates everyone. No, I mean, maybe I do, but here, I will not laugh because this is really serious, and this is really, I really understood this a few days ago. Basically, I will be honest here. Maybe one of the greatest homage that could be made to someone like Barack Obama would be to say, Mr. Obama, you have been partly incompetent. And a white person, a white Republican, who says to Obama, you're a bad president, not because you're black, but because your economic policies, your healthcare, you just want to expand the underclass, the bureaucracy, you've ruined Americans, you involved us in a foreign war. That's what basically the right-wing white Americans said to Obama. And a couple of months ago, I kind of made fun of them because they missed the point of Obama as the redeemer, the savior of the white race because he removes guilt, etc., which is partly true as well. But basically, the idea, in the ordinary sense, that a black person can become president of the United States of America and be criticized for his failures in the realm of economics, politics, on equal footing with a white person. This is kind of a success. That's what I think. In a way that those common sense Americans, maybe I laugh about them because maybe they partly saved my sanity. I owe a lot to American common sense, maybe. But what I want to say, here I'm in a mutar, but actually it's very serious. To say a white person who says to Obama or to potentially to any other black person or any other person of any other ethnicity, you are incompetent not because of your ethnicity, but you are incompetent because of your economic policies or whatever. This is kind of, in a way, this is aristocratic reciprocity, in a sense that these white people, here's not the German, but these white libertarians, they keep blaming presidents who do stupid policies, but most presidents historically have been white, but the libertarians, they were criticizing presidents who were white, not because they were white, but because they were incompetent. They were criticizing the New Deal. I mean, there are good aspects to the New Deal, but I know that the libertarians were criticizing Roosevelt because of his economic policies. White libertarians criticizing white Democrats because of economic inefficiency that existed in the 1930s. Probably it existed in the 19th century. It has existed probably in the 1970s, and for Clinton was probably criticized. Biden. I will not laugh because maybe I will, but yeah, I know what happens in the mind of American. They keep very annoying, these white Republicans. They keep criticizing left-wing presidents when they do stupid policies, which happens most of the time in the realm of economics. There are other good aspects about the left, but basically the idea that a black president can be treated, here it's partly Zizekian wisdom, but Zizek would agree. Basically, the typical white Republican free market advocate who says to Obama or to any other non-white person, you are incompetent because you are a Democrat, or you are incompetent because you are a socialist, or you are incompetent because you are a proto-communist, or you are incompetent because your diplomas, you got them in an educational system which is sometimes dubious. Because this is what white people would say to one another. If the country was completely white people would trash talk with one another. They would say, you are incompetent, you are corrupt, you are decadent, you are lazy, you are cowardly, you are stupid. That's how white people talk to one another when there are just white people. And then there is the leftist hypocrisy, which consists in saying, if the other is not white, we will not criticize him. Because that's the twisted white psyche. These people, the joke says, they are the real white supremacists because they want they think that they are so over non-whites that they somehow control them, which that's what I think. That's why basically, yeah, but whatever. They are kind of white supremacists, and they are white supremacists as well. But they have a different view of white supremacy. But here, I laugh. But basically, white supremacy means very low, if no expectation for non-whites, which means they cannot be disappointing, which is kind of hypocritical, but that's problematic, but whatever. Here it's a little bit more complicated, but to keep things simple. The Anglo-Saxon, the typical white Anglo-Saxon free market conservative Republicans, in a sense, they are, I laugh, but they are real Americans, because America is supposed, or was supposed, or still is supposed to be a country where, and here's the magic trick of Martin Luther King, you are supposed to be judged on your actions and the content of your character, which means you have to be praised if what you do is good, and if you do stupid things, if you fail, it's not true in every country, but in America, if you fail, you have to be kind of a little bit of trash talking, like, you are kind of a failure. It may hurt your pride, but at least the other is being honest. And this is high level of thinking. Actually, that's why it's very Hegelian. Common sense, to the ground, typical white American common sense. Precisely, it's actually very elevated in the sense that if you are black in America, and if you are a lawyer, or a mayor, or a senator, or any job with a responsibility, a military leader, being an American means if you are incompetent, we tell you are incompetent. That's what the typical free market Republican libertarian, mostly white Americans, when they are honest, that's what they say. We will criticize you, whatever your skin color, because we are true to the American creed, namely, only the competent people should run things. The incompetent, will try to make the best, but basically you are not supposed to be incompetent if you're an American, whatever your color. But here's, I'm not as good as I seem to be, in a sense that I've been praising Americans and blacks, and here I will talk about my hierarchy, how I envision things. LeBron and Michael Jordan, etc., the entertainers of ball games. Okay, then there is music, it's on a higher level, but then the real high level is scientists, politicians, and religious theologians. This really, in a sense that if I had to think in terms of black versus white, I wouldn't want to be said to be people to say, oh, you're white, look, white people, they produce Lionel Messi and Federer. No, I wouldn't want to be told, if I had to be judged properly, white people, they're great entertainers, they produce Eminem and Katy Perry. Most of my idea philosophically consists in using Katy Perry and Eminem and Taylor Swift and all these mostly white people from pop culture to spread my vision of Christianity in a way. So I will not, I will criticize them in the sense that it's great, but it's not quite on the level of what Germany can produce. I mean, real Germany. It's great, Katy Perry, etc., but it's not Beethoven, to put things simply. Because in Germany, here I will try not to be too arrogant, but I will try to be serious. We have standards in Germany, and in Europe, and in America. So there are people who are allowed to criticize, and those who are not. This is a little bit of order, restoration of hierarchy, like criticizing America, or Europe, or Germany, it's okay, but depending on the perspective. Then there's the moral criticism, then there's the criticism in terms of achievements. These are different questions that I will not talk about as of now, but yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, so ball games, music, and then science, politics, theology, religion, etc., and eventually philosophy. This is the kind of structure. So yeah, I can maybe, I don't know, maybe if people watch this, they would say, oh, he's not as good as we thought he was, or maybe he's even worse, or maybe he's not as bad as we think he would be. But what I think, yeah, because this idea that to create a country where people are supposed, it's not always the case, that there's the ideal and then the empirical reality, they do not always coincide, but basically to create a country where people were supposed to and still are supposed to be judged on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. This idea, it seems to be a great idea, and actually it is. When it works, it's great. And it's so great that if I had to be a Keynesian, here I will make a little bit of a break, because I'm in a mood, maybe I will no longer be in a mood, but as of now I'm in a mood to be a little bit joyful, maybe, for now, so yeah. I will not edit the video. People will judge me for talking randomly, but I will not give up on my categories, because here I've been talking normally, but actually there are underlying categories in a sense that I will not give up on my categories. Maybe because I can't, but whatever. Yeah, here I will be a little bit positive. A little bit Hegelian. So, if I were a Keynesian, It's very difficult to be a Kantian. The idea, here the idea can be used in a Hegelian sense. I don't know if people will ever understand what I say, but basically, the idea that to create a country where people are judged on their actions, which is a determination of will and intelligence, not of race, and that competent people rise, incompetent people, they fall. With no other, I mean, that's the how things were supposed to be in reality. Empiricism. You were my friend, now you turn against me. Because empirically, there are intelligent people, then they have diseases or they have depression, and there are idiots who rise because they have talent, which is good for them, or there are people who work hard but they fail because of psychological or health issue. I know. Yeah, but whatever. The idea that basically to bring forth a country whose idea was, if you are competent, you rise. If you are incompetent, you fall. Nothing, you will not be judged on anything but your will and your intelligence. It seems to be a great idea. It was supposed to remove the tensions between the various ethnic, religious groups. I mean, I don't know exactly, but basically. Yeah. But this idea, it seems great on paper. It seems great. And if it's really great, it should be universalized. It should be made valid for all, everywhere, if it's really good. But here's my good side, the bad side of the Kantian ethic. Here it's a joke, but it's not. In a sense that to universalize one's behavior, to abstract completely from particular determinations, is very difficult. It's so difficult that most people can't. Namely, to detach oneself from one's own attachments, emotional, cultural, etc., etc., is very difficult. But I will. Maybe Americans will love me at some moment. I have nothing else to take off. I'm almost completely naked. And here I will make a joke, which I find quite funny. I will not do this now, but basically, no, I will not make the joke. The intelligent people will understand. If you really love someone, you have to be willing to stand naked in front of her, not of him. I mean, from the perspective of a man, it's supposed to be a her, a she. But yeah, then there's the problem of gay rights and... Don't make me pick up the shirt again. But whatever. What I want to say, what I think, that this idea, I come with a trick. This idea is great, but here's empiricism. It was my friend, then a little bit my enemy. It becomes my friend again. Empirically, the idea, and here I am serious, the idea of America, it's universal. In this sense, America as an idea belongs to everyone and to no one. That's a song by Lana Del Rey. Probably I will talk about Stella later in the video. So there's a song, I belong to everyone, I belong to no one. This is the principle of universality. But here's my trick. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I try. This idea, empirically, historically, has been brought forth with all the negative aspects. Blacks, Indians, Asians, has been brought forth by predominantly German or Germanic, Germanic, which means Anglo-Saxons, so English, Scots, Germans, Dutch, Scandinavians, historically. The ideas of America for good and for bad, but here I talk for good. Liberty, the pursuit of happiness, property, freedom of speech, the ideas of America, they are universal. They are valid for all. I mean, they are supposed to be at least on American soil, but historically, the particular group of people which brought forth these ideas, predominantly white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, which means Anglo-Saxons, which in Germany, and Protestants, which historically has been the product of German minds. As of now, that's how I try to solve some of my most problematic contradictions. Namely, and I will develop this, but because this is one of my most problematic contradictions. The idea of America is universal, and that's why it's great. Whatever I might say, and whatever anyone might say, the idea of America, universal, equality before the law, with the particularities. A man is not a woman, the old are not the teenager, those who own property and those who don't, they are very particular, but basically that those who are considered as citizens ought to be treated equally, and it cannot be completely universal because you cannot, simply for the question of age, and then the responsibility man versus woman, etc. But basically the idea of equality before the law within a restricted realm. I try to cheat my way through. Basically, equality before the law, property rights, freedom of speech, freedom of association, the pursuit of happiness. It has not been fulfilled empirically for all over the past 2 centuries, obviously. If you want to go into detail, you can send me the books, the complaints. Don't send bombs, because I need to talk. But yeah. Basically, this idea, it's one of the greatest ideas in the realm of politics ever invented. The idea of the American Constitution, here I'm in the mood to be honest, this is one of the greatest ideas, in one of the greatest political achievements. There are other kinds of achievements, but in the realm of politics, the idea of the American Constitution, it's pretty good. Could be worse. It could be better. But it's difficult to be better in realm of politics. It can be, yeah, I will be honest. There are better ideas politically. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But here's my trick. I'm trying to play I would say the race card. This idea, if we are to be honest, I repeat, this is the product of Germanic people, Anglo-Saxon law, religion, and worldview. And the Anglo-Saxons, precisely, one of their particularities, like most white people, is to bring forth universality. This is one of the contradictions of the white race. And this is maybe why white people and predominantly German people, they are some sort of a Hegelian people or a Hegelian race, I don't know, but this is one of the most difficult contradictions that I'm trying to solve. And there's the theoretical aspect, and there is the natural aspect. To solve some problems intellectually, it's very difficult. And then when they are applied in practice, I can envision. Broad view, I know broadly, basically. But yeah. So that's what I had to say. That's what I had to say. I summarize in a few minutes or in a few tens of seconds to criticize the achievements, in a good sense, of America there are problems in America, moral, in terms of behavior. I don't, if I judge others, they will judge me. But I say what I think. There are serious problems in terms of how people behave. Who is to blame? Oh, we are Americans. We do not dare blame God. It is said on our dollar bills and in our churches that God is with us. Let's blame whoever you want to blame, whatever. But me eventually. But here's what I think. There are moral problems in America, but like in many countries. But people often criticize America for the moral aspect. But in terms of achievements, whether political, scientific, artistic, to criticize America, where do you stand from? Who are you to criticize America? If you are a real Anglo-Saxon, you're allowed to, because Americans are not quite up to the level of England and Scotland, etc. But if you are below America, and if you criticize the achievements of Americans, I will talk later about what, as far as I know, what people owe. Here I talk to others, which are kind of part of myself, but basically what people all over the world, what they owe to the toil and sweat and blood and tears of Americans in the official narrative over the past 200 years. Yeah. That's why reading American Common Sense has kind of brought me a little bit back to reality. Yeah, that's what I had to say. That's what I had to say for now. So I will make a pause, drink a glass of water, take a break a little bit, and then I will talk about other topics. Maybe I will make 2 videos, it depends, or 3, but yeah, I will make a pause for now. Okay. It's Sunday here in France, the 18th of September, almost 10 a.m. I am working on the video that I have been working on. I have been working on the day before, not yesterday, but the day before, but also yesterday as well. I decided to express myself, what I call randomly. It's not very rigorous, whatever. To express myself clearly, actually. I suffer from many problems, one of which is that the way I understand myself, my mind travels in a way at the speed of light and even faster, which makes it so that I re-actualize my mind every day. I think, in a way, I understand better, it's more structured, it's clearer, but also it retrospectively, when I look back on the decisions that I've made, the things that I've said or failed to say, I repeat this now, I see errors or inadequacies or failures. So that's one of my problems, namely because I talk about this because this video now that I'm recording will be part of a very long video about the German Central Intelligence Agency. This is still what I'm focused on at this moment, but usually I publish most of my videos except when I really when I really know, okay, I shouldn't because it would no, it would not be a good idea. But sometimes I keep a few videos that I do not share because I want to edit. But then when I watch them back a few days later or a week later, I say to myself, if I could remake the video, I would make it better. So in a way, the way I understand myself as of now, 18th of September, I keep getting better, but it also makes me worse in a way because I am not satisfied with what I've said, what I've done, what I've thought, what I failed to do. That's why I'm frustrated. There are many other reasons, but this is one of the reasons because I'm not, maybe I'm in a mood to make a Hegelian joke, but I keep getting better and better, and therefore I keep getting worse and worse because my standards keep getting higher in a way. So yeah, whatever. So, but here the purpose is to talk a little bit about Europeans, and I know I understood this. Basically, here I'm in a mood to laugh, but I have traveled so fast, so far away for so many years that sometimes just common sense, the most stupid kind of advice, it's very Hegelian, but here I'm in a mood to laugh, but basically probably at some level the most complex speculative wisdom or philosophy, basically the first idiot with an IQ of 70 whatever he expresses in terms of wisdom, probably it coincides at least partly with the greatest speculation because I know. I suffer from so many problems. One of which, of course, I would like to imitate Hegel because Hegel is my hero. I would like to be this super rigorous, super methodical, super maybe. That's why I don't like laughing. I mean, I do, but I don't because Hegel was serious. I mean, that's how I envision him. Here I'm in a mood to laugh, but whatever. Look, I suffer from so many problems, and I thought a few weeks ago that I would die without ever being able to talk to another, but eventually I understand now that people, they will keep me alive at least for a while because they will be interested in what I have to say, I think. So. One of my problems is that I'm just trying to impress Hegel, that I envision as the father figure, the German father. I'm trying to live up to his standards. And I think of Hegel in some sort of other world. What would you think about me? The Hegel, the guy with the German philosopher of the 19th century. Hegel. He looks quite good on this. He has a more sinister face on another picture. But basically, one of my problems. That's why it's so weird. My story, the story of God or whatever. In a way, I envision Hegel as my father, and I would like to impress my father. I would like my father to be kind of proud of me. And I can still imagine that Hegel is waiting for me somewhere to speak in German. Whatever. But I will leave Hegel aside for now. I mean, strictly speaking, it's not really possible, but yeah. So let us talk about because yeah, what I've understood. The typical simple piece of advice that sometimes you just have to illustrate, because that's the connection with Hegel. I've been trying to make this very, what I thought would be very Hegelian at some moment, namely purely abstract, very conceptual, rigorous as it could get with my limited understanding, knowledge, IQ, lack of education, etc. I try to live up to the standards of Hegel, the German philosopher of the 19th century. Then I understood over the past few months, maybe couple of months, that basically, this is probably very Hegelian, I understood how to make my video successful. Basically what people expect, I mean they don't know this, but they just would like, I understand, if I'm just me, well, people will kind of dislike me a lot, maybe, but they also like me. So in order to be appreciated, I just have to be the ordinary me. And in a way, this is where the insanity, in a way, I'm just an ordinary person. I would like to be appreciated, but the idea that I am appreciated for being just me, a part of me, I don't like this, because I would like to be appreciated for being Hegel in a way. Here I'm in a mood to laugh, but basically this is one of the contradictions that I suffer from, and maybe only the real God can understand this. I don't like people, because I know that there are people who say, oh, we like you. I don't like this because I want to be respected for what I achieve, and being just me, it's not an achievement, it's just, I will say what I think. God knows that it's true. On an empirical level, I am a male. I'm a human male. And therefore, on an empirical level, I am attracted by attractive European, did I say European? Attractive women. I didn't mean to say European, but actually most of the time, if not always, they are European. That's one of the problems that I suffer from. I understood this probably in the month of July. Basically, put it very simply, I didn't expect that, but I'm just, not completely, but I'm just a man, and I am attracted by attractive women. Yeah, that's one of my problems. Basically, here I'm in a mood to laugh, but my life has consisted in studying German metaphysics, and I wanted to, unconsciously, that's how I understand, I wanted to escape from the human condition. That's why I enjoy, on an empirical level, I enjoy reading pure abstractions. I will not read the first... I will not read it. Basically, I enjoy reading German philosophy because it's
purely conceptual, logical, structured, ordered. It's demanding, but it's satisfying intellectually. It's brilliant. One of the other problems that I suffer from is that I would like to be able to just say I appreciate reading good books, etc., and many other things, but without having to overthink, because I know that something is partly something else. So if you enjoy something, you have to enjoy something else. Even if you don't really like something else, but it is what enables something to be. So eventually you have to, yeah. But yeah, let us talk about German philosophy. I thought of myself at some moment as being a German metaphysician, and I still do. Yeah, but I have realized over the past few months that actually it's partly connected to psychology, which I experienced this as some sort of a failure, because the idea that metaphysical speculation and psychology are connected, I find this kind of degrading at some level, now I can say what I think. I know that some people eventually, they will study me at some moment, and I know that there's probably a secret meaning in the fact that I was spontaneously attracted towards the philosophy of Hegel, and especially logic, which is pure thought. It's the pure intellect, the pure intelligence, and it's purely abstract. Here, I kind of improvise, but yeah. Because I've been thinking all alone in my room for months, and actually for years and years. I've been talking with myself, or with Hegel, or with God, I don't know, whatever. I would just, before I woke up in February and restarted this channel, I planned to read Russell, Whitehead, an Anglo-Saxon philosopher. So I was not in a Hegelian mood one myself. Maybe I was, but unconsciously. But basically, I was an ordinary person trying to get a job, to become a productive member of society. And the kind of writings that I've just showed, this was, do we see? These are logical connections. This is a logical language. We find this almost every page of this book, which is Principia Mathematica. Yeah. This kind of content is what I bought in, I think it was January or February, as a hobby. This is what I intended to read during my leisure time, when I was in the process of becoming a real worker. I wanted to read this as a hobby. I haven't been able to, but basically reading purely abstract, logical connection, purely symbolic logical language, which is the Anglo-Saxons, when they try to imitate Hegel, they do this. It's pretty good, but it's not quite on the level of of German metaphysics. But basically, this is part of what I am, whatever I am. Namely, how come that? I mean, maybe I partly understand, but this is what I called a hobby or an interesting way of using one's leisure. I mean, there's nothing to read because it's completely unintelligible, but one has to focus, and it's rigorous, it's clear when one takes the attention. So basically, this is what I call having fun, in a way. What I called having fun
I mean, not just that, I played also video games, but basically, what if I was asked, what would you like to do if you could have a hobby without bringing disruption and problems and without causing harm to anyone? What would you like to do? One of the answers that I would give would be I just would like to read the Principia Mathematica by Whitehead and Russell. I would enjoy this. Most people, they would probably not enjoy this. They would imagine, yeah. So that's why, in a way, I am kind of really weird, in a way. But whatever. And doing what I'm doing, talking randomly without preparation, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like the idea that people say, oh, but maybe there are aspects that we love about you because, you are just you are just like us, although you are different. Yeah, that's precisely singular, particular, universal. The singular contains the particular and the universal within itself. So that's why eventually some of the things that I say, they are valid specifically for Europeans, because my particularity is that I am a European and partly German, and the universality is valid for all. So that's what I've been trying to express in very complex, although very simplified compared to the standards of Hegel, but that's what I've been trying to express. But basically, if we had to simplify, I am a man and I am trying in a way to impress the women that I am attracted to the most. Already there's a problem, because if there are several women, that's a problem. But if there's only one woman, that's why eventually people, at some moment, they will want to hear about my story just for whatever. But yeah, here I will become serious again, because my plan is, the German CIA. So here's what I've understood about the white race. Here it's serious. The problem of the white race. One of the problems is that, am I allowed to talk about, just say the white race on the internet, on YouTube? If I can't, I will find a solution. Because my plan with this video and the coming video is to eventually to take over the CIA. Which means also to take over the internet at some moment. Let us talk about white people, because here I'm in a mood to laugh. But basically, maybe white people, maybe all people of this planet at some moment they will say, okay, white people or Europeans or Germans, whatever we have said or thought, they are kind of weird, and maybe at some moment they will say, we are satisfied with being non-white, but we are also satisfied with the fact that there are white people. So maybe they will find satisfaction at some moment in spite of all the problems that have occurred, and I don't know, maybe. But but basically the purpose of this video, because this will be incorporated within my long video, my first introductory video about the German CIA, whose sole purpose is to reach a Polonian germ. That's the kind of insanity that Europeans do, maybe, that I just would like to talk to a random, he's not random and he's not normal precisely, but an average American citizen who is not average and who is much more than an American citizen, while still being an American citizen. But here that's very Hegelian. So basically, I am trying to take over the world just so that I can speak to the people that, at least two or some people that I will show, the Hyperboreans, as I call them. And actually they are European gods and goddesses, but So let us talk about the white race. The way I understand this, the problem, which might also be the solution, Homer Simpson, alcohol, cause of, solution to all of life's problem, etc., etc. I know about American culture, produced by white people, not only, but the Simpsons, So basically, the way I understand this, and here I talk to I talk to everyone. I understood this a few weeks ago that whatever goes on the internet, you talk to everyone. I already understood this, but it's becoming more and more clear. So, but here I restrict to white people, and specifically to northwestern whites, the kind of people who suffer from liberal insanity, as they call this in America, namely white guilt to the point of becoming insane. In the eastern whites and southern whites, they do not suffer from this nonsense. It's not nonsense, precisely, but when it's excessive, I have understood this a few days ago, it's really insanity, and it has to stop. But what white people, here I will not go, white people, what do they suffer from? Non-whites suffer from many problems, but white also, and what whites suffer from, expressed in the best proportion of intellectual rigor and accessibility. UPS, I will not, actually I will, because, but I'm kind of tired of repeating. That's one of the problems that I suffer from, namely, I've understood that I've been making hundreds of videos, that the people that I wanted to watch this video, they haven't watched the video, so I don't know who will watch my video, and when, and what do they know, what do they imagine. But I've become sick of trying to anticipate. That's why I'm in a mood of letting go, which on a moral standpoint I have to, so it's kind of good, but I also understand the philosophy of Hegel enough to know that letting go completely is irresponsible, so I try to find a proper balance, yin and yang, between opening myself up, revealing myself in a good sense. The book about Hegel says light is the principle of manifestation, openness without any hiddenness. And in the Bible that say that light is good, and in Greek mythology as well, and in Nordic mythology as well, in Persian mythology as well, in Indian religion as well. I'm trying to solve the contradiction. But one of the problems that I suffer from is that I've been thinking about a specific type of people that I will introduce, although I already have, and I have failed. That's one of the reasons why I constantly experience myself in a way as being a failure, because everything that I consciously plan to do, it fails and it backfires. So I conclude I am a failure, and that's one of the reasons why it's indirectly I experience white guilt, white shame. I will not pretend that I am no longer guilty, because I still do feel guilty for everything eventually. But precisely in everything there is not just guilt. That's what I've understood a few days ago, that maybe I and I will have to pay the price, but maybe I became a little bit really insane in a negative sense, that here I speak as a white person, but just me. I have to apologize as a white person for, I will not, no, but basically, in ordinary consciousness, people would like me to apologize for a lot of crimes, etc. But what I've understood a few days ago, and what will become maybe clear in the video, is that there is not just guilt and shame and remorse on the part of white people. Precisely, and I try to balance without coming into excesses, but that's one of the other things that I suffer from, namely I think that I understand a lot intellectually, but then there's the conflict between the intellectual understanding, which is very difficult in itself, it's very demanding, it's very, just to understand cognitively, it's very, very difficult, but then to apply, there is the resistance of the human condition, basically. So I try to do good, but eventually, that's what I will talk about. I suffer from contradictions, basically, knowing that at some high level I am a pure mind, and I am brilliant, but at some other level I am just me as an empirical individual, and I am human, all too human. And I try to balance the two, but so yeah, UPS. The white race, Europeans, and especially Northwestern Europeans, Germanic, German, Nordic, whatever. The human species, humans, that's a universal. Europeans, Germans, Nordics, Anglo-Saxons, whatever, they are a particular type. There's the white race, which we call European Caucasoid in anthropological language, as distinguished from other anthropological determinations of race, Northeast Asian or Mongoloid, Sub-Saharan African, or Negroid, as they call this, Australian Aborigines, etc. All the other races. There are 10, according to the modern standards of genetic research. 10 different clusters, genetic groups, etc. So Europeans, it's one particularity. If we take just universal, would be race on an anthropological standpoint. There is the particularity of Europeans, but then there are sub-particularities, which would be singular, but it can be applied at various levels, because the particular can become the universal, depending on the degree, and etc., etc. So Europeans, there are Nordic, Alpine, Mediterranean, as they call this, Slavic, etc., etc. And Northwestern Europeans, they suffer from a contradiction more than any other people. Eventually all humans do at some level, but it's a lot more intense, and therefore, because intensity and extension are connected, that's why I've been making videos on logic. The Europeans, Northwestern especially, they suffer from a contradiction, namely, it's more intense and therefore more extended, because the two are logically connected. And the way I understand this is that the contradiction of what I would call now Europeans, or I would just say white to simplify, but it's mostly partly Nordic, Northwestern, Indo-European, Aryan, whatever. White. I will call this white, I simplify. What is the specific characteristic of the white race? Is that in most of the historical perspective, endeavors of the white race, white people have produced universality. Namely, the white race, as I understand this now, is a particular group of people whose particularity consists in producing universality. And here are a few examples. Here is the logical structure of being, basically, of the process of God. It begins with logic, which is included in philosophy. So I simplify it to the utmost. It's more complex, as people will see. Philosophy, or which contains logic basically, and ontology, but philosophy, mathematics, the natural sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, then subjektiver Geist, anthropology, psychology, objektiver Geist, law, morality, Sittlichkeit, and Sittlichkeit contains economics, politics, geopolitics, but also sociology, technology, etc. But basically, to simplify, sociology is part of economics, so that's subjektiver Geist, objektiver Geist, absoluter Geist, namely art, religion, and philosophy, which encompasses the totality. That's the system of Hegel in, 1 minute, basically. And the problem, and maybe the solution, or the specificity, the contradiction, which can bring about the positive, maybe, of white people in the broadest sense, is that throughout history, what whites have been constantly doing whenever they have developed societies, which most of the time they have constantly produced universality. And here are a few examples. In the ancient Greek, they have produced universal knowledge in mathematics and in philosophy and
partly in the natural sciences. I will not name all the great Greeks of the past, but the great mathematicians, Pythagoras, Thales, Euclid, etc., the great astronomers, the great Archimedes, the great physicist, who also partly a mathematician, the great philosophers, Plato, Aristotle. I will not name all of them. The great, the Greeks, the ancient Greek, which was the first consciously highly developed white society. White is not the proper category, but here I simplify to the utmost. The first really great white civilization, and before there was Aryan India and Aryan Persia, Zarathustra, the Indian philosophy, Indian religion, etc. These were Aryan people, and they were even maybe we don't know, maybe in Egypt at some moment they were partly white. It's not really that relevant, I don't know, but the Hittites also in Anatolia, what would later become Turkey, etc. But it's not really important. But basically, Greek. Let us talk about Greek. The Greek of the classical age and later in the Hellenistic period, they were overwhelmingly white. The Athenians, the Spartans, etc. Then there was, etc., a little bit of a foreign influence, but anthropologically they were Europeans. In the historical perspective, they produced philosophy, mathematics, natural sciences. They tried they developed a high civilization in terms of law, democracy. The idea of democracy emerges in Greece. It's a universal idea. It can be applied to all. There was the specificity of 5th century Athens, and then all the democracies throughout the ages. The British type of democracy, the French type, the American type, and eventually all sorts of democratic regime. There is democracy in Congo, there is democracy, every oppressive communist regime in Europe or like Germany or in other part of the world, they call themselves democratic. So yeah, there's ambiguity, I'm aware of that, but democracy in the good sense, there's a lot to say about democracy, but in the good sense, it originates in Greece. It's a universal mode. I mean, on an abstract level, it can be universalized. But that's the contradiction of the white race. Historically, the people who have wanted to implement democracy in their society, these have mostly been white people who have done this spontaneously. Not because they were forced to from external influence, which is the product of white people as well. The political philosophy with Aristotle, etc., etc., economics, the rudiment, the basic of economics, geopolitics with Alexander, and even before the colonies of the Greek colonies in Egypt, in southern France, in southern Italy, the expansion in Asia, in Anatolia, what would later become Turkey, the expansion of Alexander up to India or Afghanistan and through Iran, etc., etc. They produced universality in a historical perspective. Then the Romans, they were not as brilliant in philosophy, mathematics, the sciences, etc. But the Romans, they produced universality in politics, in geopolitics, by becoming the most prosperous, powerful, dominant empire. First the Republic and then the empire in the ancient world, center of commerce, literature. Eventually, when the Republic declined and the empire arose, there was a thriving of literature and the arts, etc. So they were not as good as the Greek in terms of purely theory. Here I will make a private joke for white people who have a little bit of culture. Basically, the Greek, they were the Germans of antiquity, and the Romans, they were the Anglo-Saxons of antiquity. They were focused on business, practical aspects of life, etc. That's why it's always kind of the same story, maybe. But the Americans, and the Americans, they are kind of the Romans. The Germans, they are kind of the Greeks. I know, the Romans, they ended up conquering the Greeks. But who taught the Romans all they know about science, wisdom, architecture, sculpture? These were the Greeks. Don't forget that. And the Greeks, they were pretty good also in all the aspects, but whatever. So yeah, the Romans, the same. It was the fundamental determination in 30 seconds. Law, legislation or the Roman code of law, it was universal, not in a sense that it applied to all, but it could potentially apply to all the citizens of the expanding republic and then the empire. And it worked for many decades and many centuries, and it was thought up until the 18th or even 19th century that the greatest era of prosperity, peace, relative stability ever enjoyed by mankind was at the peak of Rome during the first couple of centuries of the empire, especially the 2nd century. But for many, the Pax Romana, for many decades and even centuries, the Romans, although they were already decadent, here's the problem, that the Romans started to become decadent in the 2nd century BCE, when they reached the peak of their dominance in terms of military strength by defeating Carthage, they kind of degenerated morally. But then it did produce a great art and stability and prosperity, etc., etc. That's why there are conflicts between moral virtue and then commerce, etc. Yeah. But the Romans, they produced universality. Roman architecture, Roman logistics, Roman law, and then of course literature, etc. But they were universalist in a way. They were tolerant already in terms of religion, which kind of caused them some problems, but they were already tolerant. They were spontaneously open toward the universal, although their specificity, at least in the early, up until the modern era, the Romans were European people, anthropologically. Then intervene the German pagans. It's really simplified. There are the Celts here, etc. But the Germans enter world history. Although, strictly speaking, the Greeks were partly Nordic, so were they, and partly a little bit of Romans, we don't really know, but the Germans, the Germanic tribes, enter world history. Well, it was not brilliant immediately. That's what we call the Dark Age. But eventually, after a little bit of a restoration of Christian Europe, which is Germanic, then again, there was the idea of a universal Christian empire, progressively to abolish the feudal, that was the idea. It was not always empirically proven, but basically to abolish feudal slavery, etc. So years between the 8th century or the 9th century and the 15th century, Christian Europe. It developed same partly law, a universalist morality, religion, an attempt to implement a universal Christian state, etc. That's what Europeans did spontaneously. Then the Renaissance, 15th century, 16th century. It was mostly Italians, but also partly Spaniards and Portuguese who started to develop a universal commercial empire, discover a new continent, a new way to reach Asia, Christianize America, Southern America, the Italians, developed universal economics in the northern city of Italy, the beginning of capitalism, finance, banking, the political life of a revival of democracy in a sense of the free city-states of northern Italy, universal view in philosophy, the revival of philosophy after centuries of theology, an inquiring perspective. I will not make the history, but basically, again, they produce universality. The art of the Renaissance, it's the specificity of Italian geniuses, mostly Italian, but also Belgian or Dutch or people from Northern Europe, but mostly Italian, but it's universal. Anyone can appreciate the art produced by the Italians, mostly, and by Europeans actually, in the Renaissance. So it's universal. Then, Martin Luther, the Protestant Reformation. Protestantism is universal by its very nature, but it's the specificity of a German monk. That's what I've been trying to say, that white people, they are a particular group of people, but whatever they do, they cannot help but expand universally. Modernity, I simplify to the utmost, the scientific revolution, which is a product of the printing press and Protestantism, the scientific revolution, Bacon, Descartes, there was Copernic, Bacon, Kepler, Descartes, Galileo, Newton. It's universal science, it's valid for all. The mathematical method, the scientific method, it's valid for everyone, independently of our origin. But who developed this specifically universal view? Europeans, Anglo-Saxons, French, Northern Italian, etc., etc. And modernity is not just science; it's also capitalism, development of law on an individual level, on a geopolitical level, the theory of natural rights, the theory of diplomatic relationship, the international law. Christian morality is, by very nature, universalist. It has to apply to everyone. I'm not saying that it has been empirically and historically, but the principle is that it should apply to everyone. So but modernity, England, France, Germany, mostly, the outburst of scientific creativity, questioning, it produces the United States. The USA are a byproduct of England, France, and Germany. I simplify to the utmost. Mostly England, but also partly the French, and eventually the Germans through the mediation of Luther, etc., etc., or the Calvinism. It's connected in a way. Calvin was a French who, but I will not make the detailed history because it's available in good books, but I just show the broad picture. So basically modernity, capitalism, science, individual rights, democracy, equality before the law, etc., etc. And then 19th century socialism. It's a revolt of the white working class, which is a byproduct of the development of the Industrial Revolution. I could add the Industrial Revolution. Socialism is a byproduct of the struggles of the mostly, not only at first, white working class, because they were the first to be put under the pressure and the difficulty of modern life in terms of industry, etc., factories for first the Anglo-Saxon, and then the German, the French, etc., and then it expanded in the US, and then in the whole world through colonialism. So colonialism is geopolitics. Again, it's the will of the white people to expand, of course, to steal the resources, to exploit. There's partly that, but also to expand the Christian religion, to expand progress. It cannot be understood. The history of white people cannot be understood if it's just, they just want to exploit. No, there were greedy businessmen, corrupt bankers, politicians, evil people of all sorts. But here's what I kind of become a little bit more sane in the last few days. Before, after the intervention of modernity, world population was multiplied by a factor of 7. I simplify, but in 1800, the population was broadly 1 billion. 2 centuries later, it's more than 7 billion. So it has been multiplied by 7 because of the Industrial Revolution, the progress of the sciences, the economic prosperity, and if you have to give name, Adam Smith, James Watt, which are derived from Newton, which is derived from Luther, Gutenberg, etc., etc. I'm not saying that all white people deserve the credit, but if not all white people deserve the credit, not all white people deserve the blame. Because to blame the average white person, say, you are responsible for colonialism, because if you are responsible for colonialism, you are also responsible for the tremendous demographic explosion and the tremendous increase in life expectancy, standards of living. Here I speak like a typical American capitalist, but actually it's common sense. There are the bad elements, slavery, violence. It cannot be denied. Historically, it cannot be denied from a historical perspective, but it cannot also be denied. Here, the purely quantitative increase, I'm not a fan of quantity because, but multiplied by 7 the world population, life expectancy multiplied by a factor of 2 or 3, mortality rate dropping significantly, better standards of living. It's not perfect, but precisely
here's what I understood a few days ago. The standards set by intelligent white people, sometimes they are so high that I speak here as a white person, we experience failure, not all, but the whites who feel guilty, we experience failure. Of course, when we see, oh, those poor African children, they are starving, we consciously, most white people, they feel guilty, but they feel guilty because the standards, they are, every child should be taken care of, everyone should have access to education, healthcare, hygiene, a good life, everyone. That's why we are universalist, and we cannot help but be universalist. Even if we try, that's what I will talk about now, even if we try to limit ourselves, here I speak as a white person, to our sphere, that's what I will talk about. But basically, the problem of the white race, which is actually my problem, maybe, as I envision this, is that we have a will to expand. I think people have noticed this. Here I speak just as a German. Those poor Anglo-Saxons, they are not responsible, nor are the others. Although historically, these are the English and the French who have expanded the colonial empire, but actually it's a German will. I laugh, but the Germans, they want to expand. Here it's metaphysical, physical, psychological, there's a will to expand, which is partly negative, but also there is a will to try to limit the disruption brought about by this expansive. Is that a plain word in English? I am expansive. What do the English understand if I say this? We'll let the mystery remain. Because what I mean is expansive in the sense that I want to expand, but also maybe I'm not completely worthless. Maybe I think about Christina Aguilera, genie in a bottle. If you want to be with me, you gotta rub me the right way. There's a price to pay, whatever. Maybe I'm expansive in the sense that I want to expand, but also maybe that's a joke. Basically, it's not to be taken too seriously. If some people love me, at some moment they would say, yeah, but you are so expensive, that's why we can't afford, because you are too expensive, why don't you become a little bit cheaper? Maybe that's the reason why I'm the way I am as of now. Maybe I've decided to make myself cheap. That's... Yes, for Apollonian drum, if you understand this, if you watch this, the stone, there's a passage where it said the stone is so cheap that anyone can acquire this or whatever. The cheapness of the stone makes it so that any man, whatever. When I read this a few years ago, precisely 4 years ago, I understood that maybe I was special in a way, but whatever. So yeah, that's the story. The story of white people, in a sense that I will be honest. We are the 18th of September. Officially, I'm 30 years old. I have spent at least 9 years reading books, watching videos. If we compile, accumulating knowledge while being almost completely isolated and having no contact. That's one of my contradictions with the external world, with the exception of a few persons. But I have developed my own worldview without encountering contradiction. But basically, in my world, in my intellectual world, there are almost only white people, for good and for bad. The good guys, they are always white. The bad guys, they are always white. That's true in Hollywood movies. The bad guys are always white, but the good guys, they are also always white as well. So that's why I've developed a worldview where basically mostly white people are important, for good or for bad.
all the problems. I know because there are what right-wing ordinary right-wing white people think is that there are non-white criminals in Western societies, which is true, but there are also insane white criminals. The really disturbing problems with the Catholic Church. These are mostly white people. Sometimes the insanity of the elites, it's partly white. Mostly the insane people in the mental asylum, they are mostly white. I mean, in a white society it has to be, but basically most of the world's problems, they come from white people. But I'm not completely in a mood of saying, oh, white guilt. I mean, I feel guilty, but I feel guilty for everything, in a way. And that's why I am unstable and partly insane, because in everything there are not just reasons to be guilty. That's what I understood. I mean, I already also, but I understood this a few days ago. So now I'm in a mood. I will try not to fall into my own traps, but eventually I have to. Like, white people, if I had to speak in the name of white people, and especially Western, Northern white, and eventually German. Okay, I would say I deserve a lot of criticism, but it has to be balanced in a way. Yeah. Because I understood that I feel guilty, like most white people in the world today, for different reasons. So, in a way, here I will be honest. Okay, it's been one. I feel, in a way, guilty for everything which happens. I feel less guilty for the past events because the historical process, but for every event, like the starving children in Africa, the women who are being abused in Western society, and even the women who are being abused in Africa, in the Middle East, the murders in whatever part of the world, the floods in parts of Asia when there is a problem or an earthquake and there are people who die. I feel guilty, but if I had to be honest, I feel guilty because I experience this as a failure from the perspective of what I think achievement, namely, if I imagine myself as being a reflection of the world and reciprocally, the idea that there are inter-warfare, tribal conflicts in Africa, starving children, poverty in South America, all sorts of problems in Southeast Asia, etc. The Muslim world, I feel this as a burden and as a failure, because I think to myself, look, if I were a good German, of course I would rule the world. What do you expect? But if I was consciously ruling the world, I would experience this really as a failure, and I would not accept the starvation of children, the rape of women, the forms of degeneracy which are being tolerated. I would not consciously accept this out of certain moral and ethical standards. So that's why I feel constantly guilty, but what I can say is that this is how the white race, the predominantly northwestern white people, that's how they function. They are a particular group of people, but whatever they do, they want to expand universally for good and bad, and depending what you call good or bad, the insane. It's not completely insane, but the white leftist guilt, the woke ideology, this is a typically white idea to try to remove the guilt. They want to implement gay rights, feminism, anti-racism to everyone. They want democracy for everyone, equality for everyone, but only white people it's not the only ones who can, but here we will use quantitative determination. Namely, if we study the behavior of humans, it will be made obviously clear that on a quantitative level, a huge proportion, if we have to compare who wants universal ecological well-being. Of course, those who suffer the most from this, namely suffer from the floods, the crop failures, the overheating of the fields, etc. Of course, the peasants in Africa, South Asia, etc., who suffer directly, but on a moral level, on an intellectual level, who suffers from the fact that pollution, these are white people. Non-whites, they suffer mostly from the side effect, but white people, they suffer morally because they say, the planet is universal, we have to save the planet. Inequality are unjust, we have to bring economic equality to a relative extent. But these are mostly white people who have this. Here I will speak about the leftists. I know about the leftists. At some level, at the highest level, the white leftists, they are schemers and manipulators. At the lowest level, they are complete idiots. But in between, here I will make a quantitative distinction. That's how I envision the white psyche of white leftists. This is white liberal leftist, which is predominantly a northwestern ideology. Let us say 5%. It's not to be taken literally, it's just to illustrate. No, actually it's more. Yeah. It's not to be taken. It's not to be taken literally, but that's how I envision the white psyche from a leftist perspective. At the 5% at the top, they are manipulators. The watermelons, the communists, the schemers, really the white leftist manipulators. We don't need other ethnicities to manipulate and scheme. We don't need them. That's one of the messages that I'm sharing. Here, the 45% below, they are good-hearted leftists. It said that they really want to do good. I mean, I'm not idealizing them. They also have negative aspects, but mostly they are good people. They just want to feel good about themselves. They sincerely want to help others. And they can be, here would be stupid white leftists. Most white leftists, they are stupid either because they are young or because they are a little bit feminine or kind of naive, or they are stupid, basically. So there's a continuity, but they are stupid and in the sense they are good because they are stupid and innocent, so they are good. And here the continuity, you rise higher. Here they are more intelligent, but they are still good. And here they are very intelligent and they are nasty manipulators. And they manipulate the goodness and the stupidity of the masses, basically. That's how I envision things. And and on the right, I was not planning to make a video about white political psychology, but basically like how would you do these quantitative determinations do not have to be taken literally. It's just to illustrate the right-wing psyche. So here's the left wing, here's the right wing. Basically, if you had to balance, here in the middle you have good-hearted. Actually, the proportion, I'm not sure that it's. No. I will change. No, I will not edit the video. I will let people judge how I think in real time. But no, the proportions, they are not correct. Actually, maybe they are. Actually, it's not really important. It's not really important because what I try to explain that the left wing
white psyche, the way I envision this, stupid, naive, and kind, and nice, but because of stupidity. Good-hearted, a little bit more intelligent, but still kind of naive, I don't know, but good-hearted, rather intelligent. Here they use the naivete and the stupidity of these people to manipulate them. So here they are really nasty white people who manipulate whites and non-whites as well. And here on the right wing, you would have what I call intelligent, good-hearted right-wingers, because there are good-hearted white leftists and good-hearted right-wingers. These are what I call common-sense Americans, Charles Murray, Ron Paul, the conservatives who are honest. Like they want the good, and they are good, and they are virtuous, but with a different perspective. Like these people, they want to do good by using the welfare state, and they really think, depending on their level, they really think that it's a good thing. The higher they climb, they know that it's a little bit, yeah. But these people, just the example of the welfare state, on this side, they think it's a good thing. It's a good thing, and they sincerely, at least an aspect of the upside, they sincerely want to help the poor and the working class, and eventually the non-whites, etc., etc. Which is why they are partly racist unconsciously, because they associate we have to help others, and they unconsciously think only non-whites need to be helped, and sometimes they tend to forget that white people deserve to be helped as well. Maybe that's when they turn evil a little bit in the sense of manipulation. It's not very rigorous, but basically that's how it functions. And on the other side, they are opposed to the welfare state. It's just an example to illustrate, but also in the name of good. Like they say, we have to help the poor, but we will not help them by giving them money from the state, which is collected from the taxpayer. We will help them by bringing forth the economic condition which enable anyone who has the willingness to work to rise, or at least to secure a decent living. That would be the right wing good-hearted versus the left wing good-hearted on the specific question of the welfare state. And it can be the question of education, etc. All topics. The question of geopolitics, there's a conflict in Africa, we have to help them. No, we have to let them help themselves. They are the two sides in a dialogue with one another. And here, the lowest elements, the lowest right-wing whites, they are what is called white trash. Namely, these are people, they are not responsible for being in a low social position, but basically these are where the racists in the negative sense are, namely the white elite. They blame the white racists because their morality is anti-racism in a modern context, so they accuse them, but basically it's kind of a class struggle. It's the highly intelligent, well-educated white leftists who attack the lowest element of their own ethnic group to assert their own superiority. So there's a mixture of anthropological determination and economic struggle in a way. But what the white leftist elite say about the lowest member in terms of economics and partly anthropologically of their own ethnic group, they would not dare say this about people from other ethnic groups. That's why it's an internal white struggle. And non-whites are kind of used by the scheming people to... That's complicated. And here, so here there are people who are kind of racist against non-whites because they want to take white pride for them. They say, our ancestors, they achieved a lot, we are white. So in a way, they are not, on this sphere, no one is evil. Their perspective has to be taken into account, like when your living conditions are degrading, you are suffering from crime or being bullied, etc. There is a reason why these people are kind of angry. These are what we call the populists. But racism, from this perspective, like white trash who say my ancestors were Napoleon and Newton, and I'm partly a victim of that, but it has been a moment in my process, namely when you suffer as a white person of low standards, you try to take revenge by envisioning the great heroes of your history, and you try to take pride when you are in a low position. You try to take pride by thinking about the best
of what your people has produced. Every people on this planet works like this. But when others, when there are white trash, there are also trash from other races. It's part of the totality, but you can be trash on an economic standpoint and then be a good person. That's the kind of the balance. You can be economically useless, but morally good. You can be a good parent, a good citizen, or even if you are. It's complicated. I will face my contradictions, but basically, what is tolerated by the white leftist elite for the lowest members of non-whites is not tolerated for the lowest members of the white people. That's what brings frustration in these people. And then at the top, you have also schemers and manipulators, but here they are really negative in a sense of, here's negative white leftism and here's negative white right wing. Namely, these people, they kind of hate them. But they can also hate the lower elements. These people, they are really the hardcore right-wingers who say struggle, survival of the fittest. These two group of people, they can be a little bit insane in a way. So they have to be balanced in a way. So these people, they really are the right-wing elite at someone intellectually, but these are kind of the eugenicists. The social Darwinist in a negative sense, really the really right-wing, strong can be good, but sometimes it can be, these are the right-wing white psyche. But it has to be balanced in a way, but when there are excesses on one side, the balance has to be restored in a way. That's how I envision things. But basically, I will talk in ordinary language. The problem of white societies, which are being made manifest throughout the whole world, and actually at some level they are my problems, is that over the past, in a historical perspective, over the past 50 or 70 years, the left wing of the white psyche has taken hold of the entirety of Western society, and they have become excessive in a sense of insanity. Like, okay, it's okay to feel guilty, and there are reasons to feel guilty, and I feel guilty, and I deserve to be punished because there are many problematic, embarrassing, shameful, and regretful, maybe. Okay, but I just explained here. Here I'm in a mood just to provide the intellectual explanation. The white guilt has become a little bit excessive. That's what brings about the rise of white pride, that which is called populism, to try to restore the balance within the white psyche, but because white, no matter how decadent they are, they still rule economically, culturally. That's why there are problems in geopolitics, because here it's really complicated, but basically I will introduce the Hyperboreans because at this point they are the only ones who can understand what I have to say. In these spheres, which is partly negative, it has to be balanced. Basically, there are people who understand that white people have become really decadent on many levels over the past few decades. But the problem is that in the midst of what is considered by these people, they are questionable on a moral standpoint, but intellectually, here I'm in a mood to smile when I say that. Actually, it's from low intelligence to high intelligence. And here is high intelligence, here would be high intelligence and good, the purpose is to make intelligence good again, make the intelligence of white people useful for the good of everyone again. I am trying to solve my own contradictions. That's how I envision them. Basically, there are people here who are really intelligent. They understand that Europeans, whites, have been decadent. But the problem, that's what I understood a few days ago, that what white people call decadence, the standards of decadence for whites are not the same as for others. Namely, the modern Western world is, on many levels, moral, cultural, etc., really decadent, but that's why I tend to forget, but a very decadent white civilization is still way above everyone else. And that's why there are problems in geopolitics, because we are completely decadent on many levels, economic, moral, philosophical, political, psychological. We are decadent. That's the truth. We really are decadent. But what we call decadence, it's way above what most people on this planet would call a tremendous success. That's what I understood a few days ago, when I had kind of my reality check. So, yeah. Expressed in ordinary language, there are people who believe, and they are partly right, maybe completely, I don't know, that we live in the Dark Age, the Kali Yuga, etc. But what Europeans have been producing over the past few decades, in a really dark, one might say, period of our history, is still the best scientists, the best philosophers, the best psychologists, the best artists. In the realm of religion, there is knowledge that I possess that no one else at this moment knows. The Americans, they have produced in the second half of the 20th century, in terms of religion, Philip K. Dick, William Pierce, Neil Walsh, which are three white Americans who've had direct connection with God in the official story, and here it's really complicated. But basically, I simply realized, here I'm being honest, I have to be punished. But basically, when I saw just the numbers, and there's here the arrogant German part of me, which consists in saying empiricism, this is decadence. If you need to rely on statistics and quantitative data to assert your argument, you are already decadent. That's what I think at the highest level of my German psyche. Because, here I come back to the beginning of because in the world of Hegel there are no statistics, there are no data, it's just pure intellect, it's rigorous, it's structured. And here's where I encounter my own psychological problems, which actually I've been talking about for more than an hour now, is that I try to imitate. Here I play the card of I try to imitate Hegel actually. And it's very difficult because the standards. Here I am trying to, he knows that I'm trying partly to save myself. I'm just trying to imitate, if I talk in ordinary language, the man that I have admired the most. It is true. I have admired this man, not his empirical life, like he was just a boring scholar. That's why he's partly a piece of trash, because he lets me do all the difficult work. He was peacefully giving lectures in his office in Berlin or whatever. That's why I have problems with Hegel at some moments, because what I envision to be Hegel, because But seriously, I understood this. Maybe whatever. The standards that I set for myself on an intellectual level are the standards of the best writings of Hegel, and eventually because the pure intellect is connected with the world, that's what I've been trying to share, logic, nature, Geist, etc. I have very high standards. That's why I experience myself as being a failure constantly, because on an empirical level, I see a lot of failures in my life.
And I do not still fully understand my empirical self, my highest self, the world. It's not fully clear, but whatever. I will speak honestly. On an empirical level, my entire intellectual development confirms this, basically. Five years ago, I had no consciousness that I was white. I have grown to become interested, I might say, and here is one of my contradictions. I would like to say my people, thinking about Europeans. And on an empirical level, if I say my people, I think about Europeans, and eventually mostly about Germans in a way. Which is complicated because then there are the empirical Germans, the German citizens, there are various... But I know that I have a moral responsibility and a moral duty, because of the history of white people, to care for everyone. I have to, and in this sense, I will be honest. In a sense, I'm still partly a white leftist idiot. When I see non-whites suffer, either I am indifferent, or if it affects me, and it does in a way, it makes me suffer because I think as a white person and I say, this is our responsibility, or this is my responsibility. I am kind of a failure. Like, I experience this as some sort of a failure of achievements. Like, there's a conflict in Africa or in the Middle East, or there's poverty in South America, I think spontaneously, here I speak as a we, but actually I think we are white, we are responsible for the whole world. Their failures, they are not their failures, it's us. So in this sense, I'm kind of a mixture of a crazy white liberal with the mentality of a 19th century British imperialist. That's how I could translate this. Kipling plus the Anglo-Saxon. Maybe they have saved my my back. I don't know. When I think about non-whites, I have a mixture of 19th century, early 20th century European imperialism because I have a culture, precisely, with a mixture of 21st century white Americans. If I had to express really in ordinary language what I think about non-whites, this is what I think, basically. I have this conflict between here I speak as a British imperialist. I laugh, but we are responsible for them, so their failures are our failures. This is what I think. So in a sense, I am conflicted between partly on an empirical level. There's partly a will to apologize. Your economy is a mess. The wars brought about by the poverty, the crime, etc. I feel this as a failure on a personal level, in a way. When I identify really at a high level with Europeans or with Germans, I experience this as a failure. That's why there is a part of my psyche which is what I call white guilt. But then, when white people suffer, I will be honest to God, I suffer on a different level. Like, it makes me insane. So basically, the story that I tell myself, which I want white people. Actually, not what I want Europeans and Germans. I want Germans to win, basically, because I'm a German. I'm a German nationalist. Maybe I want my people to win, but I'm a Hegelian. I will say what I think. I want my people to win, but maybe I am programmed in such a way, maybe that's the cunning of reason, I don't know, but I want what I call my people, which I identify with the Germans. I want us. No, I would say I want my country, what I call my country, which is Germany. I want my country to win by forcing, in a way, here I'm in a mood to laugh, but I want everyone to acknowledge that here it's very difficult because look, I'm a Protestant in the sense that direct relationship to God is the most important, and my first intellectual hero was Rousseau, who was kind of honest and a little bit sometimes brutally honest. So was Eminem. They all share this feature of being honest, for good or yeah.
if I were good, and now I'm in a mood to be good because I'm more or less balanced, my way of envisioning what winning is means to let others win by letting them enjoy the best about them, while knowing that the best about them, they partly owe this to us. That's how I envision things. Also, I know what I am on a philosophical level, although I do not fully understand, but basically I understand. People have to laugh at me, I have partly to be humiliated, I have to be tormented. I know this. I've thought about this for many years. And on a transcendental level, I accept. But then, my problem, only God knows. I have many problems, but here I talk again to God. I had an experience, and I share this. I already have, but I do this again. My problem is that I experienced a really negative experience in January 2018. And it has broken me in a way, a part of me, and I have not yet found how to fully recover from this, because then I had August 2018, but basically I would like to be the good guy. I really do. Here God can testify, because there is no interest in suffering just for, you know. That's why also I'm partly frustrated, because I do not understand why God. Okay, the suffering. Okay, but why? I do not think, but whatever. There's a secret that God knows. I am willing to take the blame, to take the suffering on a transcendental level, and I will try my best to accept without complaining. But here's the truth expressed in order. There are simply limitations, in a sense that a human is a human, and I can suffer, and every human can suffer. I guess they know that, and I don't. That's why I'm here, maybe. I understand I have to suffer. I will try to shut up and endure the suffering. I mean, shut up. I do not intend on stop talking in the coming days or weeks, but eventually, at some point, I will have no choice but to shut up and stop complaining. I will try to. But what I know, and that maybe God only knows, is that there are positions and situations where it's really difficult, and yeah.
That's why I intend, here I'm in a mood to struggle against the lower parts of myself, until peace and stability is restored, and order, peace, order, stability, and yeah. So it's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. I understood how to make my videos successful. I will make the joke because at some level maybe I'm a comedian. At some level I do not have the strength to make jokes, but at some moment I do. So I will just show what I call the European pantheon, and partly the New World Order. I will say what I think. If I can think, freely without the over-complexification of the dialectics, if I experience myself as being free from the dialectics, what I envision as happiness, maybe that's the connection between my teenage romance and my current development. What I envision as being happy, maybe I do not deserve to be happy, but as long as I can think freely on my own and not be tormented maybe by the dialectics or whatever, my vision of happiness, I just would like to live in a German, I know about the German psyche, I know, but here I'm talking to God. When I really want to experience myself, to imagine myself as being happy, there are free memories, or free I don't know what to call this, imagination. The first my teenage romance, when I was just with the person that I have loved the most, and maybe that I will forever love the most, or the memory, or whatever, I don't know. But I have grown to associate this with Europe and with Germany, because here I'm not sure of the logical connection, but because probably she was blonde, although she had dark hair. But here I will not talk about psychology, but basically she was blonde and maybe blue-eyed, I don't even remember, but she was beautiful, she was white, she was European, she was partly German, and it was romantic, and it was simple, and there was innocent joy. I have come later to associate this with Germany. I know about the German psyche. Then, second chronological moment, there have been moments in my intellectual development when I envisioned happiness just being with, I will not cry. I will not cry. just being with what I call my family, or maybe at the highest level, namely the German philosophers. I would like to be with Nietzsche, Hegel, Kant, Leibniz, maybe Böhm, Fichte, Schelling, Heidegger. Maybe there's room for Schopenhauer and Frege, but basically with German philosophers. At some level, I call them my real family. Nietzsche, Hegel, Kant, Heidegger, the German family on a metaphysical, philosophical level, namely just Germans. And I know what Nietzsche wrote, whatever. In a way, here I am talking here in maybe completely deluding myself, but it probably never will come into existence, whatever. But basically, to imagine that there is a place where I could talk, really talk, not just imagining, but talking with. I know it's impossible probably, but with Hegel, because they do not really exist. But with Hegel, Nietzsche, Heidegger, Kant, and to have a dialogue with them and to ask them, look, I'm kind of embarrassing in comparison to you. Here as well, Bane and Batman, the League of Shadow, whatever. I will not, God knows what, but basically. I would if I could be with what I call my family at some level, I would like to be with Hegel, Nietzsche, Kant, Heidegger, Leibniz, and talk with them, because they have been talking with one another indirectly, yeah. And then, that's what I think, the third moment, if I'm alone and I'm free from the dialectic, what I would call happiness would be to be with what I call Germans, namely, here's one of my contributions, blonde and blue-eyed people. I am not blonde, I am not blue-eyed, okay. Blonde and blue-eyed people with whom I could talk peacefully. Basically, this is my vision of happiness, and the three, maybe they are interconnected, my teenage romance, the German metaphysician, and the people that I think about, but basically, maybe there's a part of me who hates myself for being whatever I am, but I don't want to be an insane German. I just would like. What I think. Maybe I don't know. I'm sick of saying. I just would like to talk normally, and basically, I'm just an ordinary German. Here, let us introduce a little bit of humor. What does the ordinary German, the typical German want? He wants to conquer the world. Ha ha ha. I've made this joke for myself. But actually, it's true. The typical German, when he recovers his mind, he just wants to conquer the world. What else? My happiness. Maybe I do not deserve to be happy, but when I'm left alone with no dialectics, no idea that something else, the positive, the negative, of course it's true from a logical standpoint, but Germany is, in a way, it's the totality, it's the will of God, in a way. But the problem is that I would like, in some moment, I would like to just take what I call the best aspects. I know, that's why I'm a little bit... I simplify. I will struggle against myself, against the world, against others, against God, because there's no one else to struggle against. Until I can peacefully, truthfully, joyfully, that's where Nietzsche comes into play, for the good part. No, seriously. I will struggle until I can bring about the condition at whatever level where I can say to the Germans, I love you. I just joyful, innocent, peaceful love to the Germans, and in a way it implies the need to kind of love and accept everything and everyone, because everything and everyone is what enables Germany, in really the best aspect, to exist. That's the truth. That's the truth. There are people that I love because I have to from a contractual standpoint, but the people that I really love, these are the Germans. This is my truth. That's why I have a problem with God and with Hegel, because they would not let me love what I really love. I understand there have to be sacrifices, but basically I love Germany. If I'm in a mood to laugh, but basically that's my truth. I cannot lie in a sense that, but I cannot lie either in saying that Germany, as I envision this, can only exist because of the non-Germans. So in a way, that's how I understand myself. I have tried to compensate. Anyway, I still do, but here. I will conclude. When I think about love, I think about Germany as I've described this, and love hurts, okay? It really does, but here's how I will use a trick, because I'm quite cunning. For good, I mean. This will be the last emotional moment for now, then I will become serious again. But basically, this is what I call Germany, and here's the cunning. Everything good and noble that I have in me, and eventually, whatever I am, there is good in the world. Not enough, maybe, but there is good. It cannot be denied. So at some level, this is what I tell to myself. Whatever anyone calls good, at some level they owe this to Germany. And yeah, there are the negative aspects. Well, they owe this to me as well, but as long as I can think freely, I will struggle for the greater good of, here I will make a joke, for the greater good of the Reich, but it implies, if you have followed the logic, I can only, basically what I want is my own satisfaction. The German philosopher, the Hyperboreans, and my teenage romance, and they are interconnected, basically. They are kind of the same at some level. That's what I want, and I know that I can maybe get what I want only if I can solve all the problems and bring whatever joy or positive to others. And here's the trick. Here I am limited, I am finite, I can suffer. I don't need to play the role of the bad guy, because when I express myself or the things that I've said, people will be annoyed. But in a way, I don't know what people say, but basically, here I will laugh. I am trying with this video, maybe the editing will be difficult, but what I am trying to do is to start a world revolution, to take over the CIA, to overthrow the American government, the French government, the English government, the Russian government, the Chinese government. At some moment they will have to be overthrown. Just for one purpose. I would like Apollonian Germ to watch my videos. I cannot deny that I have a conflictual relationship with him, but at some level, look what I'm trying to do, just to, not to impress you, but to reach you. And in another way, I'm trying to overthrow, to restore the greatness of America. Greatness can be a little bit costly in terms of... yeah, but I'm trying to make America great again, like really great. Just to impress Stella, but Stella, it's complicated because Stella is so great that she's more than just Stella. But basically, I will show the Hyperboreans, and people, maybe they will understand me. Because I do not fully understand myself, but when they see, really, I owe everything good to everyone, because everything is interconnected. So, the most insignificant person, a beggar in God knows where country, in India or wherever, I owe him everything that I call good in my life, because he is in interconnection with everything else. So in this sense, I am a Hegelian for the formal aspect, but actually it's true, because everything is interconnected. I have to accept everything. But the best part of everything, this is what I call Germany in my view. So basically, yeah. So here are the Hyperboreans, and before I have already made a video about them that I will not publish. It's on my computer, but basically, I know that when people, just when they watch, when they see the Hyperboreans, just the visual aspect. Here I will make the joke that I think. Hopefully, the people on this picture, when they hear this joke, they will laugh at some moment. At some moment, it's because it's really funny. Here I'm in a good mood. Here are what I call the Hyperboreans. So, Mr. Apollonian Germ, Stella. Well, Stella, you do not look very good on this picture, but you are still kind of beautiful. Here there's Hyperborean reflections, Varg, Survive the Jive, Tom, which is Tom, Oleg, Marcus, I think, and here are the women, Stella, Caroline, Marie, Scarlett, and Philosophy Cat. These are the people who are the most intelligent and the most spiritual. And when I just posted this picture on the table board, I realized, okay, the women, they are all blonde. Stella is not blonde, it's just a color, but actually she's blonde. They are all blonde. Just when people see that the people that I've been trying to communicate with, which are namely Apollonian Germ, Stella, and Hyperborean and Caroline, it's in a hierarchic order. The most intelligent, if I'm honest, the best. I mean, here I'm in the mood to be honest, they are the best. But they are so, in a way, they are so complex that, yeah, but basically, they are the best. But being the best, look, put it very simply, one could say that God is the best, but the problem is that God suffers, and I suffer, and yeah. But yeah, my joke, yeah, I can make my joke because I've thought about this. Look, the Nazis are back. But here's a little bit of complexity. So here are the European pantheon. I will talk about them later. Here are just to put them. Here are some other very important people on an intellectual and spiritual level. Dr. Deep State, Jean Robin, David Thomas, Matthew Siegel, Ellie Anderson, and Keith Woods. Who are these people? Dr. Deep State and Jean Robin, they are Christians, but I've realized that they are the most knowledgeable in terms of geopolitics outside of Apollonian germ. So they are the assistant of Apollonian germ. In the hierarchy of the order of objective spirit, Apollonian germ is the best, and these two people, they are his lieutenants, generals, assistants, ministers, whatever. And they happen to be Christians. But, what I've understood, they haven't gone through the European path. So these people, here I will talk briefly about them. Do we see? Objektiver Geist, Christian, but no consciousness of Europe. Objektiver Geist, King of France, Protestant, libertarian, but no consciousness of Europe. Here's an Afro-American, he's a cosmotheist. He has no consciousness of Europe or of politics, but I will just show them. Matthew Siegel, panpsychist, Hegelian and leftist, but no consciousness of the European religion. Namely, he's European in a sense that he's romantic, he has a culture, he's anthropologically partly European, but he's not on the path of the European religion, which at some level coincide with Christianity because there's only one religion, which is the religion of God making himself man, etc., etc. Here's Ellie Anderson. She's a Hegelian and a leftist. She knows about Europe from a strictly cultural aspect, but she has no knowledge of the European religion. And here's Keith Woods. He's very intelligent, very smart, but he hasn't gone through the path of the European tradition. So these people, they are really important. This is the truth. These are the European gods and goddesses, the people which appear. They are the European gods and goddesses. So at some level, they deserve respect and admiration. It cannot be denied simply because when people say, what do you mean they are gods? I will talk about this later, but yeah. And here I will try to explain how I understand things as of now. No, I will just comment briefly. Apollonian germ. This video was intentionally made for you. You are the most intelligent, most enlightening, most brilliant individual outside of myself on this planet. Stella, you are the most intelligent, most brilliant female individual outside of myself. So here's the most intelligent male, the most intelligent female. Hyperborean Reflections and Caroline, they are, these four people, Hyperborean,
Apollonian Germ, Stella, Caroline. They are the 4 people that I understand the most. So in a way, because my view of love is partly tied with understanding. In a way, they are the people that I love the most. But the problem is that their intellectual and spiritual path that I understand almost perfectly. That's why I'm so attracted by you, Apollonian Germ, Stella, and Caroline and Hyperborean on a strictly intellectual level. But you are just like me. That's why I have problems with me in a way. But if I'm to be honest, you are intellectually, you are simply the 4 best people. And Caroline, I will not make a long video, I will just briefly talk. Caroline, what are you? You are in the entire world. And at some level, I am God. So, yeah. You are the person who is the most like me, in a sense that you've had a boring life on an empirical standpoint. I don't know the details of your empirical life, but you have spent most of your life reading books, like me. But your intellectual life, here I'm really in a serious mood, has been amazing and fascinating, and you are very smart and with female intelligence. So you are the person who is the most like me in the entire world, but you are the difference that you are a female and I'm a male. So in a sense, I am closer to Stella on an intellectual, spiritual level, but I am closer to you in a sense that you are a book nerd, and so am I. It's okay to be different. Sometimes in my mind it's a little bit dark and twisted, but hopefully you will enjoy Ava Max. I'm a little bit sweet and psycho. Maybe you are too, but maybe that's why I love you so much. Caroline, at some moment, somewhere, you will understand me and I will understand you, and yeah, that's what I can say. Yeah. Then, my first spiritual experience, my spiritual father, my spiritual sister, and then they are very intelligent, and then they are European gods, basically. I know it's not what you thought it would be, and look, I've understood this a few days ago. Basically, I've tried to communicate with the language of Hegel, the language of Fichte, the language of the Bible. I have tried to communicate with basically, maybe I will succeed in communicating with the language of the European religion, and I will detail this later. Basically, if I had to answer the question, and that's the reason why I've been making this video, who would you like to talk to peacefully? I would like to talk to Apollonian Germ as a friend, peacefully. Somewhere, somewhen, Apollonian Germ, you are my best friend. You really are. And you are even my brother at some level, at some moment. And there can be struggle, and I kind of understand Hegel, Nietzsche well enough, and Stella well. I will not say what you are in this video, but basically you are, your principle is the eternal woman. So basically, everyone loves you. What do people think about women? There are no problem with women. What, the MGTOW, the Me Too movement, toxic masculinity? No, never heard about that. Look, Stella, I can be honest. You are perfect. You are a woman. Don't do anything. You are a woman. Let a man let men take care of all the problems. Stella, you and all the women, you are just perfect. Because on a metaphysical level, here's where Evola comes into play. You are the feminine principle, you are passive. Whatever you do, you are great. I may not always be in a position to to maintain this assertion, but I know it to be true on a metaphysical level. So yeah. But basically, the people that I would like to be with and to talk to peacefully and joyfully, even if it's just my imagination, they would be these people, but mostly those at the top, and all the others eventually, but mostly these people. And then, so you are, I will develop later. This video, it will just be an introduction, but you are the European gods and goddesses. Here I will comment briefly. Do we see? You are the king of objective spirit, namely the best in terms of geopolitics, secret services, history, law, finance, economics, sociology, politics. And you have assistants. You are, if I had to praise you, and I'm in a mood to praise, you are Apollo and maybe Thor, and yeah. Apollo, god of music, beauty, classical order, etc., etc. Stella, it's very complicated. You are the feminine principle. You are Frigg, Freya, Aphrodite, Venus, Hera, Juno, Athena, Minerva, Hestia, Vesta, Demeter, Ceres, Gaia, even the Yin. There is Christian mythology, European mythology, Greek, Nordic, Chinese philosophy. Yeah. Caroline. Nordic, the goddesses Freya and Eostra. All the men here, you are inspired by the spirit of Odin. Mari, it's Artemis and Diana, and Skadi in the Nordic mythology. So here, Greek, Roman, Nordic. Scarlet, you can choose any Nordic goddess that pleases you best. A good one, please! I'm in a mood to laugh, but... And philosophy cat, you can choose any Nordic or Indian archetype. At some level, Indian philosophy belongs to us. Here I speak as a we. And yeah, that's how I envision you. In the translation of European mythology, but here, Stella, you are kind of beyond in a way while still incorporating this. Namely, all these are European archetypes, but you are also Eve and the Yin. Because you are the feminine principle. You are at the highest level. You are my only other, at some level, as a principle, as a. Here it's complex. And now, one of my objectives now is to try to bring about the conditions of where I can speak or understand peacefully what I am and what you are, and how it has come to be, whatever. And these people, they are inspired by the Christian spirit. I know this, and they are the most knowledgeable in the realm of objective Geist. So in the sense, these two people, Jean and the Dr. Deepside, they know more about geopolitics in a way than everyone else but Apollonian Germ, but they know less in the realm of subjective Geist and absolute Geist. So they are the ministers of objective spirits, and very important for the new world order in the realm of geopolitics and politics, but they haven't gone through the path. So in a sense, they are inspired by the Christian spirit, but without the mediation, without all the other mediation. Here's a joke that I will make. Did I say the joke about the Nazis? The Nazis are back, but we are not really Nazis. I have a black friend, and he, they are partly Jewish.
I'm innocent. That's the playful mood. But basically, the people who are here, they are the most intelligent, most kind of spiritual, most enlightened. So at some level, whatever I say, you are all the best. These people, I mean, eventually there will be others who emerge, but look, here I will be a little bit confident. I know myself. I do not understand myself fully, but I know myself to somehow, somewhere to be God. And eventually, if I can speak really seriously as God and abolish all the negativity and all the insanity and all the nonsense, and if I can make God great again, you are all the best, and you are very good too. So yeah, but I'm not in full control of my emotions, of my psyche, of etc. That's the truth. I'm not in full control, and God is not. It's complex, but basically, whatever I say, you are simply the best. But look at that's where the Scarlett and Caroline and Survive the Jive and Oleg, they come into play. When I say that, you know the story about the pantheon, the Greek pantheon, the Roman pantheon, the Nordic pantheon. There are struggles between the gods, but So Dr. Deep State and Jean Robin, they are the most knowledgeable in the realm of objective spirit. They understand geopolitics basically because they are inspired by the Christian spirit. I don't know how it works, but I know this. But they miss the subjective Geist, namely anthropology. I mean, they are not stupid, but they do not have gone through the same path as the higher we climb that these people have. So they kind of miss the point. And they, in terms of absoluter Geist, here it's kind of not clear in mind, but they are, yeah. So, but whatever I say, they are the lieutenants of Apollonian germ in the realm of objective Geist, and they are the most knowledgeable. And Jean Robin has gone through the phenomenology, so he is partly like you, namely he has gone through a spiritual development, a Hegelian process, so that's why I understand him very well, but it's kind of difficult, but I understand, yeah. David Thomas, here at some level he's maybe one of maybe the most enlightened, because he understands infinity, the mirror aspect, but he has been inspired not by God, but by, I don't know what. In a way, he is the most, and here I'm not lying, he's the most enlightened, but really at a high level, but I don't know how it works, so that's why I say, well, obviously, by the fact that he's empirically is an Afro-American, he cannot know about the European tradition, but here he lives in cuckoo land in a way. But for the good aspect, one might say, yeah. But he has been important in my intellectual development. And here, Matthew Segal and Ellie Anderson, why are they here? Because here it's complex, but it's not completely random. Actually, it's serious. Matthew Segal and Ellie Anderson, they possess the formal knowledge of philosophy and the philosophy of Hegel. So in this sense, one might say that Dr. Deep State and Jean Robin, they are better in terms of knowledge and intelligence than most people here, except Apollonian germ, in a strictly formal aspect of geopolitics, although the European gods, they know about geopolitics as well, but they have had other focus, namely religion and subjective Geist, in a way. And they are mostly focused on objective Geist. Yeah. Here, he's more knowledgeable in the sense that he possesses some sort of a really kind of a Buddhist, at very high level, it's cosmic. I would classify him as a cosmotheist, but cosmotheism, here's the trick. Cosmotheism, in a historical perspective, is a European religion developed by a radical white advocate, but here it's complex.
And Matthew Siegel and Ellie Anderson, they possess more formal knowledge than anyone else because they are trained philosophers, so they are really excellent. I have to be honest, they are excellent in terms of intellect, but it's formal. And here, there are very few people here who possess the formal knowledge of philosophy except Apollonian Germ. And that's why I've been trying to communicate with you for many years, because Apollonian Germ, the reason why you are the best intellectually and the most intelligent is because you have all the aspects. You understand these people very well, you understand these goddesses. Look, I will try to be honest. I know the stories about the pantheon in broad outline, but at some moment I would like to be able, you are the best and I love you, but there are problems. Look at the stories. Look what they do to I don't even need to play a role when Scarlett and the others, when they identify me with a Loki or whoever. No, I'm not just Loki. I can be maybe I can be Eros. At some moment, you will be forced to love me. Really, I'm lovable at some aspects, basically. But yeah, these people, yeah, Matthew and Ellie Anderson, they possess the formal knowledge of philosophy, and they are Europeans anthropologically. Although he says, Matthew, I can speak to you because you say I'm partly Jewish, and Jean Robin he says he's partly Jewish, but basically you look very white to me. And yeah, and here's the joke. The joke is that the Nazis are back, but I am not racist. I have a black friend at some level, and if you mix a little partly Jewish and partly Jewish, yeah. But basically, what I realized is that no matter how hard I try to play the fairness aspect, but most of the people that on an intellectual and spiritual level, and my life has consisted over the past 6 years of living in a completely intellectual life in a way. Most of the people that I love the most on an intellectual and spiritual level, the ones that I am most attracted to, and there's a problem of attraction because I understand that attraction is partly logical. It's logically determined in a way. So I'm logically attracted to you because you are in a way you are logically the best. But logic, yeah. So that's one of the problems that I have, and that's why my teenage romance I had no knowledge of. I made a video. I will not publish the other video, but it's available. What I think, but basically. Yeah, and Keith Woods, he's very spiritual, but he's a traditionalist. So in a sense, Keith Wood would be at the bottom of the hierarchy in a sense that I'm not sure that he's not a pagan in a sense, but paganism and Christianity, they are kind of the same. But he would be here. That's what he's very intelligent, but he hasn't been inspired by Odin in a way. So what I can say, these people, who are they? Who are you, if you are on this list, or if you know about them? You are simply the only people that I know I can talk to. That's one of my problems, basically. For more than 4 years, I have tried to communicate with Apollonian Germ, with Stella, with Caroline, with Hyperborean, partly with Mari and Varg, and Philosophy Cat. I mean, I haven't tried hard enough with some, but I have tried to communicate and I have failed. I've tried to communicate and I have succeeded, but then I have focused my attention somewhere else with Jean Robin. I've tried to communicate. I've tried to communicate with most of you on a various level, but mostly with Stella and Apollonian Germ, and that's one of the problems that I suffer from. I have been. That's why I am partly insane. Not in a comical sense, but really maybe in a negative sense, because I'm trying to talk to people about the things that interest me, namely philosophy, religion, God, but also politics and anthropology, and I can't talk to anyone. I haven't. if I could talk, here I will be honest again. I had plans in my mind. No, I know that I am forced to speak normally, which I kind of hate. I would like to be able to speak logically, rigorously, or to speak poetically with music, etc. I am forced to talk empirically, which I suffer from because I would like... Okay, I will not remake this, but basically, the reason why I have become insane over the past few months, partly, is that I will speak the truth. There are these amazing people, and at some level, whatever I might say, if you are here and you are all amazing, I might, when you understand me, you understand that I suffer, and that I suffer from insanity partly, but if you are here, it's because you are amazing intellectually, maybe on many other levels, but intellectually you are amazing. And my entire worldview, which is Hegelian, consists in saying that the intellect, maybe it's the best, so in a way you are the best, but I am frustrated because I know that if I went outside and talked to a random person, I could say interesting things, but also what I'm trying to share is so complex that the empirical person that I've tried to talk to, they find me embarrassing when I talk about the categories, etc., etc. So in a way, I am kind of forced to pay people to talk to me, although at some level I am God. When I say inspired things, I am God. So I am in a situation where I have to pay people to talk to me, and this makes me insane. And I know that if I could speak to someone for weeks or months, I could show them the entire process, the awakening of the European spirit, the development of world consciousness, philosophy, politics, geopolitics. I could talk to them, but I'm in a situation where I know that I am kind of tormented between some sort of a moral duty to share my ideas with the world and kind of a selfish will, which is simply to talk to someone who understands me. I have this will in me to talk to someone who understands me and to talk peacefully. And the problem that I suffer from is that I am forced to bring struggle and conflict in the world just to be able to eventually at someone talk to someone who might understand me. And here I don't really understand because why do I suffer from this? It was not part of the plan. Or maybe it was, basically, yeah. So, and then when you watch this, you will realize that I am partly insane, which I tried to talk, but basically what I'm saying is that, yeah, these two people, Matthew and Ellie Anderson, if I could talk to them, I could have a peace, if I could talk peacefully with them. But with any of these people here, if I could talk peacefully, we would be the best friends. You would find some of my insights amazing, like I have found most of your insights amazing. So we would be the best friends, we would love one another, there would be joy and yeah. But the problem is that why would someone with a PhD be interested in listening to what I have to say? Knowing that up until a few months ago, I thought, why would I have anything interesting to say? That's the tragic aspect of being whatever I am. If we replace negativity with tragedy, is simply that I am becoming partly insane. I knew this, but it's becoming more clear that there are these amazing others that I wish I could be with joyfully, peacefully, lovingly, etc. But my situation is so complex that I am forced to bring about some sort of a world revolution, which will bring about a negativity aimed at me, which I deserve, but just to find myself in a situation where I can enjoy being with people that I think I love, and there are many people that I love in a way, but eventually if you are on this list, and here is also what I understood, because I started about talking about America. Let us talk about America. So yeah, no, just I finish with it. So Deep State, Dr. Deep State and Jean Robin, they can teach you formally about geopolitics, He can teach you about the highest level of here is really cuckoo land for the Buddhist, for the whatever. They can teach you about philosophy on a formal aspect. But actually, I understood that these two people, they are part of the New World Order, and you are as well, but eventually if the hierarchy has to be established and re-established, you are part of the pantheon of European gods and goddesses, and they are not, and maybe potentially they can, but I don't think they will. You say that the closest would be these two people, because really they are really European with European culture. He's European with American culture. He's partly European, but with just French culture and also American culture. You see, that's why it's so difficult to classify people. That's why the categories are so important, and now that's what I will talk about. When I just made this altar in a way, or this presentation, I realized, okay, the most intelligent other, masculine other in the entire world is a Polynesian. He is white, he is American, he is European, he is Germanic, and maybe he is German eventually. Stella, the same, white, American, European, Germanic. I know. So you have multiple identities. But basically, let's talk about America. You are American, a Polynesian, but it's not your substantial self. That's how I could express myself. It's part of who you are, but you are more than just an American. Here's the little bit of a European restoring order, is that America is just America. It's not Europe, it's not Germany, it's not, it's very important, but yeah. So American, Hyperborean reflection, he's American. Caroline Emmerich, American. But they are American, like I've just said, it's part of their identity and it's very important, but they are more than American. They are Europeans, and America, that's how I envision things. America is a spiritual country in the realm of objectiver Geist, and in a sense, these two people, they are Americans. That's how America is mostly a country of objectiver Geist. It's also more than that. There's also the subjectiver and absoluter Geist, but it's mostly objectiver Geist. The Constitution, freedom, liberty, it's very important, and that this is where the Nordic spirit of Odin and the spirit of America coincide, but here is really complex because, I just continue. So, Apollonian Drum, Stella, Hyperborean, Caroline, they are all Americans. Scarlett, you're American. Philosophy Cat, you're American. Dr. Deep State, you're American. Jean Robin, you are mentally, intellectually, and spiritually partly American. He is Afro-American. He's American. She's American. But here, really the complexity of the categories. Namely, here is an Afro-American who is accidental. That's here I will talk in ordinary, although still philosophical language. He's accidentally American in the sense that his substantial self, he's not American in the sense that the American identity is very important for his development. I know broadly he was in the military, he lived in some southern state, but his substantial spiritual self is more than America. He's some sort of a cosmotheist, which is an empirically American religion, but it's really complicated. But there are the example of Europeans. Here, Europeans is meant anthropologically and also spiritually. Europeans who are accidentally Americans, but spiritually more than just American. And there's also an Afro-American who is accidentally American, but substantially and spiritually more than that. So here, really, it's really complex because there's the intermixture between subjectiver, objectiver, and absoluter Geist. But basically, I realized that eventually these are whatever I say. These are the most intelligent, most spiritual people. I mean, I could add a few guru, spiritual teachers, but basically these are the people that I can talk to, and they might understand. At some moment, they might understand me, basically. But there's a way I could talk to Matthew Siegel or to Eli Anderson because I possess the formal knowledge of Hegel's philosophy, but I would have to explain the European mythology, geopolitics, etc., and it would be very complicated. I could talk to David Thomas about some very spiritual aspect, but it would be way too complex to talk about. I mean, you would understand, like they would understand everything, but it would be so complex, and yeah. But I would have to talk about the European mythology, the process, etc., etc. I could talk about geopolitics to Jean Robin and Dr. Deep State, but I would have to explain the process, the European process. I could talk to Keith Woods, but I would have to talk about all these other aspects. I could talk about to the European God, but I would have to talk. So basically, here I'm an economist. Economically minded reasoning. I try to simplify the quantitative investment, etc. I just want these two people to receive my message, to watch my videos, and most intelligent feminine other, knowing that your feminine self is so over the top, so larger than life, so American, so European, so divine, so great, so perfect. But perfection, I discovered this for in perfection there is kind of a negative moments, but yeah. I cannot deny that you are perfect, Stella. That's the best of you. So that these are the problems, but whatever. And Polonian drum. So you are there is a difference between masculine and feminine intelligence. I think precisely because with you, yeah, I'm talking alone, but with you, I don't need. I can speak what I think. Knowing that what I think is contradictory and keeps evolving. Basically, if I talk about Evola, you understand the higher you are. I mean, yeah, let us see. If I talk about Evola, philosophical, you understand. But you do not understand paganism. And if I talk about Evola to the people who are higher in the hierarchy, they understand male and female, there has to be restoration of order. To these people I could talk about Hegel. With these people I can. That's why here I laugh, but Apollonian drum. The reason why I've been trying to talk with you for more than 4.5 years, and especially for the past 6 months, is because you possess basically all the except the Buddhist wisdom at some level, but you possess all the aspects. You know about Hegel, you know about paganism, you know about America, you know about Christianity, you know about Europe, you know about geopolitics. There is a reason why you are at the top, and yeah. And yeah, what I said to myself when I realized that no matter how hard I try, but in a way I'm still being honest, but the people who, if I say who are the most important spiritually and intellectually, and then here I already have, but basically I suffer from serious problems and contradictions, and basically I have to improvise, I know, but my empirical self, my transcendental self, my particular self, my singular self, my universal self, what do we see? Maybe it will be 3 hours. I talk about all my problems in 3 hours as I understand them. This is my biological family and my official date of birth as an empirical individual. Then there is the date of my real birth, namely when I was in love with the person who still is, as a memory, the most important, but my memories are connected with whatever. So there is my empirical birth, official. Then there is my what I call maybe my real birth, maybe when I was in love with Louison. And then there's my spiritual birth, which I owe to these people, basically. And then forgotten roots, Varg, Marie, in this order, and then Stella. So forgotten roots, Varg, Marie, Stella, and eventually through you I discovered all the others. So the first, my spiritual birth, it's forgotten roots, but that's why everything is interconnected. That's the truth. Varg, you are my spiritual father, and Marie, you're kind of my spiritual sister, and I owe my spiritual life to you. And eventually, since my spirit, I know my spirit is God, basically. So I owe my spirit and everyone else. Basically, here that's the serious aspect. Like at some moment, people, whatever has gone wrong for others or whatever, they will simply respect Europeans because they owe God to Europe, basically. So I have a lot of problems to solve, but if I will not play the bad guys, but if I have to deal with non-Europeans, at some moment I will say, okay, whatever good you have in your life, you owe this to Europe and to Germany, so please, okay. Yeah. So, yeah. It includes everyone, basically. That's why it's a European business, one might say. Always I start talking like an American. Yeah, but let's talk about America. America, I have to speak little. It's such an important country because we are talking about the intellectual and spiritual elite of not of the world, but of the world of God, basically. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 Americans, plus an American mindset, plus most of the other, they speak English, they use American invention, they are so intelligent because of the American educational system, for the good aspect. I know about the other aspects, basically. But either, I will make a joke, I'm in the mood to laugh. Either they are really smart because of the good aspect of the American educational system, or precisely very smart because of the bad aspect, namely they are smart enough to say, let's leave the American educational system and gather knowledge on our own because what they teach us is kind of bullshit sometimes. Basically, here I will be honest. When I make jokes, if I could be good, who I would like to people to make them laugh? Well, I would like Caroline to laugh at my good jokes, and the bad jokes, I'm responsible. But I would like Caroline, I would like to make you laugh and smile, and you too, Stella, and you too, Scarlett. And if I could talk peacefully and seriously about the things which are really the most interesting, the most important, I would like to talk with those that I consider to be my friends. But my friends, hopefully they will be intelligent enough to understand. When they understand, basically, that I am reason. Namely, my mind and the world are interconnected. How am I supposed to deal with the problem of the fact that at some level I am not born? How am I supposed to deal with this problem? Here's the question that I ask to my spiritual family. I have tried to solve as many contradictions as possible on a transcendental level, and these persons, Jean Robin and David Thomas, they kind of cured they cured my racism in a way. I have been partly racist. I will not pretend that I'm not, but basically because I in a way I love Europe more, so here I will not pretend that, but basically that's what here I can anticipate the leftist criticism. Maybe that's why I'm so smart at some level, because the leftists, they might say, oh, every racist people, they say we are not racist against others because we love our people more. But actually that's partly true. But basically I have tried to solve the problem of racism, and on a transcendental level, when I encountered some people, I really understood that racism kind of is a sin, but there are various ways of understanding this. There is here I will try to be faithful to Nietzsche. There is the moralistic aspect in a negative sense, like really the insane leftist psyche. We want to make white people feel guilty. There are reasons. I know I feel guilty, but basically there is the moralistic aspect, the moralistic anti-racism, and then there is the aristocratic, not anti-racism, but the aristocratic non-racism that maybe only Evola and people, and maybe that's where it's all connected at some level. Maybe that at some level you, the European gods and goddesses, at some level you have to understand. Here I say what I think, that we are special. Here I speak as a we. We are so full of ourselves in a good sense that we can afford to share our excess of light. And here I will praise Apollonian German Stella, because you are the two most brilliant. And all the others, at some level you are all brilliant, but here's the problem, that light, too much light, it's blinding. It's expressed in ordinary language, but basically, if I had to express this in an aristocratic fashion, and then I will have to leave my truth, which will include suffering, but basically an aristocratic mindset, which is typically Evola was a European, and that's here a really high level of aristocracy. We could say, if I have to speak as a we are so full of ourselves, in a good sense. Then there is you are full of yourself, like you are arrogant. It exists. I cannot deny this, but yeah, I'm in the mood to laugh. But yeah, the European pantheon. We are so full of ourselves. When you wake up and when I wake up, we are so full of ourselves that we can afford to share with others, and that's maybe the attempt on a transcendental level that I've tried. God knows that I am trying to solve very difficult contradiction, that I am trying to do good, because I cannot pretend that I'm all good, but I cannot pretend that I have no good in me and no light, etc., because I have as well. But how am I supposed to explain this? basically you, the people here. That's what you understand, and they don't, and in a way they can't, or are not, at least not now, not in this state of being. But what you understand, this view of the white race, you understand this. You just need the Hegelian software, and you will understand that. Here I will talk. I will talk to Varg. Varg, you have, I would say, single-handedly revived the European tradition. I mean, you and Marie and Forgotten Roots, but actually you have revived the European tradition, and what you are, I would say, as an individual, is an attempt. Here it's really a serious logical Hegelian thinking, an attempt to solve the contradiction, namely what most of the people, if not all the people on this table board, what they want is kind of escape. Here I will call this kind of a curse in a way, that whatever, here I speak as a white person, whatever we do, we produce universality. And here, for the good, the most universal and best philosophy, mathematics, all the sciences, that's where the 97% achievements, that's where they come from. Whatever white people do, they produce universality. And what you have all been trying to do, and I have tried to do this as well, that's why I've encountered you on my path, is to discover, basically, we would like, here I speak as a European, in our psyche, we would like to have something that we can. I'm not in a mood to say something is something else. Here I will talk to say, we would like to have something good that we can call our own, and that would be just us, and that we could enjoy. So basically, that's here. I'll be honest. That's why people who are considered to be evil. I'm not talking about you, but historically evil Europeans. They just want, here I speak in an impersonal fashion, people will judge me, here I defend the negative Europeans right wing. They just want to be able to have a place that they can call their own, where they can be peacefully with one another without suffering from some sort of the moral obligation of producing philosophy for everyone. It's not how it's felt consciously by individuals, but there's some sort of a burden. We have to make philosophy for everyone, mathematics for everyone, physics, chemistry, biology, anthropology, etc. for everyone, law for everyone. It can be a burden because we want our morality to be universalized. We want equality for all, etc. But there comes a moment. Here I explained maybe the truth. The truth is a process, but an aspect of the white psyche, and all the white people who hear this, they will recognize partly themselves. That there comes a moment where we would like to say, okay, we just would like to be peacefully with one another. We respect non-whites, etc. But let us be with our people. And then I can anticipate the jokes. Look what white people do when they are left on their own. They bring conflict and struggle. I know the history of the white race. Yeah. But basically there's an aspect of the white psyche, the European psyche. We just would like to be peacefully left with one another and to here I speak as a European, but actually that's my problem, to solve all the world's problems so that the world can leave us in peace with the one we love, and yeah, that's the story. I don't know. That's partly Hegelian. That's the particular and the universal. And what you people on this list, Scarlett, no, because unconsciously yes, but not consciously. But what all the others have been trying to do is to recover our tradition, which is just our tradition. And you are in this. Here I speak to you as figures of consciousness. All the people who have been following you, they are included in this category. To recover our tradition, the European tradition, which is pagan, but also Christian, and also also Chinese, also Indian, because it includes everything within itself in a way, because there's only one God, but is to recover or to discover or to create or whatever our tradition. And what happened to me, I was attracted on the same path, is that I started to realize over my intellectual development that the spirit which lives in you, at first Varg, Forgotten Roots, Marie, and eventually Hyperborean, Caroline, Stella, Apollonian Germ. Of course, it's the European spirit, but the problem and the greatness of the European spirit is that maybe it's so great, so over the top, that it's not just European, although it is, but it's beyond Europe in a way. That's why it's Christian, that's why it's universal. That's the problem of the singular, the particular, and the universal. That's why I fail to communicate, and because there's only one spirit, but this spirit can only historically, history, anthropology, psychology, everything is interconnected. Namely, the spirit of Europe, which partly is the spirit of God. It's not partly; it's the spirit of God. But it includes everything within itself. And just I understood this a few days ago. The reason why most of my videos are completely unintelligible. Let us talk about Odin. The spirit of Odin lives in each of you, on the males here, and even partly in Caroline. I'm not in a mood to make a joke, but actually maybe look, Caroline, hopefully there are aspects of me that you enjoy. Because if I were to be honest, I enjoy most of your aspects, if not all, but the problem, here I will be honest, Stella, Caroline, the problem with you is that you are perfect. That's the problem. Because perfection, it's not what people think. I mean, it is, but you are too perfect in a way. That's how I could try to express myself in a gentleman way that I will not develop because yeah, but yeah, I will make a joke. One of the many problems that I suffer from is that saying to a woman that she's perfect, it seems like a compliment, and it is, but it implies perfection means it's everything is great about you, but yeah, that's problematic because within perfection there are negative aspects, but since it's within a perfect totality, yeah. Basically, here I'm in a mood to laugh, but one of my problems, if I say to a woman, and there are very few women to which I could say that, but with Stella, you are perfect. There's the first problem which arises, it's perfection. There's a little bit of darkness within perfection, but it's perfect nonetheless. But then, here I'm in a position where I say, Stella and Caroline, both of you are perfect. Here's another contradiction which emerges. I'm talking to two different women and I'm both giving compliment to them. I can anticipate, I've read Evola and I know enough about female psyche. That's another problem, I can imagine. What do you mean I am perfect? What do you mean she is perfect? Who is the most perfect? I create troubles and problems even when I try to do good. That's one of my problems. That's why I become insane, maybe. I am trying to do good. I'm trying to solve the problem of racism, of anti-Semitism, of white self-hatred. I'm trying to solve all the problems. And the more I try to solve problems, the more problems emerge. That's why I kind of experience sometimes despair and whatever. But I will not complain. I mean, I will, but it's my problem. whatever. So yeah. The problem, here I will speak, the problem, UPS, it's kind of really a problem, like Europeans, that's the historical truth, the empirical truth, the psychological truth, namely, and here I will defend you, Caroline. I will make, if I can, I will make a detailed lecture, and yeah, but here in just a few seconds, you are a good person in the sense that you are, you have been radical. It's not your fault because you are a woman, you are determined. But I explained to you, you have taken really the right-wing path, but I've listened to you so many times that you keep repeating, it's universal, not universalist. And you want, I know this, that you want people to appreciate their culture, but you want this in a universal way. So even the most radical right-wing Europeans that you no longer are, but it has been part of it, you are still promoting the well-being, in your view, namely the right to appreciate one's own culture for everyone. I know this. So you have been defending the interest of non-whites. Not all the time, but these are the kind of jokes that only you and I can understand, and you and Stella. That's why, basically, I'm not completely bad, and the good aspects, I would like to share them with people that at some level, maybe if it's just my imagination, I consider to be friends. Maybe it's friends there can be really there can be trouble with friends and with family, and yeah, I'm not in the mood to make a joke here, but yeah. Basically, one of the problems that Europeans suffer from, that the world suffer from, that I suffer from, is that even in what, here I will try to be neutral and just to explain. If I had to defend right-wing Europeans on a neutral perspective, because I can defend them in another way, but in a neutral, purely intellectual way. Of course, the consequences of the political actions of Europeans throughout history have been negative for Europeans, but also for non-Europeans. We know the story, but there's still this idea in the mind of any European, whether empirical, historical, whatever, that we have to do good for everyone, eventually. It's kind of, yeah. Yeah. We are, here I speak to you, we are programmed somehow to bring good, or to try to, and that's why people have problems with, here I speak as a European, but I speak for myself, that's why people have problem with Europeans, but they will have problem with me, because they would like say, we don't, I know non-whites, let's just talk about non-white, they will think, we were better without you, but what the most authentic Europeans have kept saying is that we were better without you, but the you that they call is, that they think about, they are either the you-know-whos, or the Christians, or civilization. In fact, there's always, that's here. I thought this would be rigorous, and I will just say what I think. That's why, here it's really high level of thinking. These people, we are pagans, but actually we are Christians, because the story that we tell ourselves, which is the story that every human being tells himself, is things were good, then there was a fall, and we want to restore the primordial condition before the fall. And everyone on an individual level, not just these people, every human being who is mature enough intellectually, tells to himself this story, like things were good, something went wrong, we have to restore the good. And the story that I've been telling myself when I'm really kind of depressed is, things were good for me when I could love someone It was joyful, innocent, peaceful. It was innocent and it was good and it was joy, basically. The joy of being. And I associated this with when I was a 16-year-old teenager. That explains a lot of my psyche. And then I have tried to reconstruct unconsciously and then consciously. And then I realized that everyone at all level, thinking humans, grown-ups, they all tell themselves this story. America was great and then it became decadent. We have to make America great again. We have to make Europe great again. We have to make that in geopolitics they want to make Russia great again or China great again, or the libertarians, they want to make the economy great again. The French, they want to make France great again. The English, Mr. Survive the Jive, you want, unfortunately, to make England great again. And if you don't want, I want you to make England great again. Here's the connection with the Anglo-Saxon that I talk about at some moment in my video. You are a real Anglo-Saxon. Like, you are allowed to trash talk the Americans from your perspective. Okay? As an Anglo-Saxon, but yeah, look, what am I supposed to think about the people that, if I am honest, here's what I think. I will try to include as many as possible, yeah. What I think, basically, is that I have been living in a library there are books everywhere. I live in a small apartment filled with books. I have more than 1,400 books. There are books. There are books everywhere. I have been living for more than, since 2009. I have lived, except a few interruptions. I have lived trapped in an apartment with books and videos. And what I think, I'm not sure it's true, but what I think that the spirit of the great thinkers and the great men of the past in the official narrative, they come to life and they are being embodied in modern individuals, in the sense that look, I have accepted it. I have to make mistakes on an intellectual level, because I make mistakes on all level. I have to be honest, to admit that there are things that I do not understand, that in a way I am trying to control everything because I'm a little bit Hegelian totalitarian thinker, but I also understand that I have to let go and to improvise. But basically, Matthew, you are kind of, it's like the spirit of Schelling lives within you. You probably the spirit of Ireland, but also more than that, the spirit of tradition. I will talk about Ellie Anderson. People, maybe they will understand. Basically, the joke that I tell to myself a few months ago when I discovered Ellie Anderson. Maybe this tells a lot about whatever I am. I discovered her, and I said to myself, whoa, she's the perfect woman. More problems. Whenever I think about Taylor Swift, Trouble. I could use all the songs of modern American pop culture. That was the purpose of cultural Hegelianism. Taylor Swift, Trouble, or Rihanna and Eminem, etc. Yeah. But basically, when I discovered her, I thought to myself, I was in a funny mood. She's the perfect woman. She's beautiful. Here's one of my contradictions. I would like just to be able to say to others, well, you are beautiful, and I don't want to think about, yeah, but if you love beauty, you have to love ugliness because they are in a conceptuality, which is kind of true, but basically sometimes I just would like to be able to say, well, you are beautiful, and that's why here I'm trying maybe to save parts of myself. That's why I don't need to play a role to be evil, because if I say what I think, most beautiful women, they are Europeans. The standard of beauty is European. That's the truth. That's my truth. And even here, I am trying to be honest, not to implement too much opinions. What people find beautiful, it's European beauty. I'm talking about Emma Watson, Avril Lavigne, what's her name? Scarlett Johansson, Keira Knightley, Charlize Theron. It's not just that. I've been asking myself this question for many years. What is the relationship between my empirical self and the world? 4 years ago, when I had my God experience, I really didn't know. Is the fact that I am white and European, is it important? And I'm starting to realize that maybe it is, because my tastes in terms of beauty, let's talk about real beautiful women. Of course, I know there's a price to pay to contemplate beauty, but basically, if I say here, I know here I speak in a God's view. Emma Watson is the most beautiful woman from a strictly physical standpoint. Here it's perfection, not in a complex. No, it's just perfection in the ordinary sense. It's physical beauty. It's in terms of beauty of a woman. This is perfection. Then there are all the others, it's not just. I mean, I don't care if people say, oh, I prefer some very beautiful other European woman or non-European. I don't care, but it's not just my opinion. It's that most people can acknowledge that Emma Watson is beautiful, whether or not they are European or non-European, in the sense that a beautiful African woman or man, or Asian woman or man, I can acknowledge that they are beautiful independently of my personal tastes. But then if I have to choose between a beautiful African or Asian or a mixed race South American or whatever woman and a beautiful European woman, what I think is simply that European women are more beautiful. So yeah, what was I saying? Ellie Anderson. When I discovered her a few months ago, when I still am in a process of intellectual and spiritual development, I said to myself, while being in a funny mood, she's the perfect woman. She's very attractive, very beautiful, very intelligent, very funny. She's blonde, she's blue-eyed, she's American, and she knows about Hegel. She's the perfect woman. What could be wrong? And then I discovered, she's a leftist. She talks about not having children, she's a feminist, etc. But then, here, it was still comical in the sense that maybe that's the reason why she's perfect at some level. So here's the curse of perfection. When at first glance, she was perfect. Then I discovered, she's a leftist. But precisely, that's what makes her perfect in a Hegelian sense, that if she was beautiful, blonde, intelligent, funny, and knowledgeable in the philosophy of Hegel from a formal standpoint, and kind of right-wing, you are not right-wing, you are more than that, but you have partly been, but that's complicated. Basically, she would not be perfect in a Hegelian sense. So basically, that's one of the, that's what, That's complicated. But basically, I was talking about the spirit. There's the spirit of Schelling, partly the spirit of Ireland, but also the spirit of tradition, and partly the European spirit as well. In Jean Robin, there is the spirit of France, So here is again universal, particular, singular. France is a specific country. The French spirit is typically French, but the French spirit is partly Celtic, partly Germanic in a way, partly Roman, partly Greek, partly European, partly Catholic, and he's a Protestant. So he is the embodiment of the French spirit, partly the Protestant spirit, the libertarian spirit as well. The libertarian spirit, it exists within other individuals. The people from the Mises Institute, what I call American common sense, Ron Paul, Charles Murray, etc., they are embodiment of the libertarian spirit. But Thomas Sowell as well, and all the black libertarians whose name I do not know, they are also embodiment of the libertarian spirit. So that's why every individual, in a way, he's an infinite complexity of relations, and the smarter they are, the more complex they are. And if you are on this list, you are very complex. That's what makes you. That's what might make you complicated. What is complex intellectually can be complicated on other level. There's a song by Avril Lavigne. It's complicated, but whatever I say, you are all very. I mean, here I'll do a little bit of trash talking. Mr. Sweden and Mr. England, you are very smart. Yeah, but there's a hierarchy, okay? I'm just... here's the low-key aspect, a little bit of trash talking. Yeah. But, yeah, so the more we go higher, it's more and more complicated, which means subtle. And here, Keith Woods is very subtle. Because truth is more complex. Of course, they are really okay. Sometimes it's negative, sometimes it's positive, but actually it's very complex. And you are all very subtle, and in a way, I am an alchemist, and I'm trying to bring about gold, like real gold, real greatness. And all of you, you are all. I mean, Jean Robin, you are great, but you sometimes you are a little bit stubborn, for good and for bad. But I cannot deny that you are great, intellectually and spiritually. But you are all very subtle. But here is it's very complex, because Keith Woods is very subtle intellectually, but he's not on the level of the others. And there are some who are higher. That's how I represent myself, things. But they are not as subtle as Keith Woods. So it's very complex. But basically, yeah, let us talk about spirit. So the spirit of Schelling lives in you, but also partly the spirit of America, and also the spirit of Europe, and the spirit of Romanticism, and the spirit partly of the white race. So you are so complex. That's why maybe you will understand this one day. That's why, in a way, I am attracted to you. Here, I mean, not in the mood to make it, because you are great. But that's why I suffer, and I will not pretend. I suffer because when I say I am the negative, you can understand this, and you can understand that it brings suffering, basically. Yeah. I don't ask you. I will not read Hegel. If you find yourself, maybe read Hegel if you can, and you will understand if you connect the dots. But basically, whatever. Yeah, Dr. Deep State. There's the spirit of Christianity, but also the spirit of America. It's complicated here. Here's kind of over the top, partly the spirit of America, basically an Afro-American. He was in the military, then he had an experience, he had problems with his father, so he carries within him the story of Afro-Americans, but he's so far above in terms of spiritual development that he's no longer an American. He's a cosmotheist, he's also partly a Buddhist in really the spiritual sense. It's completely ludicrous. You know, he gives lectures to mostly white people about spirituality. In a way, that's here when I really think that I might be God, because my world is sometimes so completely ludicrous that I say to myself, okay, it looks like me in a good sense. Like if I was really twisted and I had to try to solve the contradiction in the best way possible, knowing that I am partly twisted, but I would produce this sort of insanity in a good sense, but here I'm in a mood to laugh. But basically, I don't know what to say. It's so complex. Like, it's partly the spirit of, partly cosmotheism, if there is a black person who can understand cosmotheism, which is a typically white philosophy and religion, but precisely because it's typically white, it's more than just white. This is what is typically white, if you have been listening to what I've been saying for 3 hours now. Yeah. So, yeah. Only in America. Here, Protestant libertarianism, and also American, although he's not an American, he's a French, that's complicated. And these people, they have the spirit partly of America, because they are, these people, partly of America, partly of Europe, partly of here is partly of India, the Indian philosophy. It's complicated. Marie Cachet, she's the spirit of Europe, but also she's French. But here is the complexity. Like Jean Robin is more French than Marie Cachet, but Marie Cachet is higher actually on a spiritual level, but it's so complex. Hyperborean reflections. He's American, he's European, he's Nordic, he's German in a way. Stella, you are, if I wanted to make a joke, which is not a joke, you are everything. That's why I can't blame others for having failed to understand me. And maybe that's why at some level, at some moment, I will be at peace with myself, because the truth that I've been trying to communicate is actually so ludicrous that to explain to what was a 16-year-old girl in 2018, now 21, how can an American girl officially born in 2001 be the receptacle of the feminine principle, Greek goddesses, Nordic goddesses, Indian, Chinese spiritual principles? That's maybe the salvation of the whole of mankind, is that if I don't know, I'm not sure I know that the vast majority of problems in the world, they derive from misunderstanding. But I don't know yet if the misunderstanding is self-caused at some moment, then I am responsible. But either it's self-caused and I am responsible, or it's just an inherent problem, like there's a problem within the system, within God, namely there really is a misunderstanding. But then mankind, they are saved. In a way, others, they are saved. But there will be there is suffering, and there will be suffering. But eventually, their spirit, their soul, whatever, they have to be saved, because there's only myself to blame, and I can't be dishonest on an empirical level because I suffer on an empirical level. So if I'm being dishonest, it's because I suffer, basically. But that's a hard truth that I have to tell to myself, that I kind of refuse to acknowledge that I suffer, because it's kind of weak. I try to impress Stella, but sometimes, yeah. If I have to be, yeah, I suffer, and how should I explain this? When people know the truth, eventually they will. How can a teenage American girl, I hear talking about 2018, be the receptacle of how I understand, because I have spent the past I mean, since 2018, I've had my break in 2020 and 21, but I've spent many months reading Hegel every day, reading all sorts of philosophers to try to understand. And I could, if I was given, that's why in a way I am an agent of struggle and conflict, but also I want peace. I really do, because I would like to peacefully be able to try to understand, but I don't know if it's even possible. But basically, I have been angry against others because they do not understand them, which I make others, I kind of, in a way, when I'm becoming my arrogant self, I think that they are idiots, but actually I am the idiot. I'm smart enough to understand this. Precisely, here's one of my problems, like, maybe I am really so smart that I become dumb, and not the other way around. Maybe I am so smart that it caused myself to be stupid, and maybe that's a problem. Here I can think about Kanye West, amazing, but also Eminem. There are many songs in which he talks about this, and all the German, there's pop culture, and there's the German highest culture. I know about the Nietzsche. He eventually became a little bit insane or completely insane. Hölderlin, Novalis, the Germans, they have a tendency to become insane. Maybe I will try to stabilize the insanity, but basically, I am talking. I am talking to God, because I try. I'm in Umutla, but look, Stella, you have taught me so much, and I know that I don't have to say. I know you so well, so Stella, because I know that you don't want any responsibility. That's why I say, whatever you do, I don't expect anything from you. I just want you to watch my video. That's all. And I know that you want to hear, you are perfect. You want to be a woman in a man's world. Don't do anything. If I become annoying, you can hurt me back. You really can. Yeah. But, and the secret is that maybe at some level I will enjoy it. If it's you. Look, here I'm talking to Stella. The principal or whatever, I'm talking to you. Of course, I am trying to impress you. What else? I'm just a guy trying to impress a girl. But the problem, I'm not trying to impress my teenage memory, because it's just a memory, but I realized a few, at the end of August, if you are the eternal woman, here really we reach level of insanity that's Evola, partly Hegel, mythology, American, maybe European romance in an American context, I don't know. But basically, when I understood that the person that kind of I love the most, it's you at some level. When I understood this, I kind of recovered my mind and I say, okay, you are the best, because here I cannot, so complex, but yeah, whatever. So whoever I am talking to as a female, that's one of the problems. I laugh, but I will just briefly explain the truth. Basically, there's only one woman, which means that there's only one it's the source of all problems, the cause of and solution to all of life's problems. There's only one woman at some level. That's where Ebola comes into play, and so basically, yeah. Here I will not. I know that people will not, when they watch, they will not understand because I do not myself understand. But basically, there's only one woman. I understood this 4 years ago when I had my God experience. So whoever I am talking to, I'm talking to Stella. That's the fun of you. That's also the problem. So basically, I'm just trying to impress you. Because that's what men do. They just try to impress the woman that they love. But here's really here I will not laugh because it's really problematic. Basically, the story of the world in 2 seconds. No, in 10 seconds. There's just a guy who tries to impress a girl. Maybe do some stupid, idiotic things to impress her. He becomes a loser, so he is rejected, but he deserves to be rejected, so he tries to reconquer her. Do I need to tell the story? That's the story that all humans tell themselves in one way or another. So basically, up until a few weeks ago, I thought about her, Louison. And I still do in a way, but I understood that if there is only one woman, Stella, it's you that I love. I've showed, I've given all the information, and there is only one woman. The logical consequences of this assertion, which comes from Evola, but actually it comes also from Hegel, from philosophy, from traditionalism, from God. That's problematic, but that's my problem. There's one woman, one principle, the feminine principle, that's the universal, and there are various particularizations. I wanted to make a lecture. I have to sacrifice a lot, so I will not make the lecture that I envision. But basically, if the UPS, the universal, is the feminine principle, then there are particularization of women. There is the girlfriend, the wife, the mistress. Here I will see, are you really intelligent? Do I really have to explain everything? Or are you as smart as I think you are? If there is only one woman, that would be the universal principle, which is particularized in various roles. Here, your knowledge of mythology should enlighten you. Of course, the woman that I want to love is the girlfriend, wife, mistress archetype. I will not show the picture. These people are smart. They will use my intelligence against me if I become really annoying or negative, or they will laugh and be joyful if I can. Whatever. Anyone, but basically, if there is only one woman, that's one of the problems. Here I try to express if there's only one woman. I understood this when I started to develop cultural Hegelianism and when I encountered Stella. Here I've already told this story, but I repeat it. Basically, what I have understood around May 2018, I have only loved one girl, in a sense of one girlfriend. It's always the same, the same girl. She's always European, beautiful, funny, with a little bit of a character. I will not say what I think about. If people are smart, they can connect the dots. So whatever. But character, temper, but also tender, funny. I have kept chasing the same woman, and I have rediscovered this archetype. Here I name names: Stella, Caroline, and Scarlett, and also Ellie Anderson. You are the same woman in a different. Yeah. I always fall for the same girl, basically. But actually, here's my problem: is that the only one I was able to talk to, it's my memory. Yeah. So that was for the girlfriend part. Then there's the wife. Do you marry the girlfriend, or do you keep switching from one to the other? They're all the same. And here, I will use my scheming, cunning, manipulating self for the good. God can testify that this archetype of the girlfriend, of course, she's European, but even when she's not European, I am kind of attracted. Even if she's African or Northern African or even Sub-Saharan African or even Asian, the girlfriend type, they are all the same. In the sense that, of course, they are mostly European in quantitative determination. That's where logic and Hegel are important. But basically, a non-European woman who possesses the archetypal characteristic of the girlfriend, I am kind of attracted. Not as much as I would be with. But I am attracted. Yeah, that's partly one of my problems, because I understand the process. So yeah, but whatever. Partly. Then the girlfriend. Then there's the wife. With the wife comes the mistress, and the distress maybe. There's the sister, the daughter, the mother, the grandmother, the granddaughter, all the female archetypes. That's what the European gods and goddesses are supposed to express. Yeah. Athena and... Look, here it's really... It can be comical, but also it's kind of embarrassing. And it's really difficult. Namely that I will not pick up the books, because if you are supposed to be intelligent enough. Basically, you mix Evola, mythology, pop culture, Hegel. So basically, what cultural Hegelianism was supposed to be. I suffer from many problems that now it's been 3.5 hours. This problem, UPS. I suffer from this problem, and I know that all whites, so I mean eventually all humans, but mostly overwhelmingly white and overwhelmingly Western Nordic white, they suffer from the problem of UPS. Namely, that there's a tendency in us to expand towards universality, whatever we do. And which here I will be honest, I know that you are good, because Caroline, you want the best for everyone. You want people to appreciate their own culture for everyone. I know you do. Scarlett, the same in a different... now I'm comparing Scarlett and Caroline. I would have problems, but I anticipate. Yeah. But you do the same thing. You want what you think is the best, namely our culture. I haven't said it, but Scarlett, you are very smart, but you do not possess the kind of, you haven't taken the right-wing path, but unconsciously or secretly you just want the best for yourself, but because you are European you want the best for others. That's why you would like people from all origins to have access to their own tradition, culture in the good sense. That's why you are good. Women cannot be bad. I know, Stella taught me this, and Evola, I know this, and Hegel. But, how should I explain this? Philosophy cat. You kind of have the Evola part of the puzzle. If there's only one woman, at the highest metaphysical level and at some level, if there's only one woman, it's problematic for males. I think I've said enough. It's not that I'm not willing to talk about this, but yeah. This is one of the problems. So there is the problem of UPS, which is valid for all Europeans, mostly Northwestern, etc., which is expressed in terms of morality, politics, religion, which is the problem of the white race, which is also here. Is the connection with. I'm improvising, but I'm not completely stupid. Scarlett and Caroline. The problem, because UPS here, the universal would be European, particular would be Nordic in terms of anthropology, or American in terms of citizenship, whatever, and singular would be you and you, but there are many others. That the way, that spontaneously, the problem is also the solution, namely that I know that you have been promoting first and foremost the well-being of your own people, but also indirectly and even consciously the well-being of others, because you are programmed to spread the good for everyone, because you are Europeans. And Stella, it's true for you as well. And Ellie Anderson, it's in the kind of leftist sense. That's why these people, I don't care if you are partly Jewish or not, but you are a white leftist in a good sense. You are an intelligent white leftist. Your white guilt is intelligent. Yours, a little bit more irrational, but you are a woman. I expected this. Oh, you say I'm gonna have problem with. Yeah, but yeah. I refuse to admit this to myself because I want. I go back a little bit further. I wanted to impress Stella, and I still do. I try to play the tough guy. I don't need help. I can handle all the problems all by myself. And here the female psyche comes into play and say, don't bullshit me. What would you do without me? I'm here to listen to your complaint. I'm here to comfort you. Yeah, but I still want to be a male who can solve the problems. But women, they enjoy feeling useful, and but whatever. One of the things that I have not been willing to admit, but actually I have to I would like just someone to understand me. It's painful. I mean, it can be more painful, but it's kind of painful to admit this. But basically, and maybe only Stella can, or maybe only Hegel, or maybe only God, to understand that it's difficult. I still think it's difficult, and but that I could, and eventually at some level I have to, but I'm not in complete possession of my strength, intelligence, wisdom, whatever. And I know that I have to suffer. I know that I make others suffer, and making others suffer make me suffer morally, and then I want to punish myself morally and physically, but then I encounter limits in terms of moral suffering, so I think, okay, I want the physical pain, And then maybe I will encounter limits like, okay, it's becoming really intense. Can we stop the physical pain? I can anticipate. So that's what I suffer from. And an aspect of me I just would like, and here is maybe my weakest aspect. I would like. Here I'm gonna be. When I seek understanding, I think about women, the kind of understanding that women are supposed to provide, although it's partly delusional, but yeah, and then the kind of understanding that leftist males provide, because among right-wing men, we are tough, we are strong, we do not deal with our emotions, do we? It's partly true, but yeah, so the white intelligent leftist, Matthew, I'm not saying that you are weak, but basically, I'll be honest, I would like someone to understand me, not in the emotional sense, but on an intellect. Honestly, I would be Apollonian germ. I borrowed this idea from Hegel, but basically, I just wanted maybe someone to understand me philosophically. Maybe here I would be honest, but basically. Basically, my problem is that I am the negative. I don't know why. Why am I here? Did I choose and I forgot, or is it a problem? Here I will make a joke which will appease maybe white leftist. I don't want to be called names. I'm the typical insane white leftist. They don't want to be called racist. I don't want to be called whatever you call in your religion, although I'm starting to accept this, but basically I would like to be called just the negative, because it would put the suffer. I deserve the suffering, okay, but it would put the suffering from the moral religious standpoint on a philosophical logical standpoint. I would say, oh, I'm just a logical determination, I'm just the negative. This drives me insane. I knew 4 years ago that I would become eventually insane. I will try to stabilize the insanity, but basically, yeah. I will take listen to my own songs, relax, take it easy, etc. That's what I do. But basically, Apollonian germ. What I wanted at some moment on a personal level, on a political level, I wanted you to help me stop the insanity in Ukraine, and I still want that, and I will work as long as it stops in the most peaceful. Because now I can say what I've been trying to do. Basically, what I've been trying to do is to switch the attention from the geopolitical sphere to the intellectual, religious way. So in a way, that's why I'm negative. In case it was not clear, that basically I thought I would rather struggle against the best intellectually, spiritually, no levels, namely the best male and the best female, instead of having struggle on a geopolitical level against people who do not really know what they are doing, basically. Because I will explain this eventually in other videos, because here it's already 4 hours. I have the video will be very long, whatever. I will express myself calmly what I can, and when I'm no longer able to express myself calmly, people, I will try to, that's what I said to me, I will try to balance my emotions, etc. But eventually, I've read Novalis. Maybe that's why I love Novalis so much, because he understands, I don't know how, but there are situations where simply the suffering is so intense that I become negative for others because I suffer. Basically, if I had to try to save myself, and I thought I don't deserve, but to try to explain is basically sometimes the suffering is really intense, and no matter how much we try to keep it for ourselves, I will try, but if I fail, this is the reason. It's simply when there is suffering within, or how should I explain this? Basically, I understood this 3.5 years ago when I started this. When I started this channel, this was the message that I was trying to communicate, that as the negative, I have to bring unity to the whole of mankind. That's how I interpret this. Maybe I'm deluding myself, but no, actually not completely. But I have to antagonize people so that they unite against me. But on a psychological level, I hate being rejected, like most humans, but I also hate being accepted if I do not deserve, namely if I haven't achieved. So here's it's really insanity, but basically that's where the Bible and my personal life, they intermix together. That's why I'm a pagan but also a Christian, because these two religions, they have in common the fact that God is a principle or whatever transcendent, which makes itself human. In case you hadn't understood yet, the gods, they are not just archetypes living God knows where or God knows when, thousands of years ago. They are really existing people. And here I will praise you. You are amazing. And if there are people who become annoying, you'd better tell them, hey, we are the European gods and goddesses, don't mess with us, we have superpowers, we are very smart, we master magic, telepathy, all sorts of whatever, we are the best. So one way, here I'm in a mood to laugh, but I reveal my plan. As my plan, I make the plan. I modify the plan every day almost. My plan. I will be honest. If my plan fails, it's my failure. But eventually, I have to take the blame for all the failures. So my plan is simply, with this video and the videos that I will produce in the coming days, to attract the attention towards me, but eventually towards us, and basically, I am honest to God. I want us to collaborate against, with the help of these people eventually, and others, all those who will. There are also the libertarians who have to be incorporated to bring about order economically. But basically, what I plan to do, that my twisted scheming self, but here I was trying to scheme for it, was basically, we will attract attention, and we will struggle spiritually against anyone who opposes the European will to restore order. That's the first moment, and eventually the struggle, it will be the negative elements of the European pantheon against the others, but the insanity in me is that I know myself. Here, if I have to talk like a European god, I am partly Loki in the Nordic mythology, in the Greek and Roman mythology, whatever negative gods, Ares, Hades, etc. Partly it's me. But also I am partly Odin and Zeus, and also Apollo. That's why Apollonian drum. I'm a little bit jealous. You are trying to steal my light. I am supposed to be the most brilliant, not you. Don't you dare try to seduce Stella. She's mine, okay? I eventually, when some of you understand that I am partly what you call a Loki, or whatever the Greeks or the Romans they call the negative god, I'm partly that. What the Christians call either Satan or Lucifer. These are whatever. When you understand this, but also I'm not just this aspect. I am also partly the good aspects. You understand my insanity, maybe, and I will try to understand yours. Because the insanity of all other humans, when you compare, here I will do a little bit of trash talking in a gentle way. when you when you know the kind of insanity that goes in the mind of Stella when she was just a teenage America. Stella, it's not your fault. It's my fault for this. It's partly American insanity, partly European, partly Nordic, whatever, mostly German. I know the kind of twisted things that go inside your mind, Stella, because they are partly my own twisted aspects. That's why you are innocent. Whatever I say, and I know about because it's also my insanity partly. But what was I saying? Seriously, the European. That's here. I will be honest again. I traveled. I simplify my story in a few minutes. I followed the path that you have been and still are following. Although here, the hierarchy, it can slightly change partly, but actually I don't think it will change much, depending. Those people, they are expected to improve. Intellectually, they have to upgrade. These women, have no expectation for women. Actually, a little bit like Philosophica, you are kind of smarter than Scarlett on certain topics. You are more enlightened, but actually she's smarter in there is intuitive female aspect. There is analytical mind, etc. So in a way, you are more awakened politically, Mrs. Philosophica, but you are less intelligent intuitively. Marie Cachet, this is autistic intelligence, absolute brilliance. It's so brilliant. I don't know what to say. Your books. I had songs. I'm not in a mood here to retell my. Actually, I will because Jay-Z made a song about A Star Is Born, and what the white boy did was silly. Then the white boy, here I'm trash talking a little bit vague. The white boy blossomed after Marie Cachet endorsed him. His flow on paganism explained. It's amazing. Basically, that's my way of twisting modern pop culture. Jay-Z praising Eminem, and let us assume that it's the good aspect of Odin praising Varg and mine. Basically, Varg, your wife is more intelligent than you. Because what you did before That's how I interpreted things 4 years ago, and I still do. Your books, before you encountered Marie Cachet, they were okay, but then you encountered philosophical intelligence, the first book, Le Besoin d'Impossible, and then the unity of the two produced Paganism Explained, which gave rise to the spirit of Odin, which eventually becomes the spirit of God at some moment. So yeah, so your wife, that's A Star Is Born by Jay-Z, the song. There are many other songs, but your wife, on an empirical level, is more intelligent than you, which is kind of embarrassing for a man. I could not tolerate that Stella or whoever might be more intelligent than me, or more brave, or more bold, or more daring, which is one of my problems, because here I will praise America. Your girls, your women, they are pretty tough, in a good sense. They are pretty strong, pretty American girls. Here I will I will use my categories, maybe against myself, or American women. These are real. Here I will kind of downgrade the level. Let us forget about Greek mythology, Nordic mythology, the yin and yang, etc. Let us go back to the level of America. American women, in their best version, yeah. Yeah. They are strong-minded and independent, as independent as you can get from the perspective of a woman on an empirical level, but they are free-spirited in a sense, really of a, yeah. Yeah. I cannot deny this, but that's one of the contradictions, namely European women, as I envision them, they are supposed to be free-spirited and independent and strong and feminist in the good sense, not in the scholarly sense, but real feminist, namely really independent as you can get. But the problem is then, when women, they really become spiritually empowered, they enjoy this. I know you. When some of you eventually you will watch my video and you will realize, oh, but we have powers. We can cast spells. Here, talking ordinary again. We can make love potions, or maybe we can fight if we are being bullied or annoyed. You will enjoy this as women. At some level, I might enjoy it as well. At some level. Here, I may be a little bit too confident. We will see, but. Look, I will be honest. Here I will try to solve the contradiction. Giving freedom, real freedom, which is not let us. Here I talk to the most intelligent feminist, which means more intelligent than all other feminists. It's not, the purpose is not to. A free woman is not a woman who mindlessly repeats the teachings of the educational system because they try to impress their teachers. That's not the purpose. Although that's what most women, female do. Here's what I said about the educational system in my videos. Now I will. That's the ambiguity of the educational system, really, like it can produce the best intellectually, and there are many other great scholars in America and in the Western world, but also it can, here's very Hegelian, maybe if Americans watch this, they will understand Hegel without ever having studied Hegel formally. Yeah, I said my videos about Yeah, let us talk about the American educational system. And also the other books. It's not just in America, we have the same dumbing down. But then, I wanted to make lectures, to go step by step, to explain everything, to go gradually, but then I understood. That's what I understood. Maybe I'm mistaken. Here I'm talking to a Polonian German. Look, there's a moment. Basically, I could summarize everything in just a few sentences. In the spirit of the Hermetica, Boehm recognized that selfhood develops in opposition to the not-self. It's really that simple. In order to exist, or for something to exist, here I talk in ordinary, not existence in the realm of essence, but in order for something to have Dasein, there has to be an other, and it is the source. A Polonian German talking to you. It's the source and the cause of all conflicts, but also the condition which enables anything good at all to emerge. Namely, here I'm talking to Stella, actually to all women. The problem between males and females. The not self. It can be variously. It can be dark versus light. It can be the mind versus nature. All sorts of opposition. Because here it's really where the speculative genius of Hegel encounters common sense stupidity, one might say. But basically, if there is just light, and here I'm talking to you two because you are the two most brilliant, Stella and Apollo. If there is just light, there is nothing to see, basically. Or it's so brilliant, maybe at some moment just light can be enlightening, but pure light is too brilliant. Here really is where things mix in a way that I do not fully yet understand, but I'm not in a mood to make silly jokes, but basically my name, my empirical name is Luca, which at someone means light. And my family name is German, and I'm partly German, at least. I have my German pride. Means the gods, or it's basically, here's really here I turn towards Hegel, the writings of Hegel. Who designed this? What kind of twisted experiment am I involved in? What is this kind of twisted sense of humor? Can you give me an answer? My name, basically it means the light of the gods at some level. Luca means light, and Goetz means the gods or the divine or the divinity, basically. So in a way, that's one of my problems, because when I was really depressed at some moments, I've thought about my name, and I said to myself, I'm not completely negative, because my name means light. Stella, your name your empirical name, it means star. Star is what produces light on a physical level. You are my star, I am your light. We are too good to fall for this kind of stupid romantic. This is romanticism in a stupid sense. If I were a teenager and if you were a teenager, I would say, you are my star. Yeah, you are my star. And you say, you are my light. Or you are my sun. Not my son. Not my son, S-O-N. Sun, S-U-N. Yeah. That's when Paris Hilton, do we see? Where? Paris Hilton comes into play. The stars are blind. This is for you, Scarlett, but actually for everyone. The gods are crazy. Paris Hilton, the song is for you. You will understand. The gods are crazy. The stars are blind. Yeah. That's where American culture, even if it's a little bit decadent, there are still blonde, beautiful American women singing kind of beautifully about mythology. That's where everything connects at some moment. Yeah. And since I'm in a culturally Hegelian mood, I wanted to make a lecture. I wanted to play a role. Maybe I am unconsciously, but I wanted to consciously play a role, but I cannot. So here I put the blame on Hegel. I wanted to give great lectures because in a way, here I will be honest, here I'll talk to Stella. I am a male and I am trying to impress females. Can you understand that? Women, they don't have to do anything. They are good, great and perfect. I mean, when they are beautiful and when they can take care of the home and when they know their place. I don't have to play a role to be a jerk. Maybe that's the fun of me. Yeah, but yeah. No, seriously. Although that's Evola's traditionalism expressed in the kind of a little bit degenerate language of a modern empirical person. But basically, yeah. So what was I saying? Yeah, basically, I am trying to impress women, basically. That's one of the surprises that I discovered. Males are acting mostly to impress women. The difference between the difference between between me and everyone else. And difference is identity. That's what I am different, although identical, is that in order to understand this, I have to spend years and years reading completely unintelligible conceptual language just to understand, okay, basically, he was a boy, she was a girl, can I make it any more obvious? He was a punk, she did ballet, what more can I say? He wanted her, she'd never tell, secretly she wanted him as well. I do not think about you when I think about this, Stella, but this is the kind of songs that there's only one girl, yeah. Which is why we are living troubled times, or because eventually, here I will be honest again, I have tried consciously to stabilize. That's why I have not communicated completely. That's why I've willingly kept information, because I said to myself, I want to bring stability, but eventually, here I have been really stupid for an excess of intelligence, because when people understand the truths of metaphysics, I don't know how it will unfold. It will take a few days, a few weeks. I don't know. I don't know. But when basically I understood this in June 2018, thanks to you, Stella, that if there is only one woman on a metaphysical level, here, let us have here, although I'm secretly, maybe I'm trying to control everything, but also consciously I'm trying to let go. I will be honest, I don't know what will happen when eventually some people understand that there is only one woman, or that it doesn't mean that empirically, of course, there are billions of women, but basically that the same principle lives in every woman at some transcendental level. And basically, in case it was not clear, what the transgender people are trying to do is simply to solve the contradiction. But they do this in the realm of anthropology, namely, actually it has to be done in the realm of metaphysics. And that's where here I understood this 3.5 years ago. That's why also I'm so frustrated, because I have been discovering over the past probably couple of months that I've had great ideas and I haven't shared these ideas because I thought that they were worthless, because my ideas, here I'm honest, they are not on the level of Hegel, the writings of Hegel. And that's where I think about Hegel as the father that I am trying to impress, because the standards here, the standards of Hegel, the real Hegel, I don't really know how this where this comes from. That's why I have a problem. I will not make the joke. I've always hated my father. Relationship with the father. We find this in every American movie, basically. I could speak. The reason why I am laughing sometimes when I can is because I think that my father abandoned me. Here's where Christian mythology, Hegelian, whatever. Basically, yeah, whatever. I've already told this story, but yeah, about the feminine principle. I don't know what will happen, but it's part of, yeah, well, I was talking, yeah, I've had great ideas. I didn't know that they were great, because compared with the standards of Hegel, they were kind of worthless, because I don't like expressing myself in ordinary language, because I would like to speak like Hegel in a purely rational, purely conceptual way. I would like to impress Hegel. Yeah, I would like to be a metaphysician and not bring psychological problems. Yeah, but eventually the European gods, they suffer from metaphysical contradictions, but also from psychological problems. You know the stories of the gods, and partly you do. Here, let us make a joke. Here, to all the idiots, the non either. How should I explain this? I try to focus my thoughts. When I said Hitler, yeah, I think about the people who make fun of the European religion. I mean, it can be funny sometimes, but those who claim, mostly in America, the Christians or the Hollywood industry, who say we will use European mythology to make fun of, look how white people, how stupid they are. But then, who's got the last laugh? Who's laughing now? Ava Max made great songs. If you listen to some of the songs by Ava Max, you understand. So there are what I call the idiots. They are mostly white, but partly of other ethnicities, who make fun about the Europeans because look at the stories of the Pantheon, the Greeks. It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. This is what Varg thinks about in his book. Now, not. That's why he tries to contradict the idiots by saying, no, actually it's serious. And actually, Varg is right. That's why he's so smart. Actually, our mythology is partly comical, but also it's very serious, in the sense that, yeah. here I'm in the mood to laugh, but I will be honest again. What I have thought is that non-whites, not all of them, I'm smart enough to know, when my stupid leftist self thinks, I think of all non-whites. Here it's really serious. When my stupid leftist self, I would say think, but already does not think, I say to myself, all non-whites, they are fantastic, they are great, they are super virtuous, they suffer, and all whites, they are privileged. Really, that there's a stupid part of my brain which thinks like this. But I'm trying to cure this part. But in a more subtle way, it's true that on a historical perspective, and even recently, non-whites overall have suffered more in a certain perspective than whites, but actually, the entire process of the development of spirits, of which you are the highest exemplification, and you are also, here it's difficult because Jean Romain is part of the development of spirits, and so is Keith Woods, but all the others, they are very smart, very intelligent, these 4 people, without having gone through the process. And Scarlett, it's partly, you haven't gone through the process of awakening, I mean partly, but that's why it's so complex. So all of you are part of the process, and the 4 which are the most Hegelian in a sense, these are these 4 people. You have all gone through the process except Scarlett, partly, and these 4 people. And here Jean Robin is even more complicated because there is the Spirit of God, and then only then the process began. It's complicated. You are a source of trouble, Jean, but yeah, I respect your intelligence and your dedication and whatever I might say or have said, or you are worthy of being respected. This cannot be denied. All of you, but yeah, yeah. So what was I saying? The process of spirit. Yeah, the idiots who make fun of the European religion. Actually, it's very serious, but I will not completely improvise, but basically, I don't know how long a video can be, but I said to myself in the past, I was talking about non-whites, but then I will talk about Caroline. About non-whites. The stupid leftist self of mostly privileged Western European is to think black people need help. That's what you say in one of your videos. In a way, the stupid leftists, white leftists, they think all non-whites, they suffer and they are virtuous and they are great, and then we are miserable, we are corrupt morally, etc., etc. It's a caricature, but there are people who think like this. Yeah. But then, in a more balanced way, here I think about Matthew. Here is intelligent white guilt in a sense that it cannot be denied on a historical perspective that white people have brought a lot of trouble, and not in a funny sense, to almost all other races. It cannot be denied. And here is there are other people, but here is an example of intelligent white guilt. But also intelligent white pride. No, it's not pride, it's simply acknowledgement that the European, what did I write? Pan-psychist, Hegelian leftist, but not conscious of the European religion. So here it's important in the sense that he is European, culturally, partly anthropologically. He knows about Romanticism, German metaphysics, the European culture, but he has no knowledge of the European religion. But that's why, And you, I would say here, you partly identify as a Jew. Maybe it's true. The Jew, it's complicated, but basically these two people, Jean and Matthew, you say I am partly Jewish. Yeah, but I say this again. You look white to me. If it makes you feel better, that's okay. Yeah, what was I saying? Of course, there is reason. Here I talk about myself. What whites have done to non-whites. I am responsible and I deserve to be punished for all the crimes of white people. But intelligence, here, leftist intelligence, that we find in ecological, predominantly white circles, namely what I call intelligent white leftists, they are partly right-wingers. That's why here the yin and yang picture comes into play. In the good sense, namely the intelligent white leftists, they acknowledge the suffering and difficulty of non-whites caused by white endeavors, but they also acknowledge the suffering of others, including whites and intelligent white leftist ecologists, of which you are also an exemplification, but there are many others. They really care about universality, but in a truly universal sense, namely a universal which includes all aspects within themselves. Here I will not pick up the books, but basically this is the kind of intelligent leftist, namely, and I could pick many other books. These are white people who are leftists in a really the good sense of leftism, namely universality. Here I am in an intelligent mood, namely goodness means the will to do good for every others, but it means that at some moment, if it's really good, here's maybe the combination between left and right. Here's its connection with what I said earlier. Basically, real goodness means we do good for all others because that's a good universality, but then others, once we have projected the good universality, they have to allow us to enjoy our particular goodness because we will enable them to enjoy their particular goodness. So here's Caroline, the idea that I wanted to share with you for many years, although I fell into sleep, or I became stupid again, partly. That enabled me to improve, whatever, but my dogmatic slumber. But before, in 2019 and still today, just the one idea that you have to understand is that there are two ideas. I wanted to make a lecture and here I will talk to Stella. Stella, whatever I say, you can blame me. But basically, there's an aspect of my psyche where I would like to be the mentor of attractive women. There are women that are much more intelligent than I am, as of now. But actually, there's this aspect of me, like it's kind of attractive. I know that God is playing with me at this moment, the real God, but I have to be honest. The idea that that's how I fell in love with you. That's how I hurt myself. But the idea that I will teach philosophy but in a good way. In a good way. It's partly attractive. I will use the word attractive. Actually, it's kind of exciting, but yeah. So there's an aspect of me who'd like to play with women in the good sense. Maybe you're the only one I can play with in the good sense. But basically, Carol. So yeah, I thought about making a great lecture where I would implement videos, I would sing, I would try to impress you, but I know I won't be able. I have to renounce it. But basically, I had many songs for you, pretty dark songs for you, Stella, but also enjoyable, like Britney Spears, bombastic love. You made me realize not to compromise. It's like in a movie when we fall in love for the first time. Actually, I will make a joke. All the songs that men have made for women, they have been made for you. When you listen to some of Eminem's songs, that's my problem. It could be worse, but yeah. So let us yeah. But basically, yeah, giving lectures. So I will not do this because I mean I will keep giving lectures as long as I can, but I have to improvise. I understand. And what really annoys me is that some people, maybe not you, maybe others, they will kind of enjoy it. They say, but we just wanted you to be your natural self. I hate this. That's why I hate Hegel. Here I will be honest. I kind of have a problem with Hegel, and here when I say Hegel, I mean the writings of Hegel, because I will laugh. Here it's a joke for the Hegelians only. I mean, everyone eventually will become a Hegelian at some moment, I think, but my problem with Hegel, which is a Hegelian problem, I have a problem with Hegel as the father archetype, because that's how I envision things. He wants me to be just like him, and the standards are so high that I experience myself as a constant failure because I cannot live up to the standards of the writings of Hegel. That's why I am frustrated. And the other frustration, it's the opposite. Namely, I know partly the mind of Hegel. He just wants me to be me. I understood this a couple of months ago. And here I think, but the standards, if I'm just me, they are way too low. I'm just me. I'm not Hegel. So I am frustrated. And I am frustrated. Here it's really, I talk to myself here. I will use the help of Nietzsche. Where is Nietzsche? I don't need the books. Nietzsche understands me. Here's my evil Nietzschean self, which succeeds in transcending evil. Namely, I am smart enough to understand. Here I talk to myself. But it will help others understand me. I am forced to talk about my personal life, which I don't like, but here it's for the purpose. UPS, singular contains the particulars, which contain the universal. You just have to leave aside some determinations, etc., etc. I understand. I will give an anecdote, basically. An aspect of me. I want to do good. But I have read partly Nietzsche, and Nietzschean goodness, and here a philosopher can understand. I have a problem with leftists, and when I say leftist, I think about white leftists, because I expect, here's my Hegelian problem, for me every non-white, they are necessarily leftist. For the reason that I've explained in the video, the moment about the psyche. So, when I say leftist, I mean white leftist, actually. Because, here's the explanation. A leftist is supposed to be, the formal definition, is someone who is supposed to will the good of the people. And the right-wingers, they are supposed to be interested in the will of the elites. That's the classical definition. Yeah. But the problem is that for non-whites, the will, the good of the people mean the good of their own people. And yeah. That's why all non-whites, here it's kind of a comical and twisted and partly dumb and tragic, but this is how I understand things in my psyche, and eventually it's kind of important. All non-whites in the modern world, the leaders, the political leaders, and the politicians, they want the good of their people, so they are kind of nationalists, but they are also leftists because they want the good of the people, except the corrupt tyrants in Africa who really are just here to steal the money, and we have this in Europe as well, and in America, the white version. But basically, most, if not all, non-white politicians, they want the good of the people, but because in their countries the people is homogeneous, either anthropologically or even if it's mixed race, it's homogeneous from a long-term perspective, because here we have to use the determination of continuity, discretion, etc. Then it is not homogeneous from a genetic standpoint, but Southern American countries, they are not homogeneous in the way Japan or Iceland or a Western country used to be a couple or a few decades ago, but they are homogeneous in the sense that the population that has been produced historically of mestizo, as they call this, or mixed race people, it has become the native population of the country as a determination of objektiver Geist, not the native. Here it's important to study Hegel. I cannot clarify the distinction, but basically the native, let us take the example of Southern America. The natives, of course, they are the natives anthropologically and geologically, namely these are the realm, this is the realm of subjektiver Geist. So they are the real natives, but in the terms of objektiver Geist, which is institution, the native, here it's a way of talking, but the people in the realm of objektiver Geist is born in a way when the institutions are brought forth, and in this sense, mixed race and purely white or purely black. Let us talk about a country like Brazil. Purely white, purely, it's a way of talking, but white, blacks, and everything in between, and with the mestizo, etc. They are, here I will define natives here, just mean the natives of the country within the realm of objektiver Geist, namely they are the real people of Brazil or any other country where there is race mixing, or some Middle Eastern countries, or like India or whatever, where there has been race mixing over the centuries and the millennia. They are the real people because they correspond to the institutions, although if we change the determinacy and we say the natives or the real people, I will not go into subtleties here, but actually it's important, but I will not explain because I've explained this in other lectures, but basically if we say the real people from the perspective of subjektiver Geist, the real people of America would be Native Americans, the real people of Brazil or any Southern American culture would be the natives from an anthropological standpoint, etc., etc. It's valid for every country, Australian Aborigines, etc., but the real people of the institution of the country, which has been brought forth by whites historically, for good or for bad, the real people, they become, here's my French self. If I'm honest, it's good. The good ideas of the French, they are really good. But they have borrowed their good ideas from the Germans. Don't forget that. Here's my evil German self, in the sense that when I know myself to be a schemer, but when scheming enables Germany partly to win, or completely maybe. That, here I will say what I think. One of my roles is to cure all of you from, I did at some moment, from anti-Semitism, but I also partly suffer from this, but I have succeeded in transcending, at least at some moment, my problem, but I have problems of It's easier to solve on a transcendental level than on all level. But basically, actually, when everyone, all people, these people, and all the people who watch this video at some moment, when they understand the level of scheming that goes inside the mind of a German, here I put the blame on Hegel. It's not my fault, it's Hegel. Here I'm in a mood to laugh, but actually, I'm serious. The level of complexity, partly insanity, scheming, or if it's not scheming, it's just insane. An insane speed. I don't know yet if it's scheming or if it's just a process which unfolds so fast. Here are the writings of Philip K. Dick. It goes so fast. In a way, it's so intelligent. That's Wallis, etc. Maybe that's a possibility. And here is the difficulty. The reason why I haven't been able to communicate is simply because at some moment, whatever God is, the mind of God, it really goes so fast. And here I'm kind of I really don't know, and I've been willing to take risks and to let go, etc., without trying to understand, because I've understood over the past few months that I have been trying to make plans that I thought were good. But it has failed constantly because of what I said earlier, probably, and what I keep repeating, is that the speed at which the mind of God moves is so fast that here I will be honest to everyone. If I blame anyone for anything, eventually I will have to, because I will suffer, and I'm being dishonest because I've been angry against a lot of people because they fail to understand God or they fail to understand me. But actually, the speed at which it moves, the process, the intellectual unfolding, there's the cognitive aspect, and there's reality, then there's the interaction between the two, there's the retroactive interpretation, there is the retroactive Wechselwirkung. Here's Stella, if we can talk peacefully with one another at some moment, somewhere, even if I don't know if whatever I am a spirit, you are a soul, or whatever we are, if we can talk to one another, or whatever, I don't know, or just, no, I don't know. But in a way, here again I have to be honest, I would like to understand, because at this moment it has become so complex that I have been pissed off against a lot of people because they do not understand me. But does the real God probably understand himself? But then what am I? What am I here? Is there a place where God knew everything, and here I do not speak, here I speak as God, as a Wallis, vast active living intelligence system, as really absolute infinite intelligence, like beyond anything imaginable. But this entity, and eventually here I will talk to the four persons, Hyperboreans, Caroline, Apollonian Germ, Stella. You are the four persons who are the most like me in terms of intellectual and spiritual development. I understand pretty much everything about you. And if I was given enough time, I could understand everything about anyone. This is one of my problems, and the source of one of my contradictions. Basically, one of the thing, I'm not in the mood to say something and something else, but actually it is, but what I have suffered from over the past few months, and I still do in a way, is basically if I could peacefully talk with someone. Here I play the psychological, how do you call this, a shrink, a psychiatry, no, not psychiatry, it's a shrink, a therapist. I could talk. This is what it actually makes me suffer, because a part of me, not completely, but because I here's a joke for women, intelligent women. A part of me thinks that being a psychologist or a therapist, this is a typically womanish, feminine activity. We men, we don't need, we do not suffer from like. We do not suffer from psychological problems. We are just purely masculine intelligence and strength, and we don't need therapists, right? Here I will make a Nietzschean joke. Maybe here I'm in a mood to make a joke. God's first mistake, creating man. God's second mistake, creating woman. But that's that's why God is a Hegelian, because maybe he knew, I've just created man. Oh, that's a mistake. How are we gonna fix this mistake? Let us bring a psychological understanding. He needs a therapist. We will create woman, so that woman can say at someone, I understand you, I understand, whatever. Women love saying this. They feel useful when they say this. and then, yeah, so maybe man was a little bit psychologically troubled, so a second mistake was creating woman who can offer understanding, and at some level maybe only Stella can, I don't know. But then the second mistake tries to correct the first, and maybe if they can balance one another, the first moment, then the negative, then the third, the unity of the three, maybe that's not a mistake at some moment. We'll see that. But yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, psychology. Yeah, if I could be a therapist, I could solve all the problems of everyone just by talking to them. But the problem is that I can't, here is what makes me partly insane, is that I cannot peacefully talk with anyone, because I know myself to be evil, but also not completely, so I have some sort of a moral obligation, and I know that whatever I do, I am wasting time if I'm not doing something productive, so I have to try to be partly Machiavellian in a sense. But when I speak with ordinary people, I know that if I could talk to them, I could solve their problems, they could help me. But the problem is that I have that's what I think. Actually, it's true. I have better things to do than just to talk to the random person. I mean, the random person in the street has helped me. That's where common sense empiricism, although people here, they are not Anglo-Saxon empiricists on an empirical level. My love for America, which in a way I cannot deny, because maybe I'm not the kind of I am partly American. I'm not the type of American that people expected, but eventually when really the real truth, really the good truth emerges, eventually it will at some moment, when people or whoever or whatever, when they realize that here we are talking about, I would say some of the best, maybe the best they are all into to a certain extent, they are all Americans. I mean, not all of them. They are partly French. There are various Bestimmtheiten. There are French citizens, partly French patriots. But basically, this is America. Partly, in a way. It's completely ludicrous, like America. It's comical. It's serious. It's there is a suffering and violence like America, but like Germany and like the world and maybe like the human condition. It's just that I haven't yet understood everything, but basically America, there's a lot to say, but whatever. The purpose was to take over the CIA. That was the reason why I made this video. I will check how long a video I can make, but I will insert this. But eventually, I don't forget the CIA. If I do, no, but I won't. So Anglo-Saxon empiricism. Yeah. So what I was saying is that one of the reasons why I become partly insane is that if I could peacefully talk with someone, I would be friend with everyone. Here it's kind of the sad truth, or maybe the happy truth, or the bittersweet truth, is that if I could talk to someone, whatever his IQ, even a complete idiot, and at some level I have a very high IQ, but I am the idiot at some level, the fool that people can laugh at me. That's the comical aspect about me. But and there's a part of me who enjoyed being laughed at, but here I'm not in the mood to laugh. But basically, one of the problems that I suffer from is that if I could talk to anyone, that's why I am partly a leftist, in a sense that I could talk potentially. I mean, if I could, but the problem is that precisely I haven't been able to, and maybe I will never be able to, and that's one of the roots of my suffering. But whatever, it's probably my responsibility. But is it an accident? I'm not in a mood to make a joke about logical category. But is it a problem of the system, as I envision this, or is it consciously willed? That's where here I'm not angry, but I'm frustrated. God, as I understand him, is a what I was saying, so because it's kind of the super intelligent, like whatever, I will say this later, but God is a super intelligent, and it's not super intelligent, it's actually infinite intelligent. It's more than infinite, it's so much intelligence. Why can't God, with an infinite amount of infinite intelligence, it's so overwhelming intelligence and creative and smart and amazing in a way, why hasn't God been able to create a world where he could just enjoy having a peaceful conversation with, I mean, not with everyone because it would be too long, but with people that I would like on some level. If I'm not lying, I just would like to have a peaceful conversation with you, basically, and with you also. But basically, if I could talk to someone, I would talk to mostly these people peacefully, joyfully. Is it possible? Do we have to bring about some sort of another world, whatever, Hyperborea or Avalon or whatever you call this? That's why I'm being driven insane. And that's one of the reasons why, when I'm alone without the dialectics, I imagine myself in the German mountains, being able to peacefully, joyfully talk, joyfully talk with Germans, and Okay, the screen has disappeared. I don't know if it will record. Maybe it's my own personal truth. I don't know here. I will speak for a few minutes. If it does not record just the visual, I don't know if it records the audio. That's maybe a trick that God plays on me. I just would like to be able to talk with Germans. And my vision of Germany is that people are blonde and blue-eyed. I mean, they don't have to, all of them, but basically they are blonde and blue-eyed. And they are Europeans. And also they are... Jews and blacks. We have to respect the proportions. No one will hear this joke. It's not recording. But that's what I think. No, but seriously. That's maybe how I explain it. And there's a black person, not for the stupid, but because without black people there would not be white people, and without the Jews, the Germans would not really be Germans. And whether or not it's recording, this is what I think. I'm talking here to God, and whether or not it's recording, God knows what I suffer from. I just would like to be with the people that I love the most without hurting myself, without hurting others, without hurting them, without suffering, basically. And this is my truth, the most joyful, happiest moment of my life was when I could joyfully, peacefully be with an other. And there was no, I mean, there was negativity, but I was not aware that there was negativity. And this is my my vision of joy. And yeah, it has, I don't know if it's recording the sound or whatever. I will re-record. I will not put on an act. I know enough. I know enough, and I will discover the rest. What I've understood, I will conclude. I don't know if it's recording. That's kind of frustrating. I will conclude with what I understand to be the truth at this moment in time. And my truth is the source of all my errors. Here I'm being Hegelian. Love, in order to be real, it cannot just be an abstraction. It has to be singularized eventually. That's how I interpret things with my life experience. And this is the reason why I love Louison so much. I have tried to reconstruct her, and the name that I have given to this attempt to reconstruct my loved one is Europe and eventually Germany. But then, I will be honest, I will end on a poetic, romantic note. Whether or not people hear this, it's what I think. Love
love is so great that of course love hurts, but love